Thank Project Night Shift is back, and we see the classic Wolverine last stand from Crazy Kitty, one of the craziest players in Night Shift and in the scene in general in Marvel Rivals. Welcome everybody to the scene, everybody back to Project Night Shift. We're on week 2 of this thing. I'm Dogman with Avast and ZP. Avast, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Good to be, I guess, hosting for you guys today. You know, trying to take over that Chris Puckett role, but good to see you, man, and good to be back.
His spirit is in the room with us right now. I feel him. He's inhabited your body as Halloween gets closer. I just know that Puckett will be entering you and taking control of your corporeal form. I can see you're getting more mature with the beard and the glasses. He's drinking tea. He's getting more Puckett-like every day.
Yep. I mean, it's Chris Puckett's. Well, I mean, I don't know if I would say mature is a good way to describe Puckett, but regardless, welcome back, everybody. ZP, it's also good to have you too, man. We're going to be watching some EMEA today up first, and you know, we're going to be seeing some new things in this patch, right?
Yeah, and well, for starters, for EU, it's the last of the old patch. So right now we're you know, a final swan song to season 3, the last professional gameplay you will see on it, at least in EU, before season 4 begins. I'm not entirely sure the title. Maybe Ignite is doing like 1 week on it. It was a little bit weird there, but either way, some of the last season 3. But then as we move on to NA later in the day, will be season 4. So you know, a little bit of the old and a bunch of the new on the schedule today. And Dogman, when it comes to embodying Puckett, you'll know when you start being like, I need the grill steaks and get some asparagus. That's how the Puckett will truly have embraced you.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those days I'm going to start, you know, going to the backyard, cooking up some barbecue. But let's take a look at the bracket today. I mean, ZP, I think that overall today, and I've asked as well going into it, right, this is going to be an incredible sort of first match in Night Shift for a lot of these teams because, I mean, there's been huge roster mania kind of going on. So it really feels like a first look for a lot of these top teams yet again.
Yeah, also, I have a point of clarification. Some people are going here, it's like, what's a team 1 here? Chopped won last week. And yes, you would be correct. But what happened is that Chopped was unavailable to defend this week. And then they went to us and they said, hey, get Virtus Pro in to defend. We'd like them to take our spot. And we go to Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro also says we have a player unavailable this week. So team 1, still the defending champions from the last Ignite LAN will be our defending champions here once again today. But of course, they did get get what many people would be considered an upset last week via Chopped. But that's how this broke down.
Yeah, and I think that upset was huge. I mean, like even watching EU right now, I mean, who is really the best team? And I think today that'll definitely decide or be a deciding factor for the best team in EMEA. And it's going to be a lot of fun to witness that, I think. And Avast, I think that, for this game, for Marvel Rivals specifically as well, it feels like a lot of different comps are sort of taking back over. And as somebody that used to play these type of games professionally, I mean, what's your kind of thoughts on Rivals in the scene in general, and like what you've seen from Night Shift in the past previous weeks?
I mean, it's still pretty. I mean, like DP said, we're going off an old meta into a new. So a lot of teams, honestly, and we've had this happen a lot during Night Shift and in the past with other shows where teams are oftentimes going to be experimenting, right? They're not necessarily, I wouldn't even necessarily, they're playing 100% what they're going to play in the next patch. They might be trying to play currently like what they might play in the next patch in this current patch, even though it's not currently that. It's a little confusing to draw very, specific, I think, meta interpretations, but very broadly, you can definitely see that it's gone towards a much more open style system. And I still think that some of the general trends we've seen of like, oh, Luna's good, Loki's good, Emma Frost, like very good in the tank line. Like we can definitely take obviously some very specific examples there and so be like, oh, they're very, very good. But we'll just have to see when we actually get to the season 4 patch. Is this even really going to be like what we're continuing to see? And I think we should just look at this as like, what are the broad trends that we're seeing? And typically we're going to see some of that similar stuff that we've seen before with the strategists, with the tanks, and with the vanguards, and just kind of keep that in mind as we move forward.
Well, and on that, maybe to compound onto it, like ZP, in terms of this game, in terms of what we've seen a lot, it does feel like we're like Avast said, we're seeing a lot of similar trends, a lot of things kind of moving forward. It kind of feels like this like triple strategist stuff is kind of making waves, even though in old patch with Adam Warlock, right, we used to have those triple res stuff. That isn't even a thing anymore, but it feels like triple strategist is just here to stay.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to get around the fact that it's hard to lose a fight if no one is dying, and it's also hard to lose a fight if you're chaining strategist ultimates one after the other, where, as time goes on, really the bread and butter for any strategist is, hey, you get a variant of a Luna ult. I mean, we're going to see it later today as we move into Season 4 on the NA side, where if Jeff gets played, Jeff is also dropping a healing bubble around effectively, right? So, realistically, it's always a challenge in hero shooters to balance the idea of how do you keep people sustained from a strategist or support role, and then how do you also allow for people to be bursted down. But if the pendulum is a little bit too deep onto the support end, then you end up in a scenario where it's like just keep throwing more in because you can't lose a fight if everyone's still alive.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it's fantastic, and that'll be that. I want to see the difference. I mean, I imagine you guys do too, right? The difference between, like you said, with EMEA being on the current live patch, going over to the new patch for North America. That's going to be kind of insane to make that switch over, right? I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch that later on. But EMEA obviously starting up in a little bit today. Avast, I mean, overall, from this game, for Marvel Rivals, I think specifically for you, I wonder, like, when we see these teams in EMEA, I mean, which region, I think, for you has been that best region? I know we just saw in the midseason that EMEA did win, but that's always a debate, between EMEA and North America. Who is the best region in the world? I mean, what would you think? What's your overall thoughts on EMEA so far, comparing it to North America?
I think it's always tough because Europe produces really, really good esport players holistically across the board, and for a variety of factors. Perhaps they're not busy doing their actual jobs as us Americans. It could be like there's all sorts of real reasons of why that happens. But Europe, EMEA in typical, just produces a lot of really good gamers. And I think when Team 1-1 for Ignite, it was a huge surprise because everyone was like, oh, Envy's so good, but it did downplay a bit how strong Europe has been, and like that region we've seen teams like Virtus Pro and Team 1 play in the past. Like I do think it's just the lack of coverage that EMEA gets comparatively to NA, to where we can kind of build those biases. I think at the end of the day, it's still anyone's game though, right? We've had one international event. It's a little early to make a call, and until we get like consistent gameplay between the regions, if they look somewhat with parity, I think you can really just cope whichever direction. You can be like, NA is the best, Europe's the best. It doesn't matter. Just cope whichever way until we get really a more consistent like data set, I think.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think that's a good point, because I mean, we even saw Korea falter at the first international LAN. So we'll kind of see as things go on, who actually is the best region. But ZP, I think today's going to be a lot of fun, and I know you have a lot of I imagine things to talk about from Project Night Shift today.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we haven't just been doing things in the rival scene. Coming up this weekend, it's going to be our final show in the Counter-Strike scene in our series I've been doing. We've gone from North America to EU, and we're going to be wrapping up this weekend with APAC. Some of the most exciting teams in the APAC region playing for $10,000. We're partnering up with Asus to bring you that. Cool rewards and prizes. Check out the stream this weekend. Going to be also bringing back, an old favored CS duo. If you've seen some of the other weeks, it's going to be DDK and Bardolph casting it along with Blah, I believe. So cool stuff there, and it will be on this very channel this weekend. But also, while you're here and going like, I want some free stuff and I want it now, of course, today is brought to you by MSI and Intel, and you can get your very own MSI Claw. All you gotta do, look at the links in chat, go to the Intel website, and you can create your own gameplay clips or vote on other gameplay clips people have made, and that will get you into the drawing to potentially get a brand new, very powerful MSI Claw. I mean, look, honestly, I want to get one of those myself. It just looks super handy, and as we've seen, having that sort of device can be good even to cast in some respects.
Handheld PCs are the wave. The MSI Claw is like a really, really cool device. So if you have the chance, you should definitely spring. I think that's kind of the future, honestly. I think like laptops might be going out of the way and you're just gonna have a desktop PC and a handheld PC, because it is so much more convenient to just play and game with. And the MSI Claw is like the example of that device across the board.
Yeah, I was gonna actually just like try to get up on that website right now and start trying to maybe sign up for that potential reward. But yeah, make sure to check that out, like you said, ZP. And you guys have been doing so much, like just watching this outside. Like there's been so many tournaments. I know you talked about ZP, just like every week. You got Counter-Strike, you got other games you've been working on. It just feels like right now Night Shift is definitely the hype train to hop onto, honestly, from the outside. But today
we let everyone
obviously.
In.
Yeah, everyone's getting in. And speaking about teams ready to get in, we're going to take a look back at the rosters. And my God, Insomnia is going to be up first. We got Nocta, Twisty, Forever, Passy Woe, Line Pro, and Laxing Sky.
Players we've seen before. A lot of players we've seen before, obviously. We haven't seen them off, very recently here on Night Shift. But definitely when you look at some of these players like Forever, Passio, Line Pro, like these are players that have looked really good at EMEA in the past for us. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna put up here with this Insomnia roster, because they are new to us comparatively. And I think ZP, you've seen these guys, you've cast them before. I feel like, for me, I've always really liked, especially the story of Line Pro, who was a former Overwatch player, professional, is now still here playing support, like just actually grinding out here in the hero shooters.
Yeah, I mean, Line Pro is the one that stands out to me, just in the sense that, a lot of players aren't the greatest at social media, but Line Pro is very active at making educational content for rivals or whichever game he's in. So, and, also super great at just being like, hey, I'd love to be involved in the, this thing or that thing. So, seeing Line Pro back into the fray is super cool. Obviously, there was a bit of the roster mania in EMEA, and now things have settled as teams are gearing up to take on the next stage of Ignite. But of course, we got their opponents coming up in all business, and this is also pretty interesting. As I look at this here, Dogman, some familiar faces here. I think they've also done a bit of a change up, and I'm trying to remember, did you play against Monk Mata back in OW? I feel like you may have crossed paths.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, it definitely could have. I mean, he's one of those Swedish players who's been around for a while. And he's, a fellow old man, I guess, in the esports scene, 27 years of age. That's well past a lot of people's apparently esports prime. I don't know, but
that's esports decaying at that point. You're rotting almost.
Oh God, man. Oh no. Yeah. Hopefully Magmata is not in this case. I mean, he's a duelist as well. Like that's still pretty impressive to play such a high skill level role. But you know what? Alongside him, he's got Demon. This guy also. It's interesting that I think we're seeing these two teams play against each other. All Business and Insomnia. On Demon side, Demon was on Insomnia before, back in the last Ignite series, and also we've seen him before. So this roster is definitely cool, man. Like it's a lot of different players from different regions. We got Australia. I mean, Demon's apparently like the best Australian player, and he's playing in Europe. So that's super fun, no?
Yeah, I also really liked in the past when we've seen Blackso play too. They've been really good on the roles on the Vanguard. So this roster, All Business, obviously has been around in some different iterations. We've cast them previously under a different project title, and I think that they've always had some fun stuff going on, and I think they're just a team that it's kind of one of those rosters and projects, where they always feel like they're right on the bubble of being really good. and they don't ever really quite punch up to like a consistent tier 1 level of like being a top level team, but they always have really great talent. You know, there's a couple rosters like that both in NA, EMEA that kind of like, you know, them like, oh, I know this project, I know these players, they've rotated around, but they don't quite ever get to like that top like 5-6 position.
Well, on that, and neither of you can answer this, how do you get to that level? I mean, if you're on the come up in that tier 2, tier 3 scene, how do you take the next step to beat teams like VP?
I think it's a combination that you need to have no weak links on your team. Like oftentimes you get these like combinations, permutations, but there's always that one guy on the team where it's like, man, if only this one person was just playing up to this level, it'd be better. And then also internal team chemistry is a big deal too. I mean, you know that better than anyone, Dustin, from your time being a competitive player. But if you have people prone to tilting or people just like ruining the team morale, it's like, oh man, we had a bad day of scrims yesterday. And then you just know your match day is just absolutely boom because they're going to be bringing that baggage in. You know, ideally you get a team that's a little bit of a positive mindset, but draft is beginning.
Yeah, draft
Mantis
is beginning.
Protect.
Yeah, Mantis Protect. I mean, Avast. Like this is the exact same thing we were talking about before with triple stratus comps being so valuable. We already have 2 strats removed.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically, I feel like that is often when we look at the bans and protects in general, it's like we're going for strategists and vanguards, kind of like that determines kind of what's happening. And obviously we're not playing on the new season 4 patch as we talked about earlier today. We're still on that season like 3.5-ish patch right now. So there's still we haven't seen those changes to things like Magic and Black Panther, etc. And even Luna and Loki. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that triple strategist like Dustin and we were talking about earlier. And I think it's pretty interesting too that they're also like, okay, we're just going to keep targeting things like Ultron as well, because I think Ultron is a hero that has shown up a lot in the triple strategist, and so teams oftentimes, you feel like you either really want to play them or you really just want to get rid of them, and I feel like that's kind of the angle that both these guys are landing on.
For sure. And I think that's like, you know what the interesting part, I think, speaking about the triple strat stuff, is that like apparently a lot of the pros think that the triple, like the strategists, the best strategists in the game are almost like the best duelists. Like it's like we're just banning out also the best duelists in the game with Mantis and Ultron.
I still remember that clip a while back where it was one of the FlyQuest players. I think it was maybe Light, who I don't think is on FlyQuest anymore, but it was one of those things where he was just in the air as Torch and just gets sniped down by Luna and just slams his desk like, what is this here? It's just like, yeah, well, welcome to Luna, because I think that was right after her fall off got changed. Where it's just like, yes, Luna, you actually can just snipe people across the map. Why not? But also in terms of the picks and bans going on here, what's interesting to me is that Insomnia is going to all business and say, you guys can play Torch, we don't care. Usually Torch is highly prioritized, and even if not highly prioritized, would still get taken down in the mid stage here. So interesting approach.
Yeah, I mean, Flyers. But we got inverse with the colors. It happens. It got inverse with the colors, but actually all business, they're not going to be playing Torch, and Insomnia trying to protect that, which still stands with the point ZP of like some teams are just prioritizing Flyers still and like having those really strong. And Krakoa is a very strong Flyer map.
Krakoa, first map indeed, like you said, of Vast, and I think that's going to be interesting. I don't know. Between you guys, we'll have to find out. Who had the better draft phase. And I don't know, I mean, like real quick, just to kind of pick both of your brains on this. I mean, do you think some teams overstate how important the draft is? Like you can still win if you had a theoretical bad draft, right?
Honestly, ZP, I'll let you handle that one.
In this game, maybe not. I actually think draft is like immensely important in Rivals, especially once teams have a read of what you want to play. And there's some teams where if you take away, like, for example, sometimes you'll know strategist players, right, that their pool is actually pretty limited. And, they may be players that are, really comfortable on, say, running Luna and, say, Invisible Woman. And if they have access to neither, things get really weird really fast, or especially on the Vanguard note, right, where, we've had teams that have just been highly reliant on Groot. And you don't get Groot and you don't get, like, maybe one other pocket tank, and they look lost. So I think the draft is super important.
Well, ZP and Avast, take it away. Map number 1 is off to the races.
Hopping on into it here, and Insomnia prioritizing the early Torch Protect. Up in the air, all business, Avast. It's gonna be a little bit more ground and pound.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected when we saw the ban come out. So you see Twisty here just on the Torch, putting in a ton of little damage. Just poking, which is to be expected. No ult on the board just yet, is all business. Currently just circling around, having this duel here.
And the interesting part here, this is old, the element when you run something like a flyer and you're not able to run and get early picks on the point, you give a little bit of point control where pretty soon here, if you don't get any purchase here from the torch, it's going to be all business getting control of the point. And at that point, they're actually okay for the long extended fight where so far no one has been going down.
See here, Twisty still just poke on in. Line Pro is going to have the invisible boundary. Remember, this isn't the buffed invisible boundary just yet. Don't have the extra slow or the healing, but going to be popped right there. The engage happens and immediately Blackso going down.
Yeah, the early build from Line Pro enough to completely turn the fight. And it was one of those fights where you just kind of need the ults to come in to actually swing. It is a bit of poke back and forth, but the reality is everyone's just saying, you know what, we're just going to build ults. And Insomnia doing that a bit better.
So now, all business. As their name implies, it's all business. They're going to try making it out in here as the first cap goes the way of Insomnia. 4 ults, near to be 5 on the board here for all business. You see Forever just trying to do a little bit of poke. Trying to do a little bit of contest a bit early. Is Insomnia going to back on out? And for all business, it's kind of this question for them of now they approach, like, do you want to invest all of your ults here for the retake and just be stuck? Because as soon as you commit a ton of ults and you don't get much, then you're just stuck in the terrible ult loop, the ult bank disadvantage for the rest of the fight, likely the end of the round. You see Isidore just running around here in the Captain America.
Yeah, I mean, ideally for all business, I'd love to get something neutral, but instead, Dance of the Butterfly, Monk Butter to the back. It's super effective, backed up by Demon with the Kraken impact. So the duelist ult investment comes in and it's decisive. Gonna be a quick retake the other way, and they reserve a bit in their ult bank in turn here. They use the Luna ult, but still got the Loki ult for the next.
Yeah, I mean, having the cap and the Loki ult, it gives you some options here, especially if you can get some neutral picks potentially. But it's tough. That's 3 ults invested, and I talked about it earlier. It's like, okay, now you're in a situation where you lost the first fight, you commit 3 ults to retake. Insomnia, they didn't commit very much here at all, and Line Pro's already 60% to another boundary. So this is going to be a very, very hard fight, and likely the fight that determines the round here is ZP, because whoever wins this, not only is the cap time going to be pretty big, but also the ult bank going to be a really huge advantage.
I think for all business, you want this to be a really long fight, get a ton of progress run, even if you lose. But already, gonna have the Loki ult thrown out, cloned Luna. But once this Luna clone is down, Insomnia is really gonna be able to push the advantage. So they're more than content to just wait here. Luna ult's starting to fade, Supernova getting popped. Now for all business, can you get a pick or do something to extend this? Because the heat is on. And the Sidar gonna come in with the Freedom Rush by a little bit of time. Nocta actually gets picked. Nocta goes for Jeff ult, gets punished in turn, and all business kind of weathering the storm.
Yeah, Insomnia floundering here a little bit there. Magmata gonna get caught, gonna get poked out, but not gonna go down just yet as Demon takes down Forever. And for Insomnia now, they're in the corner. They have no advantage, getting caught by the wall. And like I said earlier, I think that might be the fight that determines the round. Obviously, still potential for Insomnia to come back in. Relaxing Sky, close to the Fatal World's going to have that option to dance on the ground there a bit, but still the ult bank here for all business. Now you see they had that long fight like you talked about, ZP, so they're going to have 3 ults in the bank. They have 80% on the cap. So for Insomnia, they're going to, they're just going to go for a portal play here for Forever, try to get in. They put Nocta here onto the Phoenix to maybe try to duel out, have a little bit more sustain as well from the Phoenix heals.
Insomnia's broke also. Insomnia burned everything in the last fight. And now it's just hoping to get something in the neutral. Look for a miracle. You go to the Phoenix for a little bit of burst potential. Monk Butter, though, look at the shutdown. Dance the Butterfly into the back. And Isidore ends up falling pretty early into the fight. So 1 down is all business. Luna ult going to be popped in response. Monk Butter trying to even things out in the back, but really not getting a ton done on the poke here so far. Going to be challenged a little bit by Twisty coming to the back on the challenge. Monk Butter going to do a bit of a orientation here, still trying the pressure torch and turn, but gonna get forced back into the portal, still getting chased down all the while. This is taking place a bit out of bounds.
I mean, still the pressure from Magmata pretty good, drawing away 1, but while that's happening, Insomnia, they're gonna find 2. They're about to have another ult. Supernova is available, about to have another invisible boundary for Line Pro, and all business, they're just looking for an answer to try to force that ult, but they're not gonna get out in time. Oh, they will. They're gonna take on Line Pro. Huge. They burst him through.
Yeah, Line Pro drops the ult and immediately dies right after. Monk Butter finding the opportunity, recovers the fight for all business, where it's looking like Insomnia might have been able to turn the tide. But instead, all business, they complete the comeback, take the round, and it's got to be harsh, Avast, when you think about where Insomnia was. They had a huge ult advantage at one point, and they just weren't able to execute on the recontest.
It's just that's really what it came down to, is that one fight, like we talked about earlier. It's just that you in a situation where, and especially for maps like Domination, where it's so swingy and like just one fight really just like determines it, because you don't have that much time per round. If you get in those situations where it's a recap, you're coming for the recontest, you have relatively equivalent ults, and you lose it there, or actually ult advantage while having rather equivalent banks, it's just gonna blow apart here. And you see there, Twisty putting in a ton of damage there on the flyer, on pretty much on the Human Torch, which is to be expected, right? You're expecting them, especially with the pocket from the Luna Snow, to be able to do a lot of damage, a lot of poke there. But if you're not getting enough finishing limbs, you're not winning enough team fights, then the damage is just a little bit useless, unfortunately.
Also, a bit of a change up here. Line Pro going over to the Cloak.
I like the idea there, ZP, because like maybe just a duel with some of the pressure from Monk Mutta a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, just more opportunities to reposition and not fall, as we saw towards the very end of the last fight. But already getting to it, Monk Mutta says time to dance goes in, and Isidore, in fact, just gonna fall first. The dance not quite hitting its mark, but Monk Mutta says don't need a dance, just need good play into the neutral. And if the goal was for Line Pro to survive, Avast, it didn't quite work out.
I mean, the Insomnia backline, I think the swap there to the Cloak and Dagger for Line Pro, the idea was good, right? You can do the phase, you can make sure to just get a little bit of vulnerability, then you have some patty cake options, you can drop the healing bubble, but just wasn't quite enough there. Monk Mutta, the pressure with the ults, and they lost all of their space as well, so they're just stuck in that corner. And Monk Mutta has always been a solid player that you have to be really afraid of throughout their time and play in EMEA, and they've been so deadly on the hero.
Demon, first hit this time around. Insomnia just down in neutral from the get-go, and Monk Mutta gonna get the final cleanup here as you see everyone just roll forward. And much tougher beginning to this round for Insomnia than what we saw just one round ago. However, if they're gonna win any fight here, Vast, it would be this one that's coming up.
Yeah, the old bank looking really good here. 5 ults, but Monk Mutta still playing close, looking to try to find one with an instant burst. Not quite, but did force out some cooldowns there from Insomnia as they come back in, so gonna delay them a little bit.
Corner's not checked. Monk Mutta nearly gets the early pick, but goes over, able to find Nocta towards the end before the ults get popped. Luna ult not enough to actually save there, so Insomnia still working down one. A lot on Twisty here. Supernova good to go. Gonna try and wait out Closar's Luna ult, drop it in just a moment, but Monk Mutta says there's no time for that. Time to dance back and over. Gets a quick 2-piece, and that gonna seal the deal here for all business on the fight, and leaving Insomnia here, Vast, with one more opportunity and a long way to go.
Yeah, and the real problem when you see that fight at the end, you saw it previously, is that Insomnia, their backline are getting so split from the front line, they're not able to peel, they don't have the ult available to help them out, and they're just getting constantly caught there by this duo of Monk Mutta and Isidore. Now we're in a last fight situation. Insomnia looking for the recontest. They are going to have 3 ults. They have some options here on the board. Only one strategy ult available was Nos there for all business, so they have a potential here for the recontest.
Passowo, you think back to Aegis passing games we've cast, Meteor M, could be a difference maker as we hop in here. Forever, though, getting super bursted down before any ults are invested. Lucky to stay alive. Twisty gonna try and even things out here with the Supernova. Cracking impact out from Demon, looking for anything. Passowo, Meteor M over. One pick off gonna happen here for all business. So Insomnia down 2. The ult invested not amounting much, and even if Line Pro gets a C&D ult, not gonna do anything. Just again, a rough engage for Insomnia, but a great showing for all business. Looking far stronger on the second round as they take the map.
Yeah, all business looking really confident there. The dive with the Psylocke, with the Captain America, looked fantastic. They were constantly just making sure to isolate them and find them, the backline in particular for Insomnia. I think Blackso, had a really great group performance too, because you found the walls often were trying to split the heals when he engages. They made sure to have the strings and prisons when they needed, and overall just hitting those shots, because Groot can be a real damage dealer in these comps, and even as a Vanguard. And I do think when you look at it, it's just all about those engages around the Groot wall and finding that backline continuously for all business.
Man, oh man. But Dustin, you were watching all this from the host perspective, and for me, when I looked at it there, it seemed like Insomnia, they kind of fell apart a little bit from the normal flow rivals, where usually you'd see a team come in with a high ult bank, and they just kind of fell apart in the neutral multiple times, both at the end of the first round and into the second round.
Yeah, that's a great point, ZP. I mean, round number 2 was just crazy dominance. But yeah, I was watching it. Let's go back to round number 1. Taking back a look at Cradle I mean, I don't know. Was it the turning point you called it out, ZP, when Lime Pro invis ulted and then got eliminated through his own ult? I mean, that felt like a huge shift in momentum, and that was just between rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty tough, especially when you're expecting the, live, and that's where scenario you're going, okay, we're just going to buy us a little bit of time, and then your strategist just falls over, so to speak. And
well, was that because of the fact that Monkmudda's playing that Psylocke kind of uncontested?
I think so. I mean, what we're seeing coming in from Monkmudda, I mean, again, it was a little bit slow to start, but as it went on, Monkmudda's like, you know what, actually, my burst is still absolutely good. And also, I mean, Dance of the Butterfly, as we got into the second round, just high value dances that oftentimes were winning fights before anything else got invested.
Well, then let's bring it back down to round number 2. I mean, for round 2 on the Grove specifically, I mean, Avast, that was just some crazy dominance by All Business. The pace of play was just so fast from them, right?
Yeah, I think really you saw Insomnia try to take this adjustment where they moved Nocta fully over to the Phoenix to hopefully duel Monkmudda a bit. You have a little bit more of the sustain from the self-healing, but really a large part of this was just you see the pace, like you talked about, how Black So, okay, here we go, there's our wall, let's go in Isidore, Monkmudda right there, we're bursting you down. And even when the ult fights ended, the duelists are right there in your face, taking you out. They were separated from the rest of their players, especially in particular the vanguards, right? The bulwarks just weren't saving them from path duo. So I do look at that, and I think the pace, the composition, kind of being on that flyer comp, not that that's a bad choice. Flyer comp, a very strong composition, but when Twisty was on the torch, you look at like, where's the value for the rest of your team right here? Like, yeah, he's pumping a ton of damage, but you're not really able to contest Monkmudda. You're not able to just remove them from the field, and if anything, Monkmudda is contesting you on the torch.
So what's the change up here? I mean, was the draft phase? Do you think they got dominated there for the side of Insomnia, ZP? Like, do you think that was the reason why it was so dominant, or like, because you were talking about Torch and how good that hero is, but unfortunately in this case, I guess it just didn't pan out.
I mean, I'm just wondering, with Insomnia, how comfortable they actually feel on the Torch right now, because I feel like when a team is really locked in on Torch, you just see, okay, Supernova's up, and you're immediately going to convert into multiple eliminations right on after, effectively. But sometimes you get into this era where you have a bunch of games where, something like Torch is seen as like really high meta-wise, and you don't get to pick it because it's always getting first banned. And then finally you go, oh, we can now play the hero that's really high meta-wise. Wait, are we actually good on this hero? Do we feel good about our execution on it? And it felt like for getting the ability to play the Torch comp, the execution was a little bit lacking, just because, I mean, we saw, in the fights, usually the very best Torches in the game are also going to convert, an open sky into picks into the neutral at least some of the time. But for Twisty, it was a rough going. And also, I mean, Twisty was getting dragged into these, backroom brawls with Monkmudda at the same time. It just... for me, I think if you're going to invest in Torch, you're going to use your early protect on Torch, you need to get significant value out of the player that's playing Torch, and you didn't quite seem to have those moments coming out here from Insomnia.
Yeah, I think everything you laid out there is perfect. And speaking of which, we're going to another domination up next on Celestial Husk Vast. When we go into this map, are we going to change up the strategy a little bit? I mean, we've already getting rid of Mantis and Ultron and stuff for both sides. I mean, neither want to play against Triple Strategist, although, we did see Triple Strategist get played in the last map, but I guess it wasn't the strongest ones necessarily because of, the fact that, we had the Mantis getting removed, and same thing with Ultron. I don't know. What are your thoughts going into Celestial Husk?
I think it's still pretty open. You have a lot of opportunities. I think if you're going to try to force the flyer composition again for Insomnia, that's where you maybe need to take a look, because the real issue, and we talked about it too, is that it's about the resource split at times when you're playing those flyer heavy compositions. Also why you see like Ultron enter there is like the ability to pocket your flyers and to keep yourself up while being able to appeal for your backline for some of those aggressive comps, especially with how I think consistent Captain America play has been recently, and the ability to just keep that pressure on your backline. So I do think that for Insomnia, at least, I think there's a wide open realm of what you can play. But if you're going to go back to the flyers, maybe you try to prioritize like, okay, let's try to save Ultron potentially, right? Let's try to have an option where we can have Ultron, who's a very strong flyer in their own right, but also a ton of sustain, a ton of damage. You can pump that out in addition to the torch if you're going to play that. That's really, I think, where they're falling apart a bit, in that their composition was more so they just couldn't properly keep their backline of their strategists plus the duelists alive there up in the air. And that's where I think in general all business was just taking advantage of their strategists back and just splitting them, getting those picks. So I don't think they have to change much in terms of strategy, because I think there's nothing super map specific here. It's like I said, wide open. It's more so, how are we going to execute the comp we're going to play?
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the times we see, like when Groot comes out, I mean, usually like teams go like Wolverine, no? But neither team wanted to play Wolverine there in that case.
No, I mean, it was working. I mean, there's no reason for all business to do it, right, ZP? I feel like they seemed like it was just working there. Was there even a reason, you think, for them to go Wolverine?
No, I mean, you have the age-old adage of, look, if what you're doing is working, you don't actually need to change things until you're forced to actually change things up. Now, in terms of changes I'd like to see have Insomnia, look, Monk Mudda was causing a lot of problems with you, to the point that, again, you had a moment where your Torch player was going through portals to fight, Monk Mudda, way away from the actual battle. So maybe as you're like looking to reformulate as we head into another domination map in Celestial Husk, maybe you switch things around here, make the Psylocke a higher priority ban, make Monk Mudda shift onto something else at a very minimum, and trying to change up things that didn't work for you in the last map, and emphasize maybe some of the things that did. So I wouldn't be too surprised against this draft to see that be a change up coming from Insomnia.
And I think an interesting point of Marvel Rivals as we enter the draft phase, the most interesting part, and I'll pose this to ZP, it feels like in this game you can't feed. Dying is even more punishing. I don't know, what's your perspective? Why is that in this game? Like some of these characters, like you said with Mudda, he was just never going down on Psylocke because he was so evasive.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting in Rivals. I think Rivals as a game has a little bit less access to burst damage, barring a handful of characters. So there's only a few characters that, without the aid of ultimates, are actually going to be taking people out, in most cases, barring, a really bad positional mistake. So, a lot of the cast just isn't capable of it. So even if you are playing something like a Psylocke from Monk Mudda, there's only a few things you have to worry about in terms of actually getting taken out for the comp that Insomnia was running.
Early bans coming out. Avast. We have the Ultron Adam Warlock removed for the side of Insomnia. Same thing, I think, as the last one. And Eludus No Protect, all business, exact same situation for them, protecting the Mantis, getting rid of it, and also Ultron and Adam Warlock.
Yeah, and I think this is a smart ban, though, because a ban on the Psylocke, so there was no Protect, so they're going to force Monk Mudda off that. And then they were like, okay, maybe we try to play Protect a Torch again. You see them hovering it. Obviously, we don't know yet. But ZP, you talked about, like, let's get Monk Mudda potentially off the Psylocke. And I think that's what they're going to do early. It's a good pick, something to get them off it. But I definitely do look at that, and I look at all businesses bans, and they're still just like, yeah, we really don't want you to play triple strategist still, right? Like, we still really don't want that opportunity. So I feel like for all business, they're probably going to have something else in the back pocket that they can put Monk Mudda on. It's just a question of, like, are they going to feel as comfortable as they were on the Psylocke, which has been a pretty signature hero for them.
Yeah, as I'm looking at here, I do wonder. So you look at the bans that we had the first time around for Insomnia, right? Where it's like, okay, they've now decided we're going to get rid of the Psylocke. Well, what is now available? All business they want, they can run a Torch of their own. So it could be Torch Mirror coming up in turn. We'll see where that ends up going. But that is the penalty for saying, Monk Mudda, you don't get to play Psylocke this time around.
Yeah, it does always seem like it's a risk reward, right? You banned out also the Hulk too. I mean, to get rid of that Namor team up, right? That could definitely be something that all business now can't run.
Yeah, it's very you look at it and you see it kind of feels like that for Insomnia, if they're gonna still try to save flyers but also remove like Hulk, remove Psylocke, they're like, we want to play perhaps a more poke style here with our flyers. We want to play a little bit slower potentially. We don't want to have to deal with Namor as well. They can duel them, or the Psylocke in particular for Monk Mudda. So for all business, it's kind of a question of, considering that they protected both the Mantis and the Luna Snow, will they try to force a triple strategist, or are they going to try to play like a very aggressive dive style still, which I think they can when Mantis is on the field because you can pocket those duelists. So there are some options still very much available for, I think, all business to kind of play that style we saw on the first map.
Well, map number 2 coming up. ZP, what do you think on these two teams so far? Just on map number 1, early takes, Insomnia and all business. What are your first thoughts on both these lineups? I mean, it's like you said, roster mania shifted under EMEA, and we've already seen at least some of them compete already in map number 1.
I mean, aside from the obvious of Monk Mudda having a really good map, I think the thing that's a little bit worrying to me for Insomnia is that it's never a good sign in Rivals if you're giving up a ton of picks in the neutral, just because it really limits the amount of actual good fights you can have. And I'm curious if that's going to change at all, if that was just Psylocke based, or it's still going to be an issue going into this next round.
All right, map number 2. Take it away, gents.
Well, that's taking a look. We're wondering if there's going to be a flyer mirror. There's going to be a flyer mirror as Demon takes to the air on the torch.
Yeah, but we do have sort of a double flyer situation, right? Because we have a Torch and Phoenix, who is pretty mobile herself. As Monkmata here on the Winter Soldier comparatively is, it booped off that high ground. So the high ground fight going pretty decently here for Insomnia. But, you have the Magneto, Patsy Will, very common hero for them, just take them up. But okay, first pick goes way of all business.
Yeah, I mean, Isidore was just able to get to the back, apply a little bit of extra pressure to Line Pro, and you lose a strategist that early in the fight, and you just see the health bars go to the wayside. The rest of all business gets to casually walk forward, and Insomnia, it's all they can do to retreat.
So now first cap for all business. No huge ults built up just yet, just because it was a relatively quick fight. But you do have to remark on the fact that, like, losing a pick this early, like you talked about, ZP, a neutral in Rivals is very uncommon at the top level, just because there's so much sustain and there's so little just super strong bursts that can burn through that sustain. As Nocta now, actually, so Insomnia leveraging the fact that they can play Namor Hulk here, so they're going to have that team up. They're going to have some of those monster spawns coming on up here to deal with the pressure from all business.
Only downside is that they have to do this on the attack. I mean, Namor usually a little bit more effective if you win first fight, but if they can get back in and actually get set up with the monster response, it's not bad. Certainly something that Team 1 was favoring with players like Naga. But Insomnia right now needs to take this fight relatively quickly. Nocta able to find Closar. Massive early pick here for Insomnia, but answered in turn by Blacksow on the Emma, finding 2, and that immediately takes the wind out of Insomnia's sails. And why?
Well, they commit the ult?
Luna ult late into the fight. Like, why? It doesn't feel good.
No, it feels really bad. And what feels even worse, too, is that all business, we remarked upon the fact that they had protected the Mantis here. So they've been playing this whole round a double strategist lineup of Luna Mantis. The heals are not very high. They're really going for like a super heavy burst damage with a pocket on the duelist there from those flowers. And I think it's just working so well for them. But Insomnia, they're hoping that with this Namor, they can maybe sustain a bit better, deal with the lack of healing from all business.
Insomnia forced out to use the invisible barrier pretty early into the fight after using Luna ult, basically after the last fight was over. And all business now, way better ult tempo, pushing the issue. Demon getting up close and personal here with the Supernova, but maybe a little bit too much. Monkbata gets caught out here on the Winter Soldier. And Insomnia, well, they lose relaxing, and overall all business still setting the pace. Passivo ends up getting burned down, and the first round decisively in favor of all business. And to me, I just gotta go back to that Luna ult towards the end, the second fight where it was over, Vast. It was completely over. You have 2 people eliminated, and Luna says, it's time to dance. It was decisively not the time to dance.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking at this map here right now, and especially when you look at the backline, like all business, they really shouldn't have as much business, as corny as that sounds, sustaining and surviving as much as they are with their strategist backline. It's so dependent on this damage, just pocketing those duelists and just getting in really aggressively. And especially with Insomnia swapping over to the Hulk Namor, they should have a lot more sustain there from the shields, from the monster spawns to be able to survive that. And they're just not. They're just kind of falling over. And I think that's more so than the core of the issue. You see Luna, obviously just an unfortunate Luna from Relaxing Sky. But the bigger problem is still the fact that they're just not winning any fights. They're not winning any fights, and they're not able to take advantage of the fact that all business doesn't have that much sustain.
Also, before ults even come into play, in terms of just neutral back and forth, Insomnia, they're giving up picks. I mean, Line Pro got focused down between Isidore and I think Monkmata, and it already set a bad tone. Now, Insomnia coming in here, they do have a bit of an advantage if they recognize it. Twisty opens up the Supernova. Not going to be contested by anything by all business because nothing's built up. So in theory, this is a big advantage, but Nocta able to get 1 off the power from the Supernova and the distraction. So early pick, 1 off the Supernova should be enough to give them first control of the point.
Oh, the chasing after the Captain America, the little gnat inside your home buzzing around. There he goes. There's Captain Gnat buzzing around the map. And Insomnia there, you definitely called it though. They recognized the advantage. They had the Supernova early, so Twisty you could use that to their advantage. There wasn't anything to really sustain for all business. So first cap goes away for Insomnia. Now all business is looking for the recontest, but their ults are coming on up.
I mean, they could open with the raw Soul Resurgence. Don't necessarily know if they would in this instance, as Demon, though, just goes over, finds Forever, and just like that, all business. Working at a man advantage. Insomnia gonna have to drop the boundary to try and bring this back. Now Soul Resurgence can be dropped in turn. All business looking for another. Monkvada isolates Line Pro, and boundary or not, all business getting the crucial picks they need. Xenos, though, getting caught on the back end side. Maybe not completely over here for Insomnia. Luna ult popped again a little bit later into the fight while down players. But Monkvada, cracking impact, looking to put it away, needs to get the reset.
Dodged!
Ends up falling down. No, not able to finish.
Very big dodge there from Relaxing Sky, and gets away, finds a pick. So now Insomnia still, they have pretty good sustain here on the point, but you see there's gonna be Seduction invested for Black, so likely gonna clean it up here. Yeah, it is, but it's getting to around 60% there on the cap for Insomnia. Burn some late ults too from Black, so I feel like you can be relatively happy about that fight there for Insomnia.
I mean, especially how it's been going on, you know, the last 3 rounds we've seen. I mean, overall, pretty big win for Insomnia, but what they need here is objective for Insomnia. Don't give up any picks before ults are invested. Like, if all business is gonna win this next fight, at least have it be done off the back of investment. Demon, open up the Supernova here, but this is more of a zoning Supernova, where you look at this fight, Insomnia hadn't full engaged here yet. It's buying a bit of time.
Yeah, not quite the same hit as Supernova from Chaperone. That one's for people who love Chaperone out there, but I do think right now, currently for Insomnia, the engage happens. Great find there. Lockdown, gonna hit. Unable to punish the Demon just yet, but they are gonna get that Fatal with Worlds, and now for Insomnia, they can come out in. There's a lot of ults burned.
Forever Meteor M gets it. Gets close hard early on. One strategist down. Insomnia, a much better engage after waiting out the Supernova. Forever finding a little bit of room here just with neutral attacks on to the point. And even Nocta falling towards the end. Insomnia still working at a big advantage. And, you know, now the question is, do they... Okay, they do have to use the barrier. They didn't like where it's going. They said, okay, we're going to use barrier, secure this out. But should be able to get the retake here if they play in and around the barrier. But all business trying to delay. Just, I don't know how much is left of the tank.
A disgusting fight there from all business. I mean, Insomnia, I mean, they have pick advantage. They should be okay. And I mean, all business are just going to keep throwing ults here just to get it to 90, get it to 99, which is fine for them. But that is a disgusting fight here for all business, considering that they were forcing ults when Insomnia had picks, even, and Nos was able to get a pick while in the middle of the Soul Resurgence. So I just think that just shouldn't happen. And the fact they haven't cleaned up still right now, this is great for all business.
Nocta, the whale, blows the horn, finds Closar, and Insomnia in a really nice spot here for the retake. Now, note, all business has been in control of the point this entire time, so it's been a long fight that Insomnia has been winning, but not something that's been helping them progress-wise.
Relaxing Sky having to pop that at the end there too, right? So they committed the Horn of Proteus plus the Fatal with Worlds. I mean, there's just that it's just crazy how much all business forced with so little in that fight coming off the Soul Resurgence. So now Insomnia, I mean, they're just not in that good of a position when you think about the amount of damage all business are bringing to the field, also the amount of ults that are coming up soon. Like, this is going to be a very, very hard fight.
Could be a map-winning fight here from all business. I put them up 2-0, one map away from the money match. Insomnia, they're looking to even this out, to not have to go for the reverse sweep. This is a fight they must win. Passwell can open things up here with Hulk Ult, Forever, Meteor M ready to go. Low HP, looking for it, connects, finds Xenos. Big early pick here from Insomnia as they're looking for a little bit of room to work with. Line Pro, early invisible boundary dropped in response to the Supernova. Demon right now getting pressured. Nocta, Dover looking for it, finds it, takes down Demon. Back here over onto that point. And Nocta takes down Blackso, doesn't let the Seduction do much of its work. And overtime ticking on down as Insomnia, they really do recover Avast.
Yeah, and a much better look from Insomnia there. I think the Hulk Namor swap worked out perfectly, much better for them. They were getting a lot more pressure across the board. The bubbles to make sure they could deny the value from some of the front line, and just the burst that comes out from all business when they're running kind of that lower sustained comp. Really, really worked out. Passio on the Hulk, I think, was a good pick, even though, you know, we've loved their Magneto. And so far, just a much better look in general for Insomnia. And I think this is something they can sustain. And now for all business, they have to maybe think, like, do we try to keep playing this, like, very bursty, lower sustained strategist comp? Or do we maybe just swap it up a bit? It was really, really tight there, neck and neck. So I don't necessarily think they have to. But I do think Insomnia has made the right adjustments.
Oh, yeah, we had a little bit of commentary coming on in where, you know, just Dustin watching from the host role going, like, what is this backline? You know, Dustin, well, while we're waiting for the gates to open, what do you guys say about a Mantis Luna backline?
I don't know, man. It definitely is impressive. I think Avast actually called it out round number 1. I mean, like, they were just getting picks in neutrals where you can't really do that in this game. But now, I don't know, round 2, they're able to come back now because of the lack of healing. So I guess anything's still up in the air this round number 3, considering Insomnia, like you called out earlier too, Avast, is that this Hulk Namor is looking good.
Twisty.
Yeah, I'm kind of a genius.
I needed to stop glazing this guy.
Yeah, okay. You know, well, let's focus on what's happening right now. A little bit of a torch back and forth. Twisty, hang on to Supernova, not popping it. Isidore can open things up with the Freedom Rush here for all business. And Demon, a little bit of blood in the water here, but Twisty finds Monkmata. Demon in return on Nocta. Both teams down 1 here. Both torches finding a little bit to work with. 5 on 5. Demon, though, over to the ground, gets one more. And now looking real nice here for all business on the first fight of the final round.
And I think this is kind of like the worst case scenario, and what you really don't want to see for Insomnia is like when you lose these early fights, when there's not a lot of ults on the board, like this is where all business looks their best. Now you come into this and you have a ton of ults, you can't lose this fight. If you lose this fight, considering your extra sustain, your comp that's built around dealing with some of this extra pressure and having more health pool, then you're in a really, really bad situation. So they really need to do that. But I mean, look at this from Demon. Demon's putting much pressure.
Whoa! Just barely gets saved by the invisible boundary. That would have been a ridiculous pick in the neutral. All business. Solar Surge is going to get used. Insomnia working on a big bank. Nocta, Isidore. The Pest has been taken down. And now 6 on 5. Closar going to drop the Fate of Both Worlds here, and it's not enough to save Xenos. So everything going the way of Insomnia here, but they are burning in turn. Meteor M here used by Forever. Horn dropped. No connection, but the cleanup should go the way of Insomnia.
Should be that slow cleanup like you called. Now a lot invested there, but in return getting the cat, burn some stuff out of all business, so you can be pretty happy with that. All you have to deal with really is worrying about, okay, we have a Supernova. If they're tracking, they'll probably know they're gonna have to deal with the cap ult too, but they have options to sustain, build themselves up, run away from that a bit. Monkmata here on the Phoenix. So now choosing to have the Phoenix to just have a little bit more sustain as well, be able to duel effectively, be a little bit more mobile at times. So like the swap there.
Isidore opened up here at the Freedom Rush. Insomnia, ooh, Demon off the Supernova, immediately finds Line Pro. Line Pro, the strategist of choice for all business to go after. 2 picks, and they just get to leisurely walk onto the point here, Vest. Not going to be much resistance now.
Yeah, and that, I mean, unfortunately, just not able to back up to get away from that danger, right, when they didn't have a huge ult bank. And it's one of those situations, again, for Insomnia, where this is like the core problem when they're playing to this comp, is that there's so much damage for all business that, especially when they're coming in, they don't have a lot on the bank. That's when they're scariest. And for Insomnia, if you're going to play this much higher sustain comp, and they have these bubbles, have these bulwarks, you need to be able to live through that aggression. They just haven't been able to do it yet. Now, they are going to walk in here with soon to be 2 strategist ults plus the Hornet Proteus. So this is a great opportunity, and also, I mean, last fight territory.
Kind of early invisible boundary being used here from Insomnia. I mean, you look at the point, it's quite far off the point. I don't know.
They were so afraid of getting picked. I think they were so afraid of getting picked there, or maybe like they just popped it early.
Yeah, I mean, that invisible boundary, honestly, just kind of thrown into the ether. Now, down the strategist ult, they're going to use Fate of Both Worlds, move on in, and pray that something happens from Forever. Instead, Meteor M coming up first here by Black Cell finds 1. However, the answer is there from Forever. Both teams down 1 in turn. And now 5 on 5. Insomnia starting to bleed a little bit. Monkmata finding 1 off the Phoenix to the side. Demon, plenty of room to work with here. Looking for the Magneto, just needs a little bit more. Gets it. And all business about to go up 2-0 over Insomnia. Just a little bit cleaner on the ult economy, and the Supernova spells the end. All business up 2-0.
No sustain needed, just pick a no heal only frag. No heal only frag. That's the all business model right now, because they are currently playing just some very, very aggressive, just damage heavy compositions with not a lot of heals, and it's just overwhelming Insomnia. They just can't deal with it. I mean, there was a double flyer situation, and you even saw the marking that was taking place between when you saw Isidore going in again and Demon following up just even on the torch, just keeping that pressure on. And it's so crucial there for the all business comp to just continually pump out damage and find early picks, and I think that's where Insomnia just struggled across the board even with those adjustments. Well,
What a map. Number 2, all business go up 2-0. Go to map point. ZP and Avast, fantastic job, by the way. But man, that was so incredibly unique, no? Like, have we seen this sort of backline of Mantis and Luna Snow, especially on domination? It feels like it shouldn't work, no?
Not all that often, but I mean, look, when you play the Mantis, you get more options to get some burst damage in. And I mean, clearly, we saw the level of fear from Insomnia on giving up picks early in that very last fight where Invisible Boundary gets dropped by Line Pro, but you look at the point, it's not near the point. It's about 2 invisible boundaries away from the point. And it was just really tough because you look at all business and they just kind of say, okay, and walk back a little bit. They don't have to fight Insomnia in an invisible boundary that is that far away from the point. But I think the only reason why that boundary went down was some of the pressure that all business was able to continually put out.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it's such a unique composition, and I think that going back to it, I mean, Avast, this guy, Demon, in the air was just pure dominance.
Yeah, I mean, it was just constantly just showing up, dueling. Both the Insomnia duelist players, just making sure that they aren't able to like move at all, pretty much, and just keeping the pressure on them. I mean, you saw what ZP was talking about right there, where Line Pro pops that early invisible boundary. He literally was just like, I'm so freaking scared, man. I'm so freaking scared. Like there's so much damage being pumped out, and Demon definitely taking advantage of the fact of just all that, you know, the extra burst damage given to him from the Mantis too, and just really the duelists overall for all business continuing to just keep that pressure on across the board in combination with the Sidor there on Captain Nat America, as I like to call him, just making
Captain
sure they always have to
America.
turn.
And then with ZP, you called that out, man. I mean, like, can you really blame the backline though? Like, can you blame them for like what you guys were saying about these, you know, incredibly high burst windows? Can you blame the backline for even popping ults so far away if you're that scared?
No, because the one thing worse than popping the ult early is being the guy who dies with ult before the fight even begins. So there is a lesser of the two evils there. Obviously, it's not great if you're in the strategist role and you end up, going, oh, I'm about to fall here. I'm going to get eliminated. I need to pop my ult now. It leaves you in a very tough spot. But also, you don't want to be the person that is also on the ground right at the final fight with ult, just sitting there unused, right? So it's always that tension in decision making, and it clearly just shows the level of pressure that all business has been applying to Insomnia.
It does not seem like it's a fun time to play strategist when you're against Demon on the opposite side. Now we're going over to Symbiotic Surface, so we're staying in the realm of the symbiotes. Avast, now we finally get to go to Convergence, right? Do you think this sort of gives Insomnia some breathing room now that we're moving over off of Domination, because it can be so quick on Domination?
Yes, but it doesn't solve the issue, you know? There are going to be more fights. And I think with Domination in particular, especially because how that ebb and flow works when you're playing those super burst heavy, less sustained comps like that Mantis Luna that we saw, you'd have to worry about winning less fights. You have to worry about taking less fights. You're just like, oh yeah, we're going to play for like our win conditions across these like 4 fights essentially. They're going to occur throughout a Domination. Convergence, you're typically going to have a little bit more options. You're going to have some more setup. You have ability to even sustain that damage more because you have more geometry typically to work around as you're like rotating. But it still doesn't change the overarching issue here of like, if you're just getting, out-fragged and out-pressured, you're probably still going to lose. So that still needs to be solved here for Insomnia.
Yeah, it feels like the puzzle almost, ZP, is like you have to get rid of the backline because there's no healing, right? Or the healing for the backline is going to be rough, right? For the Mantis, Luna Snow backline. But how do you even get rid of the backline when you're damage boosting a freaking torch and also giving him the snowflake and then you just killing your backline?
Yeah, I think there's a problem here, right? Is that, their back line may be a little bit weaker. Let's put more pressure on, take it out. But it's difficult to go on offense when you are continually on the defense, and how these fights have sort of worked out. So, yeah, I mean, in theory, there's a weakness to what all business is running, but do you have the wherewithal to actually exploit it? And the answer to that so far has been no. And all business has been way too good at just creating this pressure that's made Insomnia look a little bit sloppy, which, by the way, is an accomplishment in of itself. Insomnia is not a bad team. This is a team that's qualified for Ignite. They're going to be in the stage 2 for EMEA. Like, they're a solid team, but if you are dealing with this level of pressure, it can make you look way more amateur than you actually are. And it's less you and more so the other team just really playing at that high level.
And now we're entering map point, right? I mean, this team, like you said, brand new roster for Insomnia to kind of come through, and kind of the same thing for All Business. But I think we've definitely have been impressed with what All Business is able to do. Like you said, ZP, it's just they've made Insomnia look amateurish at times. Now, it was a closer map number 2, so I'm assuming that does bode well for them going into Symbiotic Surface, right?
Bodes decently. But ZP is looking at some technical issues right now. That's why he's looking at some technical issues, which are likely stemming from my internet. But he's absorbed.
Like, what is going on here?
He's absorbed in that. But I think it does bode well. But at the end of the day, I think if we don't see a reversal of the trends that have been happening so far in the series for Insomnia, it's not looking particularly good for them to close out the series. And I think that's like the end all be all here, is that we just need to see them be doing more across the board and keeping their backline alive and actually punishing All Business a bit more heavily, because so far they just don't feel like they've been punished at all.
Off the rep, we're getting rid of the Mantis and Ultron again, so exact same ban phase. And you're talking about trends. I mean, this has been the trend so far, keeping Luna Snow protected, getting rid of Adam Warlock on the opposite side. Feels very similar to the previous maps that we've seen.
Well, one big difference coming in from Insomnia this time around, or wait, never mind, this is All Business. The bans, it always, going from top to bottom and then left to right is always a throw. It's like, oh, wait, Insomnia banned the Mantis. they did not ban the Mantis. They've gotten rid of the Ultron again. So it is going to be more of the same. And I mean, really, it just kind of brings things down a little bit more, the execution. Obviously, it's going to be different, heading to a completely different game mode relative to where we were at before. But I'll be honest, I am a little bit worried for Insomnia, because if it's more of the same, it's going to be a pretty swift sweep for All Business.
I mean, it looks like Insomnia changing it up again, right? They got rid of Psylocke last time. This time, Captain America. And we did see some Cap, so that, I guess, is a deviation.
Yeah, Nat America, I mean, they've been playing a lot of Cap so far throughout this whole series, so I do think that's been kind of a big part of the All Business plan, because if you're playing a very dive or like pokey or like engagey style, Cap America, he's so sustainable, right? He sustains all the time. He's green, he's clean energy. It's tough to get rid of him. And also, he's really good at putting the pressure on your backline, which has been a consistent problem for Insomnia too. And his ult essentially works as another strategist ult to a degree. So I do think that, like, he does bring a lot to teams that are very, very aggressive. So an interesting way to remove that. And also, I think protecting Loki here to make sure that maybe you can still play Loki, because this is pre-nerf Loki. This isn't Loki where he's 80%, and also they reduce the duration of his ult and things like that. This is still a very, very strong Loki, which is in the past been pretty decent as long as you're coordinated at dealing with, very engage heavy teams.
Yeah, that's the deviation we're going to see in this upcoming map, ZP, and both teams get the Loki Luna. That's interesting. Usually we see protect and ban on opposite sides, right? But we're going to have a mirror matchup, at least in the backline, it seems.
I love how no matter how much changes in the Rivals metas overall, I mean, maybe it'll be different in the Season 4. We'll see later today when NA plays. But, through the first 3 seasons, everything around it in terms of Vanguards and Duelists may change. But strategist-wise, hey, if we can run Loki Luna, we're going to run ourselves some Loki Luna, because you know what's better than 1 Luna ult? 2 Luna ults. Yeah,
it's so annoying when you have to deal with that, for sure. Heading into it, though, we do have, I think, actually, did Mantis make it through on both sides as well? So that's going to be maybe something we have to look forward to, considering, like in that last map, I mean, a unique composition that you could play on a domination game. Now we head to Convergence. I don't know, like, you could potentially run that back line again, but you will be, like you said, against Loki Luna and have to deal with 2 Luna ults. So that might be tough. I don't know.
Yeah, not looking great, I think, but also still tons of room to optimize. I really do think removing the Captain America here, removing that little buzzing guy yelling liberty and freedom and stuff like that, that's going to be potentially one of the larger things that changes a bit of the tempo for this. And what Insomnia have dealt with so heavily and have trouble dealing with is that pressure from that in particular comes from Captain America. But obviously there's still other options on the board. And for a map like this, Symbiotic Service, oftentimes you even see just like more of these like Groot level compositions, which you see All Business already, I mean, potentially going to be playing.
Well, can they do it? Insomnia, map point in the first of 3. Take it away, ZP and Avast.
Well, there's going to be All Business attacking here. So unless All Business gets full held, it's not going to be necessarily a super short map. There's always the risk where if it was Insomnia that was attacking first, it'd be like, oh, Insomnia, you've been full held. I guess it's over. Which is, by the way, Rivals one of the more variable games in terms of runtime.
So this time it's Passio trying to do a little bit of Captain America action. You see the wall, the freeze, or rather the lockdown comes on out, not able to get him. Playing around the edges of the, okay, Twisty getting found there. There's the engage coming out from all business, taking 2 down immediately. 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is super decisive. And again, no ults, no problem. And Monkmata free to run the Psylocke once more to relatively devastating results. I mean, you don't get a first point attack quicker than what we just saw here. And I mean, again, Vest, this is a map where first point holds are not that uncommon. So to just run through the defenders with ease, it's grim tidings for Insomnia.
Look at Passio here on the Captain America, where like obviously not necessarily a bad pick, but like look what they need to do to mimic a fraction of our power, says all business. Because I do think like this is a situation where they're trying to apply that pressure, and while they're doing it, they just completely get outflanked. You saw just the overall just engage from all business. They completely surrounded them on all sides. They had no map control despite playing like a Captain America and a Magneto, who are both good at fighting those flanks.
Passio running for dear life. Monkmata just clearing things out around the convoy here. No real need to do anything else. Dive though maybe coming in soon. Insomnia, just look at the poke damage that's coming out. Everyone is super low before a single ult has been used in all business. Their bank is good to go. Nothing used here though in turn. And again, Relaxing Sky coming in with the cloned Luna ult, but it's a little bit late in the process. One already down. An equalizing pick though does come out. 5 on 5. Closar could go for a fate of both worlds of his own. Blacksow using the opportunity to get onto Relaxing Sky in all business. Only Luna ult being used here so far, and it may be all that's needed. Twisty though, coming in with the Supernova. More ult exchanges gonna come out here. All business. Second strategist ult out in turn. Not gonna fall to the flames here just yet. Insomnia looking for the Meteor M. Anything to slow down this push, but the Meteor M not gonna connect.
And the fight still ongoing. Captain America just giving a little bit more sustain for Insomnia, but now they're officially out. They have nothing left in the bank. All business gonna try to run on forward here, but okay. Isidore popping that Hulk smash immediately, getting just taken out of his Hulk mech, his organic mech essentially. And now all business just sitting here waiting for the poke, trying to find something, but it's Isidore gonna go down there in puny banner form.
Yeah, I mean, one pickoff gonna be leading to another. Insomnia finally able to slow down this, what has been a relentless all business attack. I mean, you take a look at it right now, Vast. 3.5 minutes left to go, nearly at second. You're pretty happy with this level of pacing that they've set here so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fast. This is also, I mean, pretty much every point here of symbiotic surface is tough to cap. There's no like easy cap point here in the map. So I do think that you look at this like, oh, they got stopped. That's great. But it's like, yeah, but you should expect them to get stopped at some point here on a map like this, and a convergence map like this. So Insomnia now setting back up here. They are going to have this is strategy results, fatal board for Line Pro coming back up. They're going to have some options here as all business look to set up this really long rotate again, which I like. I think that's something that all business has been doing really well, is making sure to just try to fight for more advantageous positions, remove Insomnia from those higher ground positions.
Also, it's using the time to your advantage when you're working with a quick time and a little bit more room to work with on the second point. Supernova popped pretty early here by Twisty. Gonna fade here in just a second, and forever caught out. All business, they just dive in post Luna ult, isolate out the front line, horn blown. And all business right now. Gonna get the convoy moving here in a moment. Line Pro looking to slow it down. Fate of both worlds for Insomnia. Nocta though bursted. Monkmata just got to the back. Blink and you miss it. And now all business working at the advantage once more. Isidore able to get to the back, and the eliminations coming in fast and furious in favor of all business.
An expensive fight, but still Monkmata holds on to the Dance of the Butterfly too, and they're gonna get some late picks, which is great for them there, because they're gonna just be able to full cap this, keep it going. Insomnia, they might want to try to touch if Passio wants to commit like an ult, but I mean, it's pretty risky considering that they already have this much time. Yeah, I don't think it's even worth it. Passio sees that, it's like, no, never mind. And now all business, they made it through second. A really good fight for them there. Just pretty much a good trade of the ult, and holding on to Monkmata's Dance of the Butterfly too means that for Insomnia, their backline, they're gonna have to be a little scared, right? You could see an engage potentially coming out here, especially with the whole Monkmata and Isidore there on the flank, just gonna be fighting together.
See Monkmata, who's been public enemy #1 for Insomnia to deal with, just able to rotate in and out. Dance of the Butterfly ready to go. Still a very quick time here for all business. 2.5 minutes. And Monkmata to the back. Time to dance, looking for the isolation. Finds 1, 2, 3! Easily cutting through Insomnia, and this is going to set them up one more fight to set a blisteringly fast time. on Symbiotic Surface.
And I mean, Insomnia, they do have ults, they have some options, and they only really have to worry about the Horn of Proteus coming out from All Business in terms of just immediate pickoffs. But you see, All Business, they're so aggressive here in the spawn, taking the off angles, trying to just find someone early, which would have been their motto been for the whole series so far. They're going to force Insomnia to pop that capital a little early.
Pass low, looking to do anything to slow things down here. Freedom Rush used, Closar not really liking the pressure again, drop the Fate of Both Worlds, but as this goes on, Monkmata just goes to the back, but okay, Forever evens it out. Meteor M gets 2, and that will give Insomnia some badly needed space.
A little bit of breathing room here for Insomnia. Off the ults, having to use all 3 of them just to make it out of spawn. Line Pro, though, gonna find a late pick 2 on Demon, which is actually big, because that's gonna bring back another like 10-15 seconds on the board here. Insomnia, if they want, they can get a little aggressive in their positioning. And if they've seen this, they know that Closar use the Fate of Both Worlds. This is an opportunity for them to just try to commit maybe like the Supernova early and force out Nos ult, that God of Mischief. They need to just take some aggressive positioning or just do something here to force out the ult before the fight really begins.
At the very least, you don't want to get full capped here. If you could stop it where it's at right now, you have a chance. Pass well right now, though. Just a little bit of frontline footsies, but may have bit off more. They could shoot 200 HP. Is able to get away, and while that goes on, Nocta finds a little bit of room on the Phoenix, gets a pick on the Demon, and that's certainly going to be slowing down All Business, where, yeah, you got the ults, but you don't really want to use them just yet, not while down 1.
Captain Nat America, unfortunately, getting frozen there. Monkmata going to commit the ult, take something out, just going to back on up now. And for All Business, their goal is just leave, look to re-engage here with some of the ults they have on board. They do have the Horn of Proteus. They do have, obviously, the Hulk Smash, so they have options. They have options here to just commit, play it slow. As Forever getting, I mean, they're gonna, yeah, exactly. They're gonna have to use that God of Mischief to keep them up.
Luna ult v Luna ult in place right now, but not gonna be much left for Insomnia once it is faded. Ensong Inferno used. Everyone's still absolutely okay. Isidore, though, finding Twisty, but there's Forever again, being the equalizer. Another double Meteor M, and he has really been the savior for Insomnia on this point.
And Patsy will still hold on to the ult for this post fight. They're going to have a little bit of sustain from that as well. So not looking too bad here for Insomnia's Black. So though goes to the Strengthening Prison. They had the crystals available. They have what they needed. There it is. Captain America ult 2 just to give them a little bit extra sustain. So they're going to live through that here, ZP. And now it's a long drawn out brawl. Just hoping they don't go down. All Business getting close to some bank.
Monkmata, Dancing Butterfly is up. Gonna look to put this one away. Over in. What's gonna be cut down? Well, there's one there. As All Business. Now, 2 members of Insomnia down, looking to get that last little bit to finish out the map here in overtime. They need a bit more, they get it. But credit to Insomnia to whittle away what could have been an overwhelming time bank.
Definitely some good adjustments. I think this map, being on Convergence, gives them a little bit more breathing room, like we talked about before the map started, compared to Domination. But All Business, I mean, they still look really, really confident, ZP. They're winning a lot of these very crucial duels. They're forcing out ults from Insomnia a little bit earlier. So I do think when you still look at that, it's kind of scary. It's a little scary, especially when we consider first point how fast it went down. And even second was not like a brutal slog for them.
All right, so heading into the next set of rounds, the course is clear for Insomnia. They need to complete the map to get us into extra rounds. Should they get held up at any point, it will be All Business moving forward to go against the still defending champions from Ignite Stage 1 in the midseason LAN in Team 1. Not an easy task at all. Fun fact, though, in terms of roster stuff, if you haven't been keeping up on roster comings and goings in the scene, Melio has officially left Team 1. And it is going to be Jerky taking his place, and Crisis has joined the team. So a bit of a roster shuffle on the Team 1, but you know it does raise some interesting questions.
Look at the tech. Speaking of questions, I think they're going to do it, ZP. I think they're going to do. They might do the portal. Yeah, look at this. They're putting down all the spider mines, and we saw this previously. They're doing the portal mine tech here, hoping to blow up one person, but they're all playing clustered together, so they can have like a crystal, so they can have the options to live. Here it comes. No one going to get caught. All Business being pretty aware of that fact. I think they were watching for it. Now you see the fight happening here on the stairs.
And instead, Monkmata able to get the immediate pick on the Relaxing Sky. And actually just going wild, playing around the portal. May as well be invisible from the angles Monkmata is taking. So the portal engage does not pay off, and already, I mean, about a minute going to be taken off the clock, and absolutely no progress here so far for Insomnia.
Sometimes you get a little cutesy with it, and unfortunately the cutesy does not pay dividends as Twisty here on the Psylocke here matching now into Monk Mutta. And for all business, when they're playing this Groot Hulk composition, this is a very strong comp. Is already Twisty going down there to Demon, and with this Namor, I mean, you're just taking a lot of damage as you approach, right? And you're dealing with the Groot walls, which are always just so strong here on Symbiotic Surface. It's going to be a tough approach for Insomnia.
This has always been a great point for Namor, just the multiple avenues to set up the monster spawns. But Paswo, he's doing the Captain America annoyance thing of going, you guys don't want to walk back to point, but you kind of have to, so long as I'm here adding a little bit of progress. All business.
He's everywhere.
Yeah. We give a little bit of Demon, though. Has the horn ready to go. And for all business, I mean, just a little bit delay in the point, making Insomnia come to them. Line Pro says, all right, not a problem. Luna ult going to be popped here. Insomnia looking to find anything. The horn is blown, and no eliminations there. Can Forever be the savior once more? Meteor M, Insomnia going up. They got one pick, and it gets another. 2 for Forever. And he's done this like 3 times in a row now, Vest. The best Meteor M's you'll ever see.
Yeah, I mean, combining there too with the Phoenix to make sure to remove all that bonus health. So just really well played from Insomnia too to set up those combos. And that, I mean, it's just the power of the Captain America. I think the ban is paying dividends for Insomnia right now because you're able to put a little bit of that extra pressure. And so Passive just kind of making them back up, have to look at them, then they can approach, despite the fact they're doing with the Namor spam, all that poke coming out from the Groot there for Buxo. And now Insomnia, I mean, they're trying to set up Twisty behind. They know there's going to be a strategy ult available. Maybe they can burst through one, but look at Demon. He's so aware.
Both teams setting up Insomnia 4 minutes to get through second. And again, to restate the stakes, Insomnia must win this map to stay alive. Otherwise, all business goes on to the money match. Twisty right now. Dance the butterfly, ready to go. A little bit of poke back and forth, and right now, Isidore again, the worst of it. Gonna have to pop ult to stay alive.
Oh my.
Oh, continuing to come in. That is a Vanguard getting wrecked, but Strangling Prison dropped by Blaxo, and it's huge.
And I think for Insomnia, yeah, Captain American ult committed there, but you got 2 ults, including the Strangling Prison out. So I feel like you're relatively happy with that fight because now you don't have to worry about just that one insta-gib that just comes on through, especially when you pop the Strangling Prison and just wall you off, wall those heals off from Groot. But not an easy approach still here because you see all business fighting here on the choke very aggressively, just going to be playing around the walls, and Monk Mutta just looking to find one that's out of position.
Kind of a key fight coming up with both teams loaded ult-wise. I feel like whoever wins this is going to be a massive advantage. And again, Insomnia going to be first to drop ults. Line Pro early, Fate of Both Worlds. Going to be later, Fate of Both Worlds out from all business. And now everything on the table. Twisty able to find Demon. Meteor M used by Forever. This time doesn't get much. All business though. Getting poked down from all angles. Isidore going to get thrown back in the puny banner. Insomnia working at the advantage. Another Luna ult coming out here, courtesy of the Loki clone. Now, Monk Mutta, Dance of the Butterfly, gets one. Maybe enough to start giving all business way back into this fight as Monk Mutta grabs another.
And you see the way that all business played this. I mean, you just fight the chokes. Sure, Monk Mutta going to go down, but they still force so much time here out of Insomnia. A lot of ults out of Insomnia. But Insomnia looking to keep the Riki test going. They did get the pick on Monk Mutta, so less pressure onto those squishies is Twisty now. Knowing there's no one to really mark him. Maybe trying to find one, trying to move him off the high ground, but not finding a pick just yet.
Also, Twisty having to spend a lot of times just dealing with the monstro spawns, and anytime you're shooting spawns is not time that you're getting picks onto the strategist in the back line. So kind of seeing the value that you get from a Namor in the situation in the defense where it's just eating time of Vast. It's slowing things down so much.
See Passivo just throwing the shield around, banging around. They're going to force the crystal too, and there's the ult from Isidore. So something big there, but Passivo so low. Might get cleaned up, is going to get cleaned up for the pressure. And now Insomnia on the back foot. They don't really have any map presence here at all. And all business just holding strong here on second.
Only 1 minute left for Insomnia, and could be the end coming up. All business, of course, looking forward to get into the money match versus Team 1. And now, Vast, all they may need for that is one more good fight.
Passivo here on the Strange with the portal, trying to get around some of this geometry, but they lose one early. And with down Nocta, they don't have the ult, they don't have that combo just yet, but they can wait. They have a little bit of time, a minute on the clock, but they do look like they want to go for that meteor rim, just like Phoenix ult here yet again. See Mukmada just committing.
I mean, Dance forces out Line Pro, the use Fate of both worlds. Insomnia, all ults on deck. Twisty, Dance the butterfly into the back line. All business popping Luna ult in turn. Demon blows the horn, looking for it, connects. Gets one elimination off it forever, though. Equalizing immediately. 5-on-5, both sides, all business. Another clone strategist ult coming on out. Passwell, Eye of Agamotto gonna be dropped. It's kind of big, hits 3. His fault they're gonna be there. They got 1 here so far.
Well, the eye, it was large, but maybe not enough. Maybe you needed 2 eyes, not just 1. Insomnia here, 10 seconds on the board. They still have some players remaining, but okay. Picks going their way. Demon down. That's a lot of damage off the field. They can probably get the touch here with 2 seconds on the clock. Just 1% touch. That's what they're going to do. Vanguard's up. Passive was swapping to the Venom here to get back quicker. And now they still hold on to the Phoenix ult ZP. So they still have an option here. This Insong Inferno, just go on in, maybe burst down 1 player. And Twisty also is close to the Dance of the Butterfly. So there's some options here. There's just scary options here for Insomnia.
And it's overtime spawn, so if Insomnia wins this fight, they're going to get a little bit more time left to get into third. Insong Inferno directly from the back. All business. Do they withstand? Close Star gets super low by the end, and instead Mukmada punishes Nocta. It goes completely awry. All business. Now up 1. Dance the Butterfly in from Mukmada. Looking to put this one away. Grabs 1 here so far off the Dance. Passwell though, able to find Blackso. Insomnia not quite out of it here just yet, keeping the convoy moving. Line Pro's Dance about to fade. Here comes Demon, blows the horn over. Doesn't get much. Passwell finding a little bit of room, and it's trade outs back and forth. Insomnia cannot leave the convoy here for any reason, or it is going to be over. Twisty dancing back and forth, trying to look for anything here, and in the moment, Twisty gonna go down in all business. They push off Insomnia and move on to the money match.
And it looked like that maybe a hope, a spark coming out for Insomnia, but unfortunately, just like the name implies, it eludes them, much like sleep. And all business, winning this 3-0, looking really confident there in that match. I mean, they just played a lot of very aggressive compositions, and for Insomnia, just could not win a lot of the times. Those big team fights were losing those neutral picks a lot. We highlighted that throughout the series, and you look at all business, it just felt like a really explosive, confident team.
What a series, man. All business looks so good. That was so fun. I mean, what do you guys think about this duelist line of Mukmada and Demon? I mean, they were crazy.
It was consistent. I think that's the biggest thing, is that when you look at the duelist line, how often are they going to win fights for you, especially without needing to commit resources? Then when they do commit resources, what comes of it? Mukmada was great with ults and without ult, just continually a thorn in the side of Insomnia. And it just felt like, oh, Mukmada has ult and you need a big play? Yeah, it's gonna happen. There was no consistent answer from Insomnia. And when you get play like that out of your duelists, it generally bodes well for winning the series.
Yeah, maybe going back to map number 1, I mean, we saw him pop off, and then, you know, later on we saw Demon go off, but I don't know. There was so many good plays out of this guy, and I don't know, Avast, this backline too, right? Znost and Klosar just never had bad ults, it seemed, right?
No, not particularly. I mean, I think part of it is just the fact that they just didn't feel the same level of pressure. Really, they didn't have anything they had to, like, turn for until really the last map of the series here, where Passio was playing a little bit of Captain America, and they had Twisty on the Psylocke. It just didn't feel like they had that same level of pressure, so their ults were all just really, really good. It's really easy to pop great ults when you have like infinite space as a strategist player and a support player. Like, you just, if you're not getting pressured, you're kind of like, when will I pop my perfect ult? So I will just sit back and watch and wait. And I do think that's kind of what happened a bit throughout the series, but definitely played a very, very good game across the board. And really just that aggression, that explosiveness from all business, I think was the characteristic of the match.
For sure. And, you know, I think, I don't know, can you, I guess in this case, blame a player like at the very end, Nocta, just trying to do anything? Like, we saw him at the very end commit his ult on just the back line on like a crazy flank. Obviously, it wasn't fruitful, but I don't know. Can you blame a player for trying to do something in that case, CP?
No, I mean, eventually you hit a point of, okay, what we're doing, our well-practiced approach to this is not working. Let's try something different. Is that likely to work? Generally speaking in games, no, but you know, you may as well make the attempt if you're facing elimination anyways. And Yeah, I mean, I think to me, when I look at key differentiating points between the two teams, just the pressure was way too much on Insomnia, and the end result is that anytime you had ults v ults, Insomnia had the pop first. The strategist ults were popping early the entire time, and a lot of this came from the pressure from the duelist line of All Business.
Yeah, that duelist line is so good. And speaking of which, ZP, our MVP, in this case, is Monk Mutta. I mean, that guy was disgusting. I don't know. I don't know how you play against that. Like you said, I mean, how are you going to live versus somebody who's doing this well on Psylocke?
I mean, realistically, I think you need to be applying the same level of pressure to the other back line and hope that you end up getting the results first. I mean, it's really difficult to play against a top-class Psylocke player. We've seen many teams just kind of fall to pieces under the pressure. Insomnia, just another team in that cycle. And what more can you say? Monk Mutta looked amazing. And the fact that we have the highlight reel for it kind of proves that fact.
Man, this team is so good, and we could talk maybe about like roster building, right? I don't know if either of you have had the chance to maybe like be in a sort of GM type of role. I imagine you probably had offers of Ast or ZP in this case, but I don't know.
In the back office,
yeah.
So I've seen how it works.
You've seen, yeah. One of your close friends with one of a world champion, right?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I myself, I have the ring. I myself have a championship ring.
You actually do?
Yeah, of course. I worked on it, man. It was my baby too. So I mean, I do think overall, like, I mean, what is, I guess then what's the question you're asking, Dustin? Exactly. I feel like
the question is like, okay, I did get a loss because I was glazing too much. All business, right? This roster is looking damn good across the board. And I don't know, how do you come out on top of these like roster manias in this case, right? When all these players are moving across the board, is it finding hidden gems that kind of brings you back into contention?
I mean, I think that it varies a lot, especially for a game like Rivals, where I feel like it's kind of the Wild West to a degree in terms of like roster stability a bit. And there isn't really there isn't quite as much of a system to enable that, so you're much closer to just like rosters are swapping all the time. It's kind of just depends on, like, in this case where I feel like a team like All Business, obviously I don't know their inner workings. I'm gonna assume this is a more player run team with, like, I'm sure they have like potentially a coach, but it's like a very player run thing. They don't really have like a traditional system attached to it. They don't have like a real GM, so it's all about really the personal connections in this case, right? Like, who do you know is good? Who have you played that's good? You're like, oh, you play against this guy on ladder, like, wait a minute, they might be goated, like they might be goated with the sauce, like let's try to bring them in. And I think that's for All Business when you talk about roster moves and staying on top. And for any of these like player run teams that aren't under an org, it's very much about recognizing, you could say hidden gems, but more so rising talent before they kind of cross the desk of some of these larger organizations. And I think that's the key in general to staying on top of roster moves and roster manias for a scene. And even just across esports as a whole, is just having your ear to the ground of like, who do we know is like coming up next, and who do we know is like maybe chopped and unk, and so we got to get rid of them,
I mean, we know many of unks around these blocks. And ZP, I think a question for you. Like, when we talk about this team in All Business, and maybe an overarching theme, I guess, of like I've said, with player-run orgs, what have you noticed, like, the biggest faults that a lot of these players have when selecting teammates and stuff? Like you said, like, or like I've said, maybe not finding those unks.
Well, in terms of player-run teams and faults you can run into, I mean, number one is that when the game is a little bit more mature esports-wise, just hanging on to all your members can be pretty difficult, because you think you have your full team right before roster lock, and then a player just happens to accept an offer to a brand new team, and in 2 days you need to find someone. So I would say loyalty is a problem, but also it's sometimes hard to reject the paycheck. Also, in terms of damage being done right now, we thought LinePro was taking heavy pressure from Monk Mutta and Demon in this last match. No, LinePro's actually taking the most damage in chat right now, where people are just relentlessly attacking LinePro's hairline. I mean, that is brutal.
What the hell?
Man,
are they calling him chopped and unk?
Match, and people are just like going after LinePro's hair. Unbelievable. And LinePro, he's acknowledging it.
He's acknowledging it. Wait, is it a pause? Is he denying, or is he just saying, yeah, my hairline, like we're working, like turkey flight booked?
He said real.
Okay, so he's saying turkey flight booked. Turkey flight is booked. We'll see you at Istanbul. Like we'll take you out there. But I mean, good sport, very good sport for LinePro. I respect if you can handle the banter a bit.
Well, we'll be going to a short break, so maybe LinePro will have some time to go and check that hairline out. Maybe go to Turkey, like you said. That's so BM. Kicking him in while he's down is not cool. We'll be back, though, after the short break for that finals matchup in the MEA. Map number one, or sorry, game number one was done. This was on map number one of our previous series. And what a better way to come back from break than Monk Mutta slicing and dicing the back line with Isidore on, what did you say, Avast? Cap? That cap or
Captain
whatever
Nat America. Captain Nat America. He's buzzing around. You're over there like trying to get him, but he's just running around like crazy. He's Captain Nat America, man, and he's fun to watch. and he does a lot, but my God, is he annoying to play against.
Well, you guys are both talking about the break a little bit. You know, it does feel like Cap, it can just make these fights last a long time, but also his dives are just so disgusting. I mean, how do you deal with a team that can set up with Captain America and Psylocke dives on the backline? That must be absolute torture.
It's really difficult. And I mean, the problem is that you only have so much attention in a hero shooter that you can allocate at any given time. And if Captain America is grabbing attention, because again, his entire play style is basically walk in front of you, waving his hands, being, look at me, look at me. Well, okay, if you actually look at him, that's a point when Monk Mutta will come around from the side and just, you know, eliminate you on the sidewalk. So it's kind of this attention black hole that goes on when you're playing Cap. And, you know, even if the Cap himself is not the one getting the eliminations, it's setting other people up for success.
Yeah, we'll see if that black hole can bring them to the winning game in this money match that you brought up earlier, ZP. Team 1 is coming in, will be our current champions overall business. They will be playing. Now, we saw, obviously, AB just win 3-0 versus Insomnia, but Team 1, with some recent roster changes, could look quite interesting today, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, obviously, they won Ignite. They finally settled the debate, so we'll never talk about it ever again about EU's better than an A. So that's it, it's over. Like, we'll never talk about it ever again, right, guys? It'll never be talked about. But I do think that this roster, obviously coming off that win, yeah, they lost in our previous iteration, our last week's night shift here for EMEA. So they actually have just recently lost, but we are moving into a new patch, right? Coming into patch 4, this is our last time on the patch, like 3.5 type of style. So with that, plus the roster move is going to be an interesting look for them. And like, is this really like what their final form is going to be? Like, definitely up in the air a bit.
Yeah, this roster, I mean, of ZP, I mean, the fact that they even lost Melio, and now, like we saw last week, I mean, Melio was the one, you know, winning the games, unfortunately for Jerky, and now he's just gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thing, though, because there's so many ways of looking at that, right? Is that Melio is a better player than Jerky, or is that you know, maybe they're equivalent, but one is more familiar with the system and, you know, all that's going on? There's like 1,000,001 ways to sort of dissect how a team could be operating after a roster change, and the actual skill level of the player is only one of those things, where I think it's safe to say from the eye test, Team 1 did look better last week with Melio in the game than Jerky, but also another week has passed. They've added Crisis to the roster, and look, this is really good data to figure out what Team 1 is going to look like as we head into you know, Stage 2 Ignite kicking off soon. So I'm really interested to see how Team 1 looks, win or lose, as they take on an all-business team that did look quite good.
Yeah, I mean, that all business team did look good, like you said. I mean, the fact that they were just able to 3-0 Insomnia with the new roster, with Demon alongside Monk Mutta, the MVP. I don't know. They did so much alongside Black Su. You talked about Black Su and Isidore and how much they did on the Vanguard line. It just felt like they were kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, I do think that, like, when you see how they were playing kind of holistically, like, they were playing these comps that were slightly unconventional, right? I mean, when they had the Luna Mantis Snow comp, the Luna Snow and the Mantis comp, and they played like a little bit of a low heal type of style, and they were having just really relying on Isidore to stay alive a lot. Isidore was like kind of flexing these roles, often from like the Hulk to the Cap, playing a very like kind of self-sustaining, let's keep everyone up, let's engage with my duelist, setting up that space, and letting Black Su also just like, sometimes like you don't have as much heal as you want, so you have to play a little bit more reserved, even though you're still putting a lot of high impact walls and damage out there. So for all business, they played a very interesting style. Now the question is that going to work as a team that's likely much stronger than Insomnia here with Team 1, even with the roster changes? Because I feel like in a game like Rivals, it's tough to get away with playing those like super burst, low sustain styles because of how much value strategists can really get in particular in this game.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think you're right. That's definitely one of the biggest points, is that comp is not common for a reason. And you know, ZP, I think I want to get your take on that map. We're going to Celestial Husk again, but like when we saw that Luna Snow / Mantis lineup, like what was the biggest strengths? Was it the fact that their damage was so high and somehow their backline couldn't go down? What was the biggest reason why that worked?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you go for the idea of getting picks in the neutral, if you get a damage boost, you end up changing your time to kill pretty drastically and make it way more likely that someone's going to be able to get an early pickoff. But it's a gambit, right? It comes at the cost that you aren't having the survivability that other lineups would have in turn, and it's putting a lot of the pressure for success effectively on the duelists to make the most of buffs that they get to actually execute, because if you go for that sort of strategy and the other team's able to play around it, well, you're going to lose when it comes to sustain versus sustain, because it does put you at a disadvantage at when both teams have ults all together. So, that's a gamble that All Business took. It worked out against Insomnia, but it's going to be a tougher test against Team 1 for sure, given just how good their backline is.
Yeah, and we're going to enter the ban phase already between Team 1 and All Business. And I feel like I just want to take advantage of the opportunity because, it's not every week we get to talk to some of the brightest minds in the hero shooter genre with Avast and ZP here. Like, what is your guys' takes on, for example, Blade? I think that the anti-heal, right, could theoretically be insane, but it seems like the devs have taken like a cautious approach to it where they're just not making it do that much, honestly.
I think Blade is like one of those heroes because anti-heal in particular is such a strong mechanic in a hero shooter, especially in a game like Rivals where healing is so strong that where being cautious is good. I also feel like Blade has a lot of like, obviously he's got some drawbacks to his kit that isn't just like, oh, this is pure like easy to like get value all the time, especially when there's such a stacked duelist roster that you always have to deal with. So I feel like for Blade, he's in an interesting spot and I'm hoping to see it advance because in many ways, I find anti-heal like cool, but I also find anti-heal, and I think a lot of people do find it like uninteractive to where if you have one ability that kind of just like cancel out the value of your strategist and they don't have any other like counterplay, then it's a little lopsided at times.
That's fair. I guess that's why you usually give anti-heal to a strategist player themselves. So, it's like you're being taken out by one of your own almost.
Yeah, I mean, the anti-heal dynamic is interesting because, again, it is one of those like incredibly powerful gameplay mechanics that very quickly can be the gameplay mechanic if you're not careful. So yeah, I think you're introducing that to the game. Going a little bit slower on it is important, especially in a game like Rivals where, so much of strategist play is basically dictated by we're just healing everyone up, to a degree that you can't burst them down, i.e., half the strategist ults in the game effectively. But, taking a look at this draft as it develops here, one big difference, not going to be seeing a Mantis Luna backline this time around as both teams decide, nope, you don't get to play those games in the neutral.
Yeah, you would have thought Insomnia would think about that in the previous one, but no, Protect towards the very end for Psylocke alongside the Luna instead of, well, I guess, Loki got banned earlier. So that is going to impact this game as well, the fact that Team 1 gets that incredibly strong backline this time around.
Yeah, because this is still pre-season 4 patch, so it doesn't have the Loki buffs coming through just yet, or even the Luna, or nerfs, I should say, and the Luna nerfs. So Team 1's still playing, like, you look at that and you have Loki on the table and Luna on the table. Very, very strong backline potentially, especially with how currently strong Loki is, if you have a great Loki player, which they do. So, I mean, you look at that and you see that Protect, it definitely feels like All Business really want to put their eggs potentially all in the basket of like, we're going Psylocke mode. We're Psylocke moding, we're Psylocke maxing, and we're just gonna hope that this is gonna do really just gonna continue to pay dividends with Monkmata on that hero and just bursting down some players, setting up engages.
Yeah, we saw that's a basket you're willing to invest in, I think, for this team, for All Business. I mean, they're just so good at playing around Monkmata. As we enter Celestial Husk, this will be our money match, and if you're just tuning in now to Project Night Shift, this will be the last series that we get to see on 3.5, right, ZP? We get to now see 4.0 in North America after this. But right now, Team 1 and All Business, this is the money match in EMEA. Take it away.
Yeah, and I think as we get into here, I think Team 1 maybe coming in with a little bit of chip on their shoulder. They certainly didn't go in the last week expecting to get upset by Chopped. It certainly took away a little bit from their aura as defending champions, but also, if you're gonna, go through a little bit of rebuilding, if you're gonna try new things, something like Rivals Night Shift, kind of the place to do it. Kind of treat it as a super scrim.
The test lab. We're the test labs, and this is both these teams. They're the crash dummies hitting the wall. Okay, so everyone should be thinking about that when you think about just what we offer in the ecosystem there comparatively. As Team 1 though, with this flyer comp CP and with Crisis here on the side, so they're still playing a pretty poke style here, but they also are playing the Cap and the Emma Frost, so they have a pretty solid front line too on top of that.
Jerky right now being devastating on the early poke, but as I said, that Monkmata goes to the back, takes down Trust Me early on. Double on Crook evening things up though, and Team One just absolutely winning the neutral fight. Again, you just looked at all business HP there at Vast. It just was getting melted down from basically everyone. Full team effort.
Yeah, it just disappeared. And I think they're playing this Hulk no more, right? So they have like an anti-dive, kind of this anti-engage style. Sorry, I misspoke for Team One. They're playing much more of like a dive engage style here with the Ember Frost Captain, not so much a poke. And I do think that this is going to be an issue here for all business, where I don't think their comp is bad into it. It's okay. They put Demon. They said, actually, screw it. Let's go Bucky mode. We're gonna go Winter. We're gonna go Winter Soldier. Have some of those extra bonus healths. Maybe his options to like isolate someone, just duel them out on the flank a little bit early.
Take a look at Monk Mutta once more, trying to open things up against Team One the way they did against Insomnia just a match ago. Now just trying to keep Cap in containment, but you know, while this is going on, Crisis on the Psylocke, the first to strike here for Team One. And Monk Mutta can't escape, trust me. So all business already in a rough spot, and you're just seeing the difference in how aggressive Team One gets, even with no ultimates invested.
Yeah, and also seeing Trust Me, who's been a player that's really played a variety, obviously a variety of roles, but really a lot of these like super mobile vanguards very often between like Venom and Captain America and things like that. And you see the mark that he's putting onto Monk Mutta comparatively and the appeal that he can do, which just wasn't present with Insomnia in the match previously. Monk Mutta is just getting constantly found here on the flank. They're not going to let him take any extra space, extra value when possible. And I think that's going to put a lot of dents, a lot of potential issues here for all business, how they play the game when they're so reliant on Monk Mutta on the side, who goes down.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's see what Monk Mutta can do on the set. Maybe it dance a butterfly, but how about you just get picked off screen in the neutral from the get-go? Closar next to fall, and yeah, I've asked at this point, if you're all business, I think you just save for next round. I mean, you don't really want to throw good money after bad, but it's kind of problematic because Team One is also going to get to save just about everything going in the round two.
They're going to try. Look at this. Look at, they're all in the spawn doors to try to prevent the TP. And they did. They prevented the TP. They were afraid to do it, but okay, they're going to get some picks, but they can't make it out. Great. I mean, Team One. And this is just like this huge gap at times for this first match. Obviously, very early on, we don't want to overreact just yet, but you can see just immediately the difference, the contrast between how Team One is playing and Insomnia. And so they're just not letting. They're just pretty much. There's not a business friendly environment. ZP. The interest rates are very high. They're not letting them do too much.
Something we should address here is that, so far as I know, I think this is just a map specific thing. I don't think Naga is leaving the team or anything like that. We would have been told of a roster change. I think Team One is just kind of, testing different things out roster wise right now. So, people are kind of looking at us like, where's Naga? What's going on right now? I don't believe there's any reason for concern, but also, you never know. Teams have 1,000,001 reasons to mess around with roster wise, but to me, this feels like more of a tactical thing where you're wanting to run like something that's a little bit more dive heavy. I'd be more worried for Naga if they were running the Namor and Naga wasn't in the game.
Yeah, that would be a bit more of an ominous sign potentially. I mean, Team One, like you talked about, they get to carry over pretty much everything. So they still have 4 ults after 100-0ing the cap. So very, very wealthy here. They're the ones doing business comparatively. I think the business environment is quite good for them, as see Crisis just looking for the poke here. All business trying to set up, but I mean, Team One looks like they want to go first.
They get the Namor bubble out immediately. Xenos, though, punishes Jerky. Dance a Butterfly. Gonna be invested here by Crisis, trying to even up the tide just a bit. Team One down 2 here. Crook gonna come out here with the cloned Luna ult, and Fate can follow up right away. So even down 2, I mean, Team One's gonna be able to delay here, Vast, until they get back up to full strike, just off the power of Strategist ults alone.
Team One still staying in the fight. Portal gonna be coming up here from Rojaro, who's looking to make it on back as all business committed. The invisible boundary pretty far back though, and now Rojaro's here. Jaro's available, so everyone's up for Team One to take this fight. And all business, I mean, they have the Hornet Proteus, so they have a potential option here to find a pick if they can just set up and engage.
Monk Mutta working on the setup for now. Both teams trading out poke, and Crisis got to the back. Closar already down. The horn is blown though. Even things up here, 1 for 1. All business still looking to make this happen. Hulk ult coming out here from Isidore. All business in on the movement, but it's gonna be Freedom Rush on the other side. And you look at Isidore. Isidore just getting bursted down, ult or no, in a tougher position. Supernova now out from Jerky, creating space here on the point for Team One, forcing all business back. Neither team, though, in control here so far. Still a bit of delay, but now look at Blackso. Blackso in a real pickle here and ends up getting bursted. Can't find a way to get back with his team.
Yeah, really good isolation there from Team 1. Blacks are just trying to play that corner, just play the off angles, and they're just like, okay, we're going to run you down. We know they might try to pop a strategy ult. They won't get you in time. See Isidore getting taken out, put into punitive banner form is Demon. Commits an ult, gets one, but isn't going to find much else.
Team 1 back on the strategist ults. Level 1 Crook comes on in, pulls it, and with Team 1 in control of the point, All Business decides, okay, time to go back and reset. But gonna be a relatively dry fight coming up here. They can maybe look to poke for Invisible Boundary, but it's a rough hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, All Business just not really able to get onto the point to take some of these aggressive angles, especially if you're playing the Namor. You're hoping, and the Hulk, you're hoping to be able to just like own the space a bit more, let the Namor, and that's, it looks like they're trying to do here a bit, take control of the high ground. But Team 1 still, with 2 ults in the bank, gonna have some options. All Business, though, their bank is building up a bit. And you see, they're still trying to go for this long rotation here, ZP.
I don't know if they have the time for this. They have a little bit of point to give, but realistically, they're already down to 2 good attempts at the point. Demon, though, looking for the isolation. Trust me, just gonna walk away. The Captain America maneuver, walk away, and then when you stop looking at Captain America, run right back in. So trust me, continuing to be a huge pain into the backline. Monkbutta, though, able to stay alive. Gets the better of Jerky. All Business up 1. A little bit room now. Drops monster spawns. Get a little bit more space here for All Business. But the point still being elusive. Losar gonna drop the Invisible Boundary here for All Business as they look to turn this fight to their advantage. Blackso able to get another, and now Team 1 starting to stagger bit by bit.
Okay, and they're gonna get the pick. There's gonna be Kraken Impact looking to find one, trying to put that debuff on them. Gonna get it. So Monkbutta takes down Jerky again. So Monkbutta here on the Namor being so important to just deny the value there for Team 1 and their flankers, their duelists. This Demon takes down Trust Me. Sure, they're gonna get the ult. The God of Mischief comes out, but this is actually pretty decent for All Business. Yeah, they're gonna get to 99 more than like if a Team 1 or around there, but you got ults out of them. All Business is gonna be in control. They're gonna have some bank available. This is a pretty decent fight and really well played there from the duelist of All Business. And I think they even interrupted Rojaro's Eye of Agamotto because I heard the sound and then he had 50% in his bank. So I'm pretty sure they did.
Isidore gonna pop the Hulk cult under pressure. All Business has to be careful not to stagger out here. A long way to go. Crisis. Dance to the butterfly. Everyone grouped together, though. Doesn't look like critical damage is coming in. Monkbutta blows the horn, and that's one way to stop a dance with a whale. Blackso, though, ends up getting caught. Team 1 still looking for opportunities. Trust me, being the vanguard here. All Business retreating back over the point, and once more, Captain America head to the back of Ast.
There he is. Do you hear the buzzing? Do you hear the buzzing? There it goes. Yep. Gonna be buzzing around. Gets on out though, so turns it. Keeps All Business kind of in this room as Team 1 try to take advantage of this. And with Jerky here on the Wolverine, now they have to be worried about potentially just getting caught with the leaps as the Sonic Seduction gonna find multiple, but they're all here in the Invisible Boundary.
Boundary keeping people nice and healthy here, and Fate decides it's time to do a little bit of dancing. Both teams down 1 though, but Rojaro getting room to strike here on the Emma, gets 2. And like one domino falling after the other. You know, sometimes you go, Beach Thor, come in and save us. But there's no saving here. Just Team 1 staying in control of the point. And this is going to be the round. It's going to be the map. Team 1 kicking off the money match. Quite strong here, Vast.
Gets the touch out of the portal, and their Demon makes it back. I mean, with here, so they have a little bit of sustain potentially with Nos holding on to the bit of a world. But I mean, considering there's a God of Mischief, there's about to be both duelist ults for Team 1. I really don't see how they turn this, but if they do, it is an insane play.
Be kind of ridiculous. I mean, Team 1 or All Business done more than expected to get back in here. Black's on the floor, staying alive. Jerky on the swap to Wolverine, which was supposed to be more of a cleanup swap. Crisis, though, gets to the back, finds Monkbutta, last stand in from Jerky. And with another 3 down, there's no more portals left here, Vast, for last second contests. And Team 1 puts it away.
Yeah, and I mean, good effort there from All Business and a much better showing there on the second point in general. I think they definitely had a lot more success. They were keeping a little bit more lid on Team 1. They forced them to make some swaps in their comp even. But unfortunately, still in the end, going to lose the map. But I think compared to the first round, gives me a lot more confidence potentially for the rest of the series.
That gives you confidence of Ast? What the hell? Team 1?
After
what
the first round, after the first round, I mean, they got like 100 owed and couldn't get on the spawn,
crazy.
You know?
Dude, they had Blacks out come back out on Thor. Who does that? I've never seen that. Who comes back?
It's a brilliant strategy. He's going to. Well, listen. Here's what he does. Okay. Wolverine goes for the engage, then Thor then he uses his shift to take him away, to push him out of the way. It's so genius. It's so genius.
Also, to be clear, I mean, you're not really fully illustrating the glory. It wasn't just Thor. It was Beach Thor. I mean, he was out there, and there's a little bit of a stun lock as you just wonder what's even walking at you. It's, the actual ripped God of Thunder in this case.
No, you're right. It's because, well, you're right. Good point of, like, canonically in that, I think it's one of the MVP animations for Thor. He, like, bonks a bunch of Loki clones and then eventually finds it. So because Level 1 Cook is playing Loki, you're right. It just makes so much sense. But they did get dominated, unfortunately, in map 1. And I don't know, what do you guys think about that overall map 1? Because like you said, it does bode well somewhat for All Business. They at least forced out like a Wolverine swap from Team 1, which seemed to have some success, right? We were talking about, Groot being super good, and Wolverine being sort of like a counter. But at the moment, Team 1 just kind of were a nuisance, no?
Yeah, I mean, they really were. And I think the biggest difference that we saw is that, okay, maybe part of it is that All Business didn't get to run with the Mantis this time around. So picks in neutral were, going to be a little bit more hard to come by. But it just feels like the tables turned. And maybe this is just a difference in mechanical skill between the teams. But you compare it to the last match where All Business were generally the ones dictating early pickoffs, and it just felt like things completely flipped here, with Team 1 being the one just getting all the free ways of getting ahead in Marvel Rivals before things like Ultimates even come to play.
Yeah, great point. I think that they've just been able to kind of open things up for themselves. And, we've seen at least a lot of teams like make adjustments on map number 2. But I think in the last series, we didn't for All Business versus Insomnia, if I remember right. They didn't really do much. Do you think it's kind of a similar boat for All Business now, Avast? Do you think that they just keep it the same as map number 1 and then just kind of go into game number 2 with a similar vibe?
I think it's a kind of a comfort pick thing for them, because maybe they feel like, okay, Monk Meta typically we feel like you're going to be rotating between one of 3 duelist picks of like Winter Soldier, Psylocke, Namor, Isidore, or Cap, Hulk player. Maybe this is just kind of like the meta, the styles that they have been practicing on comparatively, because it is hard for a team to have a huge breadth of looks and be very good at all those looks equally. So for All Business, when I see how they play the first map, I'm not going to say, and also even the series before, I'm not going to say that guaranteed like, oh, this is how they're going to play for the rest of the series, but it feels like that's like a natural inclination for them, is like we head towards those sort of styles of comps. And maybe for a team like Team 1, which is very experienced, like they can play, a pretty big variety of things, but they also still have things that they like to play. I mean, they love to have Trust Me playing like Venom and Cap and playing some very like mobile compositions and then getting really aggressive and getting on in there with that. So I think for them, it might just be an issue of like, yeah, this is potentially Team 1 just being such a really incredibly good all-around team that maybe their current style isn't going to work for them in this matchup.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, AB last game did, like we were talking about, they just made Insomnia look amateurish, and now it's kind of happening to them. ZP, you pointed out for Team 1 that, we didn't get to see Naga, and I think that's an interesting point, that both Crisis and Jerky are now back into it. What are your thoughts on Jerky and Crisis taking the duo instead of Naga being in there?
Oh, I mean, I think it may be a hero pool depth thing where they were obviously going for something that's like far more dive heavy. The part where you have to wonder is it indicative of a bigger change or, another shift within the duels for Team 1, is if we suddenly see Crisis come in and Crisis is playing, a signature Naga hero like the Namor. I don't think that's the case. I feel like they would have told us. I mean, look, the teams don't have to tell us anything, but they did say Naga was on the roster, but also Melio was on the roster last week right before the immediate change. So, look, I mean, it's roster mania right before a brand new stage. Who really knows? But I think the one thing you can take away if you're a fan of Team 1 is that even without Naga playing, they still looked ridiculously good in the last match. So I don't know if there's much to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I think most Team 1 fans are going to be happy about that performance. And it does feel like every time, by the way, after we see Celestial Sus, we go to a symbiotic surface. The fact that we just go immediately onto another map in the similar vein is interesting, but Convergence is different, like we saw, right? In between Convergence and Domination in this game, I mean, first of all, the games are longer. Defense is usually easier than offense, but last time we saw All Business, they kind of rolled on their attack, right? Versus Insomnia.
Yeah. I think that's just like we talked about, maybe a bit of a gappage in that moment. There was a bit of a gappage that occurred. So really it's a question of, do they take any of their learnings from the first map and kind of those adjustments and apply it to Symbiotic Surface, because I do think there was some glimmer of hope, despite what the Doomers might always say. There was a glimmer of hope, and so I do think that might be an option here for All Business to try to bring it back, but it is looking like an uphill battle overall.
And well, we start that uphill battle in the ban phase, and last time we saw Mantis banned out, and then Ultron's same thing. Probably going to stay the same, I guess. I imagine you guys would probably agree.
Well, one would think, but we did just get word from production. I was asking because going to the Symbiotic Surface, this is historically a very good Namor map, and you would think, okay, this is where you swap in Naga. No roster swaps. It is still going to be Jerky Crisis in for Team 1. So if they end up playing the Namor there, okay, the conspiracy theorists get a little bit more ammunition for what is going on roster-wise, or also Team 1 could just be trying things out before Ignite. But overall, you look at the bans, it doesn't seem like anything is changing here at the beginning, as both teams get told, no, you will not be playing Mantis.
And that character has been just so dominant. And, you know, I think it's an interesting point, too, ZP, that you bring up. Like, I wonder if team synergy being built is more important than, you know, flexing your roster around, right? Like having to like make changes constantly. I don't know. Could that disrupt flow of team synergy? I feel like it could, right?
100%. I mean, I think ZP, we've all seen it throughout our time, and swapping around rosters is tough. It's hard to make it work consistently, especially in the hero shooter. And I mean, even beyond hero shooters. So I think maybe if this is where Team 1's direction is potentially, or it could just be Naga sick, you know, like we don't have all the info, but it is hard to do here. As I do think what's interesting about this ban phase in particular is that you see Team 1, or rather, Team 1, they removed Cloak and Dagger as well as Loki. So I feel like when I look at that vibe, when I see those strategy picks, to me, it's like, we really don't want your backline to survive. We want you guys to immediately fall over here. And I think that's kind of what Team was going to go for again, is another very aggressive type of composition, potentially.
Yeah, that is interesting. That's a good point. Like, kind of thinking ahead of the curve. We'll see if it pans out for Team 1, though, because, yeah, I don't know if we haven't really seen too many Cloak and Dagger bans, and Invis Woman has been kind of making a return, which is interesting because this isn't even the patch where she should be theoretically strong like she is in the next patch. Loki Protect coming out for Team 1, though.
I mean, it's also an interesting thing where it's like, I'm not really sure there's been a ton of times where she's been theoretically weak. Like, yeah, obviously other options have been preferred, but again, even on paper, you look at Invisible Woman's kit and it's just like, wait, has this ever been bad? And I feel like the answer to that is generally no. So, but I mean, the reality is that you do have a wealth of options in strategist play in Marvel Rivals. Obviously, characters like Luna have been more consistently on the top, especially paired with the Loki. But, you know, if you do have some of those better options that get taken away, it's not like you don't have others that you can shift to at the same time.
Yeah, good point. I think that, like, yeah, I mean, you can just flex on that basically anything, and you'll be fine, right, for the strategist department, which it's interesting that this has been like the first time, I think, in history of Rivals esports as well, that we've really seen so many focused bans on strategists. I mean, are you guys kind of agreeing with this sort of take that teams are having, where they're getting rid of that Mantis, getting rid of Ultron, Adam Warlock, all basically unplayed? I mean, is that kind of the way the game is moving, just towards these strategist bans?
I mean, I think that in general, if you're not targeting strategist bans in the year of our Lord 2025 and beyond in Rivals, like, you're probably just not thinking too much about the game, you know, like, because it's just, they are in many ways the most, if not the most meta defining role in terms of how you play your comps and how you're gonna like run in general, and they're just the overall strength they bring. It's really just strategists and vanguards and then duelists, you know, in terms of like unless you know, like, really know what the other team's gonna play. So I think it's definitely the route that we're gonna head towards.
Well, map number 2, we'll see what route All Business take to come back in this series. Take it away, ZP and Event.
All right, once more, again, here on the Symbiotic Surface. Just saw All Business play it a few maps ago, but versus Team 1, it may be a completely different challenge. Team 1 gonna be on the attack here first, bringing out the old Star-Lord here, Vast.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Star-Lord recently, so at least today. See Isidore rotating here, just trying to put some pressure in. Actually, have to drop the bulwark to not get much. And so Fovar, they just see the Star-Lord here, Jerky, rotating around, putting a lot of presence as Team 1 make their way into the point. They made it through the choke here a bit.
Pajaro nearly got focused out. I think Blacksow just got a good wall that put him in a bit of danger, but you've gone through the first blockade of group walls, so things are looking pretty nice here for Team 1. Black Zone, Monk Mudda actually very low. Monk Mudda would love to just pop Ultron ult here right on the precipice. Is able to get it just barely before getting bursted down, but what's going to happen from it right now? More of a defensive ult. Team 1 still looking absolutely okay. Crook, first dance of the map coming on out. And Team 1 off the Clone Luna ult, able to get on the Monk Mudda as the Ultron ult fades away. And out the first two eliminations heading in Team 1's favor. All business fallen one by one.
And Team 1, just another fantastic push there for them. Not as fast as their first map, mind you. So definitely this All Business doing a bit better job. I guess rather comparatively to All Business in their first series. Not as fast as them. But a very solid offense nonetheless. First offense. They're going to get that. Have 3 ults in the bank. Soon to be 4. As All Business here looking to hold here on second. They're going to have some opportunities. I mean, with the double strategist ult in the pocket, they should be able to survive. A big question really when you see how All Business goes for this next fight here on the defense is, can they remove the Team 1 duelist and the Team 1 just in general from this high ground effectively without losing anyone?
Also, we see an age-old ult interaction where Isidore is quickly going to be in Star-Lord jail of you don't get to use Meteor M until Galactic Legend is used. The 1-for-1 where here's the Galactic Legend and wait, the Meteor M's late. It's really late. Monk Mudda just gets burned down and you know, you may have to fear Magneto, but he's getting a little bit slow in his old age there, Avast.
Okay, counter medium used. No one's gonna go down, but so really just one, but still a lot of space taken for that. And Monk Mudda down, which they don't have that pocket. They don't have a little bit of extra damage here, but they're gonna stay up as Team 1 continue to push the cart on forward here. 2 ults in the pocket, and you see just this aggression coming out from Jerky again as they just try to find one, take them off the angle.
Also, the convoy's been moving this entire time. It actually has not stopped. Finally, you're gonna get a little bit of clearance here off the Supernova, but for where it's at, it was just going forward the entirety of this attack here thus far. And now Crook keeping up the pressure here. Clone Luna ult coming out, gonna force the real deal out of All Business. Black's out strangling prison. Fall throughs are gonna be there. Well, they get Crisis, but it's answered in turn on the Monk Mudda, so both teams still down 1. Now Sonic Seduction in here from Majaro, looking for anything towards the back. Gonna force out the invisible boundary now out of All Business as things continue to heat up. Ults being drained here on both sides. Monk Mudda, opportunity here to maybe put this away with the Ultron drones in just a moment. But Majaro, up close and personal, does it again, Avast. A 3-piece for the Emma.
And Majaro just always been such a staple hero. There's a Vanguard here for Team 1. Cross their iterations. And now Team 1 gonna cap here for a second. Off those picks. Jerky holding on to another. Ult coming up at long trust with the Meteor M. So for All Business, I mean, struggling a bit, right? It's not like a blazing fast time, but this is pretty quick, ZP. This is a pretty quick time they can do both first and second. They are going to have ults in the bank here, so they have some options as there is Galactic Legend used immediately there from Jerky.
If it's not blazing fast, it's still too hot to touch, is what I would say. Galactic Legend just setting the tone in his unbelievable amounts of stagger now from Team 1. I mean, yeah, All Business are going to have some ults to restabilize, but they've already given up half of the 3rd point, and this is incredibly rough. I mean, the hold here in 1-fight territory for 3 minutes, 35 seconds. All Business guys.
Oh, no.
Wait, that's so late. That is such a late stagger.
They're holding the spawn doors here. They're on the high ground, pressuring them as they come on out here. And All Business, I mean, losing Monk Mudda down another player, and they just can't get out of the doors. They might have to commit ults just to make it out, but All Business, they really don't want to. You see how they're playing this, okay? Hook comes on out. There's the punch. Oh, Monk Mudda. Talk to your mother.
I mean, Monk Mudda is not able to talk at all after 3 back-to-back spawn deaths. That is brutal. Okay, airball. Extreme.
He tried. I give him credit for it. I give him that for it.
It's going to hit a planet, you know, another 2 million light years, but here we go. Demon trying to offer any stability here to All Business. The dancing is taking place. More fire tornadoes into the back. Team 1, though, they can go in with their own Luna ults here in just a moment. Rajaro ready to drop the Seduction. Team 1, plenty of ults really ready to go. Crisis, Kraken impact over. Looking for something to get the resets going. Doesn't quite happen. Isidore able to slow things down. Find Crook. But Jerky, Galactic Legend, room to work with. No counter ults available. You just got to use the train, and it's not enough to save Xenost. So Galactic Legend doesn't pick up one more. Was getting real close. Trust me, Meteor M up and over. All Business super wounded here, Avast. And Team 1 just trying to break down the dam.
And they're just giving up so much space here too. That Galactic Legend combined with the Meteor for Trust Me. I mean, look at this. Look at the space they have. There's so much presence here on the card. It's sort of about to go down. And now, I mean, it's just looking very rough here for All Business. It's just going to be a stagger. It's unlikely you can even get a pick. Team 1 gonna get in this cap pretty soon, barring a miracle.
Also, with 2 minutes in the time bank, that is an impressive time. That is far more than you see in most cases, even if you complete out the map. Or again, this is one of those maps where getting held on first or getting held on second, it's pretty common. So All Business already in a remarkably tough position as they look to begin their attack.
Yeah, I mean, Team 1 just...
Dude, All Business has been getting the business. I'm still dying, by the way, from you have asked Monk Mutta talk to their mother. What was that?
yeah, talk to your mother. Talk to you. I've been wanting to say that for a while, but I haven't had the chance to, so I've been waiting for that one. Dustin, now that you're here, I mean, what are your thoughts so far in the matchup? I mean, I feel like it just seems like Team 1, especially with the over 2 minute time bank, looking pretty in control.
You see, my very high level thought is All Business are getting smoked. You know, they're getting the business right now by Team 1. I mean, Team 1's looking to get sponsored soon too, right? I mean, this is a team looking for org, I believe, still even to this day, and I'm sure anybody wants these guys. It's like one of the best teams in Europe right now. It looks like.
Yeah, and also reliability, where I mean they had to go back and reclaim their spot, by the way, because they were with Rad Esports, but the way the system works is that the org keeps a spot, so. Their contract with Rad runs out, where they gave Rad their spot. Rad keeps the Team 1 spot, and they're like, I talk with Faze, like, that feels kind of tough, and Faze is like, no, it was fun requalifying. We just got our spot back pretty easy. It's like, all right, like, Team 1 doesn't really care. Quite a bit of aura and confidence in, their performance.
Let's see here, the rollout gonna occur. All Business here on the offense. We saw last time they were offense on this map. It looked really well for them. I have a feeling that it might not be as fast this time around versus Team 1, but there's a chance. And here on this Hulk Namor, so a lot of options to control those flanks, just use those team ups with the Mantra Spawn to try to poke out there for Team 1. And Team 1, I mean, they're just not letting them advance for free here. You just see, look at all this poke from the flank, CP.
Yeah, I mean, Isidore is just kind of having to hold back and go, please heal me before I can go in again. And without running the Mantis like they had the last time around on this map, the burst potential isn't quite there, but trust me, actually getting pretty low, even lower, not quite able to finish it off. And while they were diving for it, Jerky just uncontested into the backline. 2 for now, looking to be 3. Massive value out of the Star-Lord.
And Jerky here on the Star-Lord has just, I mean, you see just the overall presence. Oh no, not the stagger there. And I said, cast him into the fire, Theodore. You know that one? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you got full Lord of the Rings on.
Lord of the Rings reference. Lord of the Rings. Now we're in Lord of the Rolls more so comparatively, but I do think currently for All Business, having an issue dealing with just that pressure that Trust Me and Jerky are bringing to them, where, Jerky goes in really aggressively, we have a bulwark, okay, back on out. And I think right now for Team 1, they're just making sure that there's no free space here for All Business at all as they try to go for this long flank.
It's been super tough here so far. And also, I mean, the other thing they're going to have to worry about here soon, well, I'll say Galactic Legend, but what if Monk Mutta just says, I am the legend? Takes care of Jerky and gives a really good opening here. Dance of the Butterfly over and Team 1 just going to have to back out in turn, but actually deal with the Dance of the Butterfly pretty darn well. And just going to be delaying here, let Jerky get back into the fight, and now begin the Dance of the Lunas. But also, Meteor M from Trust Me could end it before it begins. Not quite going to connect this time around. So as the Lunas dance, Jerky going to be running on back and gets closer immediately back into the fight.
Okay, and Team 1 still looking to defend. Jerky stays on up. There's the Fate of the Worlds from Fate. And now they're just going to chase it on out. It was kind of a little late ult there from Team 1, but I think you just make sure you win it, and you're probably going to get a late stagger. They might even get a second late stagger because I think they know. Yeah, look at them. They're looking for Monk Mutta. They're like, they're around here. I can sniff them. Oh, the fine from Monk Mutta though.
The stench was too powerful. It just knocked him out. But also this Galactic Legend is going to be mostly uncontested. Oh, not now. There's a window. Now Invisible Boundary is going to be out. Jerky though, for now, just going to be running away from Isidore. Still has the Galactic Legend ready to go at a moment's notice. Laying in the damage into the Hulk. Invisible Boundary has been used, so you're gonna have this window here, the Galactic Legend, if you're Jerky. You just gotta stay alive here for a moment. Trust Me is down. Into the air, Jerky goes. A little bit of dancing and goes down. Doesn't get the chance to pop the ult. And may not get another before first point is underway.
And that was actually a masterclass there from Monk Mutta. Monk Mutta and Isidore, they get on in, they stay up, they get the pick. Huge already. Crisis goes down. Then Monk Mutta draws the presence, and Isidore comes in and keeps that pressure on Jerky the whole time while they TP onto point. Demon just uses the strange portal to get on point, and they keep that point presence up. And at no point was really Team 1 able to like consistently contest because of that late pick that had happened. So what a hero play there from Monk Mutta and Isidore there, just making sure to set it up so they get to point. And now Team 1 here looking to hold second, and there's that Galactic Legend. Oh, well.
Oh, but better late than never, and ends up being 1-for-1. Still Team 1 working on a bit of an advantage. Dance the Butterfly from Monk Mutta, not quite able to shift the balance this time around. Does get Crisis on the back end. I mean, Monk Mutta doing about the max you could expect in this situation here, Vest, but there are limits to hero plays.
So now, Team 1 still holding on to second. Hero plays, unfortunately, not enough. All business, though, I mean, the old bang not looking terrible, but considering the situation that, you know, gonna fade it with Worlds into the Meteor, a classic combo here. Have to worry about maybe removing the Bulwarks for Team 1. As all business, as you see here, Isidore going again on this long flank, looking to try to take them off the high ground, looking to set up that engage.
Into the fight we go, Crisis. Just sitting here in the high ground, looking for a little bit of counter poke, and ooh, just gets it. 2 clean picks from Crisis, making Bucky look all sorts of good.
And the second point, Pain, I mean, really looking tough. It's a tough point to attack in general, but you see how Team 1 are playing this, where they're just, as soon as all business start looking to go for the setup, they're just trying to isolate one of the flanker duelists there. And that time it was going to be Demon that they found. And this is where Team 1, you can just see that experience level, that confidence level, because they're just not letting all business take any space whatsoever, not letting them try to set up for these flanks that you need to do to try to move them from the high ground.
The time bank situation is also looking completely and utterly tragic at this point. I mean, even if all business wins this next fight, they have such a long way to go, and they're still going to be working at a disadvantage even if they finish up the map. But you can't think about that right now. You don't want to go down 2 maps here in the money match. If you're Monk Mutta, you got Dance of Butterfly good to go, but Demon finds Crisis early. All business up 1 to begin with. Monk Mutta into the back, looking to add on a little bit more. Team 1 popping ults in turn. Trust me, into the air with the Meteor M. Gets Monk Mutta one way to shut down the pressure. And Jerky, Galactic Legend ready to go. Can't quite shake the pressure though. Ends up falling, well thrown to the side. All business, keeping the convoy moving for now.
And Isidore there into the back. I mean, just opening it up there again. The Hulk play here from Isidore. I'm really impressed. Just keeping the pressure on, finding those picks. Yeah, they had to commit a lot to break through, considering that Team 1 still holding on to 3 ults here for this recontest fight. And this is a last fight situation, right? All business loses this. The map is over. And they have to worry about both the duelist ults, the fate of both worlds. So you look to Black Soul, say like, okay, hopefully he can burn someone through this as the portal play. Okay, comes on through, looking for a contest.
Jumps through the portal, Kraken Impact gonna be used. Crisis, looking for the opportunity, gets 1 reset, goes over and in, and Crisis off the Kraken Impact is a clean sweep.
And that's gonna be the end of that fight. That's gonna be the end of all business for this map. And Team 1 going up 2-0 here, ZP, and just looking extremely good across the board. Perhaps the little bit of hope that I had at the end of first map 1, it's fading. It's fading a bit.
I think you were huffing that Thor copium a little too much, maybe. You know, back on map 1 when you said Thor's good. Remember that, Avast?
I did say that, and that was a one-off. That was a one-off. You know, it was just like we got a drastic times call for drastic measures.
You're right. And I think, I don't know, is right now, I mean, obviously Team 1 now up 2 in the series, right? And that was, like you guys said, I think that like this first point on attack was just so clean out of them. But then on defense, I mean, this Star-Lord, like Bucky comp, like what can you say about that? Like it just felt, I don't know, this Hulk Namor was just like not getting anything done. It's just like look, he had 9 deaths on Demon, 10 on Monk Mutta. And we talked about how good he was in the last series. They seem to be absolutely just stuffed right now.
By the way, we did get an update from chat. Apparently, word on the street is that Naga is actually just sick right now. So,
and there it is.
Yeah, Naga's recovering. And normally Naga is sick in most matches, just the other way. You know, he's playing out of his mind sick. But this is more the I can't get out of bed sick from the sound of things. But I got to tell you, in terms of roster depth, if Crisis is your go-to after, you don't have a whole lot to worry about because Crisis looked ridiculous here, especially towards the end as Team 1 wrapped things up.
Yeah, and I think that, Justin, what you brought up too, adding on to that, is that they couldn't find much. Even despite they're playing the Hulk and the Moore, they really weren't able to keep the lid on this comp at all for this Star-Lord Bucky, which is, this is a duelist lineup we've seen a lot. It feels very classic. I feel like we've seen this duelist lineup very often throughout all sorts of metas. And it's really just so strong because of the amount of pressure you can apply, right? Especially with the Magneto giving those bulwarks to your Star-Lord. And at no point did really All Business have the lid on them. And I just think that's just one of the situations where it just came down to the fact that Team 1 just owned the map better, had better ult exchanges, were winning more fights, were isolating more picks. It's just kind of unfortunately just a little bit of they just got, I think, out-competed at every level there.
And that duo is going to get even stronger because with the Bucky buffs coming, and then somehow for some reason Star-Lord got buffed in the patch that we're currently on in 3.5 because you get over health, you get bonus health whenever you right click on Star-Lord. So it's going to be an insane duo coming up. And I don't know, that second phase ZP, when we talk about Star-Lord alongside Bucky here, I mean, how do you even kill their backline? I mean, they're always going to have bonus help. They have a really strong backline. What's the options at taking them out? Setting up those flanks seems near impossible.
I mean, it's pretty darn difficult. And also the other thing too, once you start running Star-Lord again, it also puts a lot of pressure on how you have to use ults, right? Where Galactic Legend is one of the unique ultimates in the game that if you don't have some option in turn, oftentimes a Meteor M or a Strategist ult in lieu of that, it's basically free fight effectively. So you really get limited in your ability to kind of freestyle how you want to approach fights with your ultimates when you're dealing with the Star-Lord. And multiple times in that last map, you just saw moments where, ult economy wise, All Business fell behind and Jerky just said, okay, cool, free fight. And I don't know, Star-Lord still creates those sorts of matchup issues, but next map has been chosen. It's gonna be Hall of Jalia, potentially to finish it out if it's a sweep.
Yeah, definitely could be the end of them. And I think you phrased that perfectly, ZP. It was a bit of like a free form, sort of free jazz moment for All Business on that map. It just, like I think Avast pointed out, Isidore and Mukmutta were like the only hero players, plays kind of coming out of the team. It was just like crazy plays coming out of the Hulk and your Psylocke. And then outside of that, we didn't see much life out of All Business, right, on map number 2. But heading on to another convergence, I mean, maybe we see a little bit more of a set play out of this team. I don't know. Maybe in the ban phase, we'll see something different.
It's tough. I mean, Hall of Jalia also is like, when you talk about brutal first points, Hall of Jalia probably definitely towards the top. And, you see what happened for Symbiotic Surface there. And I don't know. It doesn't necessarily bode well. There could be something crazy coming out of All Business, right? Like they're like, okay, we might be All Business, but it might be funny business time. But I don't think that this is going to be the opportunity unless they've really kept something in the back pocket here, because it feels like Team 1 they feel so well rounded. And I think that's the issue here for All Business, is that when Team 1 just keeping the lid on your duelist players, which has been kind of like a win condition for them, it's hard to get anything going.
And I think, the interesting part is that we've seen this Ultron get banned basically every single series except for Team 1 in that last one. I mean, you called it, ZP, they banned out Cloak and Dagger and Loki, and it turned out that they didn't even have to worry about Ultron.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be an issue. And I mean, look, Mukmutta on the Ultron, I mean, if you're Team 1, you're not really fearful of that. I mean, you'd much better be like, oh, Mukmutta on the Ultron as opposed to Mukmutta on Psylocke? Yeah, well, please put him on the flying robot, because I mean, Mukmutta had one of the most cursed stretches of gameplay that you're gonna get, where not even necessarily his fault, but Team 1 had no issues dealing with it, is basically what it comes down to. And that being said, you look at the bans, Team 1 this time around does say, no, we don't actually want to deal with the Ultron this time around.
Yeah, taking it out. I mean, I guess the thing is that the Emma Frost is also getting banned, and same thing with Mag. So a completely flip of the script for All Businesses. They're targeting a lot of the Vanguards.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you look at how they're removing the Emma Frost and the Mag and stuff like that. I feel like for them, it's like, okay, maybe they just want to make sure that we don't want to have to deal with another Star-Lord composition, because it's a lot harder to run that without the Magneto to a degree. Also, Emma Frost, also another really good Vanguard with just putting a ton of a really aggressive pressure on you and getting into it, and you deal so much damage too, right, when you start charging up that beam. So I do think for them that maybe they're let's try to potentially negate some of the power of Team One's engages and like empowering their duelists here by removing some of those more problematic vanguards.
It's definitely a strategy that can work. And I mean, they're going for the cap protect this time on Team One's side, ZP. Maybe we're going to be seeing a little bit more of those classic trust me setup dives, especially with Psylocke. Well, now Psylocke maybe going to get banned on the upside, but if it was getting through, we could see that.
Yeah, I think so. And also you take a look at the, the Vanguard focus that they have. I think on some level, All Business has kind of recognized one of the key problems that we haven't talked about as much, but clearly has been a massive and actually dictating the flow of battle is Rajaro on the Emma. This entire series has been a force of nature, often illustrated by the fact that, oh, a fight's breaking down, and what's that? Oh yeah, Rajaro on the Vanguard actually just got 3 eliminations. It's kind of unreal the amount of pressure Rajaro is putting down, and clearly All Business facing elimination out of the money match has decided if we're gonna go down, we're not going down to that.
Last map for All Business to come back, Hall the Jalia, and like you said, this is our money match, right? In All Business, if they want to make a name for themselves, reverse sweep versus the reigning champions of Ignite, and now also coming into our tournament here is going to be tough, but definitely would make a name for themselves in terms of one of the top teams in EMEA if they get it done. ZP and Advanced heading on the Hall the Jalia. Take it away.
All right, what could be our final map here in EU? Kind of the opposite of EU last week, where EU last week went the distance in all ways. This week, kind of reverting to some good old 3-0 over or hero shooter action, as it were. And wait, as it starts,
It's the Spider Mine. Spider Mines, they do get a little funky with it. We do love a little bit of funkiness there with the Penny Parker. As you see the portal out, and this is really just the Hall of Jalia classic, right? Because it's like, yeah, we do not want to deal with this. Is okay. So they get the pick and they take the TP to spawn to try to spawn camp the pick. It didn't quite work out, but you see now they're trying to rotate here from the opposite side. They have at least gone around the choke, but Jerky getting caught there by the Hulk leap.
Okay, that's definitely one of the more ridiculous openings we have had to a game, to put it mildly. It is Team 1 on the attack in case all the portals disoriented you just a little bit here, but Team 1 could lose Crisis towards the end. All Business is defense still at a pretty reasonable spot as this is taking place here, there, and everywhere at the moment of Vast. This is actually one of the more wild openings I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is I mean, Hall Jalia gets a little silly with it, and that was definitely a very interesting way to start it out. Is Team 1 here still looking for the engage? There's the Venom and the Captain America. There's the dive, all coming out of here trying to take All Business off the high ground. As the turret up here for Demon here looking to try to punish.
Punisher, fucking punish. It is quite literally in the name, and almost so close, and yet Team 1 able to get away. Unbelievable strategist play that just stopped that from escalating. So Team 1 wounded but not out, but with level 1 Crook getting caught, Isidore on the chase down. That's certainly going to put Team 1 back to the drawing board, where could be looking at first point hold here already. Avast with all that silliness, half the time has been burned off the clock.
Yeah, Team 1, I mean, maybe getting a little too experimental with it here a bit, and I do think this comp they're playing now definitely a little bit more tenable. All Business going to be holding on to about 4 ults, but soon to be 5. See, trust me, going for the long rotation here. He's meeting Fate as well, so see the flanking Jeff, but they're just getting poked like crazy here. This is all the poke, just constantly trying to mark, trust me, make sure they can't have anything go on.
Team 1 setting up the flank, now setting up the front. Crisis, the only duelist here in this triple strategist setup. A lot riding on what Crisis is able to set up. Supernova is ready to go. Decides to switch targets, but while this goes on, Team 1 bleeds. All Business able to find some crucial pickoffs, in no small part do the Demon here with the final justice. And again, Team 1, not much time left here, Vest. Maybe 2 good attempts at most.
Yeah, I mean, no ticks at all there. I mean, pretty brutal. They are gonna they're gonna have 3 ults, one of them being a Jeff ult, so they have some options to remove them, but I mean, they're not gonna have like a ton of sustain here from strategists. And they still have to deal with the fact that, okay, Invisible Boundary comes up. That's a great anti-dive tool. The Feast of the Abyss 2 from Blackstone could just mean just like an insta-gib from someone. So you look at this, and I look at this, and I say, like, I need Fate to be just, like, making the right angle here and just setting up for, like, a pretty good It's Jeff, you know? Just hopefully getting to eat on, like, a very tactical player there. As there's the dive.
Oh, Supernova Freedom Rush, maybe all that's needed. Rajaro able to get into the back. Great Vanguard coordination between Rajaro and Trust Me. And now bringing it up over the top, and it just one a limb after the other. And that should be enough to get this convoy rolling. Seems decisive enough, and you know the recontest would be rough at best here. And wait, why did Monk
the Jeff in the spawn? Look, they were going for the portal, so he takes Demon while he was going for the portal, and now is gonna try to. But he does have to levitate, so you have to remember that. But it is gonna get him. They aims it perfectly, and sure, the portal still went out, so they could come and touch, but it was a little too late, and they just got a free pick off of it. So that is, it's just been very silly so far on all of Jolly SCP.
I think this has to be maybe top 2 just most ridiculous starts to a Rivals game that we've seen, or at least that you and I have personally casted, because it's been a bit all over the place, on top of it being a composition that is already relying on heavy flanking and chaos within itself to begin with. I do enjoy the coordination from Fate, though, where it's just like, oh, you're going to be running Venom? Let me get in the proper Jeff costume.
Jeff's some of the changes Jeff too. I mean, his primary fire now doing that cleave and also just like healing, so it's a pretty strong chains for Jeff in general. Is see all business though, gonna get that pick, gonna get the punish, as Team 1 still looking to set up here with the Flyers, because I mean they're playing still this extremely mobile comp, so they're trying to set up the flanks here, remove just Monk Mutta from the high ground, which they will. Goodbye, Monk Mutta.
Yeah, Crisis just walks over, lands the attacks, goes from there, and one up is Team 1. Starting to get some real momentum on this attack, and I think Crisis just gets to play the WM1 move, but okay, WM1's into the Punisher shotgun, maybe a little bit too deep, but not going to affect the general progress of the convoy here, which is all in favor of Team 1.
Just a beautiful engage there, playing the comp perfectly, finding the picks, removing Monk Mutta early too, just removes a lot of that poke there. As Nost gonna pop the Fatal Worlds, try to make sure they get it back, but you see that final judgment from Demon means that they have to back up here a little bit. But look at the disengage. They're gonna lose one, but they still have everyone. If no one else goes down, they still could have a pretty decent like re-engage possibility here.
I mean, they have every ult available on Team 1. They decide, yeah, we want to go for it. Supernova, Freedom Rush, everything's on the table. Have a snack, trust me, it's time to feast. All business, though. Able to use the invisible boundary, play around it. Everyone's still in perfect health. Monk Mutta summons the whale. Team 1 able to play around it. Fate right now looking hungry. Crisis and Trust Me able to pick off 2. And when the dust is settled, it's going to be Team 1 likely about to go over and get second point.
And okay, All Business committing both Vanguard ults here to test. I mean, everyone else was down. I do wonder about the idea there. I mean, they were hoping for something, but everyone else is gone at this point. The entire team, they do have the spawns obviously pretty close, but there's going to be the cap for Team 1. And now All Business is just going to get staggered here a bit. Has more ults just continuing to build up for Team 1. And this is where their comp is going to struggle a bit more, because you don't have these huge spaces to flank quite as much. Still lots of flanks, but not quite as wide open. The skybox is not quite as high. And so now for All Business, it should be the opportunity for them to potentially stop it and end the map here.
Yeah, I mean, Monk Mutta at the very least is going to have more opportunities to play around the monster spawns and not quite be playing whack-a-mole with all the flanks that have been going on. But Isidore is in real danger, just getting hit from all sides. Knocked back in the puny banner and immediately eliminated. So Team 1 dealing with the front line here of All Business, looking to pile on, get a little bit more. Trust me, off with the feast. Blackso nowhere to go. And again, while this is going on here, Vast, the convoy, it's just not stopping.
Crisis still looking to go for the engage, gonna take it down. There it is. Combined with Trust Me. I mean, the aggression from these two, just the synergy you see from this Vanguard line from Team 1, is just paying dividends so far. I mean, they're just really everywhere they need to be, just making that space, letting the duelist operate. And for All Business, this is a potential last fight situation for their defense, as the Supernova are going to be used here on the chokes, trying to farm them up, trying to force something.
Demon, Final Justice coming out, but directly into the fire tornadoes from above still. Getting all the support he needs, able to walk forward. Crisis burns down Closar. Who's going to be next? Final Justice starting the fade, but not before Trust Me goes down. All Business hanging on to a whim and a prayer here. After spawn doors, Black Cell on the jerky. And now, Jeff looking a little bit hungry. 1 swallowed, Fate, or 2, as Fate runs away. Bringing a little bit away, no ledge, but plenty of displacement. Giving Team 1 an opportunity to reset the tone of the fight.
And now they're going to just pop. There it is. Captain America ult. They're Liberty Rush up. So they have a little bit of sustain off that Jeff over and Fate, just removing those two players, taking them into the rest of the team. And now All Business with the invisible boundary. I mean, they can stay up, but Team 1, all they have to do is just try to back up, stay alive, and maybe try to win the fight post boundary.
Sonic Seduction in here from Black Cell. All Business desperately trying to hold things off here before the very end. Take advantage of what was a good first point defense, but they lose Closar early into this fight. Black Cell maybe next to fall. Absolutely bursted. Trust me. Able to move in here for Team 1. Team 1 looking to get the last little bit of progress required. Fate into the back line here. Still teaming up with the Venom, being a menace to the back. Demon, though, swap on the Wolverine, gets a little bit on the Jerky, but it is not going the way for All Business. Team 1 just a little bit left to go. 0.34 meters. They get the final picks here onto the convoy. All they need to do is remove Black So. He's gone, and the point is captured.
It got wacky. I mean, they were playing this extremely dive heavy style, and there were so many fights going on, but in the end, Team 1, I mean, you just see the coordination with them, even when things get a little chaotic. Managed to make it back. They survived that ult, just like barrage there at the end, just using the portal too so well. Just back in and out. And that's a full cap, which is hard for Hall Jolly. It is not an easy map to complete, but a pretty decent defense from All Business, all things considered, when you consider the rest of the series.
Yeah, not at all bad, especially when you... Okay, it's hard to kind of go down and break down what happened on the first point because there's a bit of chaos. I mean, so, Dustin, at this point, you've done more Rivals broadcasts than me and Avast have. What's your professional opinion on the craziness that we saw back on the first point? Yeah, what's your take?
This game, I don't know. The biggest strength of Rivals, if I'm sure you guys have noticed, is like, honestly, Strange Portals is just the most hilarious thing. That and Jeff. But Jeff is also, for as cute as he is like a chihuahua, you know? Very cute, but hella annoying, honestly. But first point, yeah, that was insane. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, for how long it took, they still capped the point and capped the map. So it works out for Team 1, right? At the end of the day, if you could just eventually cap it, because especially on Hall of the Jolly, I guess it can be pretty tough.
3, 2, 1.
This is Spider-Man. Oh, they're good.
Yes, and they're gone. Okay. Hey, well, he got Monk Mutta. He got him. Awesome. Just a little. We do a little trolling. We do a little bit of trolling here for Team 1.
You know, I think he said happy birthday as was going on there, just to go for the real deep cut that two people may have gone there. But yeah, a quick little intro, a little bit of delay. Trust me, deep in the back line, gonna get sliced up and turned by Demon. The Wolverine looking like a great complement to this offense here for All Business on the attack. So Spider-Man shenanigans aside, All Business may be setting a much faster pace here, Vast.
And you see, there's the cap coming on through for All Business, putting a lot of point presence. Trust me, looks to get a little bit of contest, but they can give up ticks. I mean, ticks, that's fine. That's a resource. You let it go. You let it be free. Portal then up for Rajaro. He's gonna get caught by the leap. A lot of pressure there. And I love the poke on a Demon because Demon now is just to back all the way out.
Yeah, I mean, Team 1 making a good recontest here off the portal. All Business needing to clean things up. Demon, a little
not
bit
quite.
Of flying.
Pretty close.
It was remarkably close. Jerky, though, room to work with here in the air. Onto the Ultron, getting real close to some drones, but not quite going to be the case. Monk Mutta, final justice, the last little bit of cleanup, and now get the convoy moving here for All Business. And by the way, Avast, a much, much faster time than what Team 1 was able to set on their round.
Despite the Spider-Man antics, it did not pay gigantic dividends. They did get some ults, some big ults out of All Business, but I mean, Team 1 now looking to defend for second here, staying on this comp, this very, you know, this mobile, this dive comp. But with Demon on the Wolverine, it's a pretty interesting way to play it too, because you look at what Team 1 are playing and you're like, well, like these aren't necessarily multiple Vanguards. These aren't like a super static play, but you can still burn down those players.
A little bit of Ultron drones coming on in as Team 1. Just, you know, quick ult investment and an even quicker retake here on second point. And the first fight on second of Vast actually so incredibly important to not have it sort of turn into a steamroll, because now from this, it resets the momentum. It lets Team 1 fully set up on the defense. And I mean, this opening area, there's a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, they also preserved their ult bank pretty well there too. Only had to use one to win. So you trust me setting up here, waiting for the engages. Okay, Demon sees the clear, comes back around, loops around and get him.
And yep, trust me, able to just sort of squirrel his way around despite getting literally ripped off the wall. Crisis, meanwhile, back on convoy duty, laying in the fire from afar. Bajaro Freedom Rush has been popped, all business. Trying to slap him, but instead, Monk Mutta gets cut. And trust me, room to work with now on the Venom. Crisis just gets to walk on forward as the all clear is signaled, and a lot of time being built back here by Team 1 after what was a pretty rough first point.
And not quite, I mean, get a little stagger there into Isidore as well, so Team 1, 3 ults, about to be 4 again. I mean, Jerky pretty close to the Rage of Ultron. And Demon, last stand's available, so maybe you can find one, try to isolate them. But, like, once again, you look at the Wolverines, like, yeah, it's good at, like, punishing some of these dive tanks and getting the leap. But, like, it's pretty hard to find anything else on these duelist picks and get to the backline here for Demon, especially with how big the map is.
That's tough. Monk Mutta gets caught again on rollout. And yeah, okay, Fate goes down in turn, but all business just getting repeatedly delayed. Demon, though, on the hunt once more.
They're doing anti-air like Wolverine here, hoping to catch like Jerky in them. It's just not the most optimal way to do it, but it can work.
It's just interesting how someone this short has leaps that powerful. I mean, the physics of it all don't entirely match up.
Well, he was being thrown by the Hulk, so I mean, I guess it's more of a catapult situation.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, the air control, like, also.
There it goes again. He gets it.
Goes in. A little bit of slashing. Wait. Okay, Crisis finally goes down. Takes a bit of final justice, but yeah. Meanwhile, Fate feeling a little bit hungry right now. 3 potentially in the splash zone, and ends up being just 1 and an ally. Spits out the ally.
He's trying to take them out of there. He's trying to get them out of there, maybe make it to the end, isolate. But unfortunately, I mean, there's the invisibility, but still gonna find him. Closar gets found. Using the Jeff as just a way to displace. You don't have to have environmental hazards like an edge of the map. You can just displace a player as the engage comes in here for Team 1, gonna force out the Pit of Worlds. As we were finally having a sort of team fight ZP after kind of the madness that's been occurring.
Madness is the proper descriptor for what has been going on here across the map. And wait, Jeff still deciding, I'm going to terrorize Closar a little bit more. Closar able to get back to his team, but Jeff calling in the Venom at the same time. Blaxo trying to slow things down here with the Sonic Seduction, but Closar finally goes down. The pressure a little bit too much into the back line. And now, all business. They had so much time going in the second here of Asp, but now 1 minute away from the series being over.
Yeah, and this is just the power of the Chaos comp for Team 1, right? Because, like, you're just constantly encircling all business. You're keeping this pressure. You're constantly just keeping someone isolated, just putting trying to get a pick. As Monk Mutta's gone over to the Hela, hoping maybe to just like have this burst damage to duel out these flyers, because really with Demon on the Wolverine, there's no one that can really contest them.
Monk Mutta ends up following. Trust me, still in the back. Jeff over in there too, and I got news for you. Fate been burned some calories, feeling hungry once more. Only 25 seconds left to Team 1, looking to get the championship here. Another 2 pickoffs, and Fate grabs one, hangs out on the wall.
Wait, he's getting tricky with it?
Side.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the trick Jeff shot right there. He's just getting a little classy with it. Is okay. All business. This is the last fight potentially. ZP. They're out. They are going to have the boundary. They are going to have, I mean, double strategy. So they're going to have a lot of ults in the bank here, but so does Team 1. It's going to get really messy. They don't touch!
Oh, no!
Oh, well.
We didn't have one all series long. Why not finish with a bang? We set the stage for the final contest, but there wasn't to be one at all. Team 1 sweeping all business here in the money match on Rivals Night Shift. And, you know, with all the ridiculousness of the map, I actually think a Charlie Niner is maybe the only way that could have ended.
I mean, that's, I mean, it's just, I mean, you look at the fight and then you see them just like literally like a meter, a foot away from the touch, and it all just falls pieces. I mean, what a showing from Team 1. They have so much flexibility, this team. There's a reason they've been so good, even at the international level and with some roster changes, but like, definitely an interesting series. Dustin, I mean, you know, do you have any thoughts on this one?
You know, well, yeah, I mean, obviously that wasn't the closest match of all time, but it was one of the most entertaining matches. Like, I was just laughing the whole time. We saw that, like you said, Avast, the trick shot on Jeff off the map, the portal plays at the beginning. Yeah, that was just an incredibly fun, entertaining match for sure. ZP, you know, what's your takeaway, I think, from that matchup from Team One versus All Business, besides, you know, you got to see so much fun Jeff play?
I think overall, there may have been some concerns about Team One last week with them falling the chopped, but Team One, to me, sort of came back and reminded everyone, yeah, we are the LAN champions for a reason. There's a lot of mechanical skill, and even with the roster shuffles where, you know, effectively they're playing here with a completely different duelist line than what they were running on LAN, didn't seem to matter. The new pickups worked great, and even though Naga may be sick and Melio may be on a different team, it doesn't really feel like Team One missed much of a beat.
It really doesn't. I mean, this team just it maintains its level with its core almost, right? And I guess that's like we were talking about roster building earlier. I mean, Team One definitely understood, you know, just play around their core four, and I mean, it works out because they had to deal with a pretty tough situation on the side for All Business, right? We saw them in the last series. All Business played phenomenally. And then in this one, I mean, they put Demon back on his comfort hero. And by the way, that pull off is hilarious alongside the portals. But like, yeah, I mean, Demon's known as one of those guys who is like an insane Wolverine player. You know, Crisis is the one playing the Human Torch, but Demon seems like the Human Missile at times. And they couldn't get anything even on Demon's comfort picks in Team One. I think that you guys talked about earlier, it's a testament to how good they are, especially at the Jeff comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, having the ability to pull this out, it's such a strong pick because it's a very big struggle, I think, when like teams are like, oh, like, this is such a good idea. We're going to play like a really heavy skirmish comp, or we're going to be taking fights all around the map. But it's so hard to have a level of individual play where everyone's succeeding at that because you're not playing, you know, you're having a lot of individual mini fights often once the initial engage breaks down, and to have the coordination level to make it work. And also just to set up the dives in general. And we saw that repeatedly with the front line of the duelists for Team One, just constantly setting up those fights where Team One is just able to just play a variety of different and interesting styles that I think is so important for them in their success.
Yeah, this Team One roster, I mean, you can see the dominance. They're looking like a monstrous, champion yet again in EMEA, but, you know, we'll see if they can maintain it in future night shifts, because at the current moment, I mean, Team One, they recently won the midseason, but, you know, last week, like we saw, they faltered versus some very good talent. So, you know, I guess we'll have to see in the future how good they are, but right now in this night shift, they are your champions. And I believe our MVP, what we're going with is Jerky, I believe, right, Avast? And Zebu, we can all agree, Jerky had a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, I mean, when Ultron drones came out, things were going down. And I think it was a big redemption from Jerky relative to last week where, okay, you could argue, okay, Chopped Baby was putting up a better fight overall, given that they won. But look, Jerky's adapting to playing with a new team in Team One, and look, we saw versatility here, regardless of what Jerky was on. The Star-Lord was immensely impactful, from whether it be the Star-Lord into the Ultron, even a little bit of the Wolverine. And look, there's big shoes to fill, given the fact that Jerky's basically slotting in to the role that Melio was in before, but felt a lot more comfortable this week.
Yeah, I think that's really, for me, I look at Jerky and I see a decent amount of flexibility, but also just looking so much more comfortable, and the overall coordination level with their Vanguard line too, and getting that value was so important here for this match, and seeing how they just synergize with them. And I do think when you have a top-notch duelist player now in Rivals, used to, there's like players like, we really just only do one thing. You need them to be kind of like a multi-talented, multifaceted player, and you really need that coordination level with the rest of your team to get the max value, especially when you're playing these dive-centric kind of compositions. And that's where I think Jerky succeeded very well, and I definitely a big turnaround for them.
Also, speaking of turnarounds, or at least things you should be putting on your calendar this weekend here on this very channel, Night Shift is taking on Counter-Strike along with Asus. And it's going to be our third weekend of Counter-Strike coming on in. And that is going to be us going for the APAC region. Some fan favorites as far as casting goes. Have DDK and Bardolph bring you through all the action along with Blah. And yeah, I mean, it's been a good time. Not only has been some of the top teams in each region, but also a fun TF2 CS show match. We've crossed the worlds. There's a lot of bunny hopping. It's kind of chaotic, but you know, NA and EU was a whole ton of fun. But also, you know what else is fun? Having your brand new MSI Claw. If you want to get one, of course, MSI Gaming bringing all the action to you here for Project Night Shift and Rivals. We got some links in chat. You can go to the Intel website, make your own clip, or just vote on the ones that look cool, and you too could have a brand new MSI Claw powered by an Intel processor in your hands. It's state of the art, plays all the games you love. I'm pretty sure you can even play Rivals on it. I might be wrong, but I think that's a thing.
I think
I can't remember if MSI is if it's SteamOS based, but either way, I mean, you can make them an MSI Claw. The cool thing about it, you can do whatever you want with it. Really, it's a handheld gaming device, so you can kind of just mod it out however you want to a degree if you have the technical knowledge. And I think, but realistically, it comes so good out of the box that it can play just about anything that throws at it. To be fair, so definitely check one of those out. As someone that's a handheld PC enjoyer myself, I do think they're a really cool thing, and the MSI Claw is kind of the next iteration of that coolness.
Yeah, huge shout out to MSI and Intel for just helping us run everything. I mean, over at Project Night Shift, because I don't know, even as a fan, because I only show up for you guys every so often. You know, when they're like, okay, we don't have everybody here, but let's just reach out to that dog.
We gotta dig through like who do we
exactly,
got?
Yeah, we whip out
there we go.
You go through the recycling bin, you know, we're just like kind of finding the secondhand casters. And honestly, like from the outside, I just love watching like every week, even the Deadlock stuff here. As a fan of Night Shift, it's just so much fun to be able to like kind of watch in and come in. So make sure, by the way, if you're watching, to follow the channel on Night Shift, because I know a lot of people still kind of refiguring out what Night Shift is, right? I mean, for a lot of people, we're back in the scene. We've obviously been around in other brands, but now to be back on Night Shift, and just it being so many different titles, it's a lot of fun for a lot of co-streamers as well. So this is really a you know, kind of the root of the grassroots of the scene. So make sure to support us here at this channel. And ZP and Avast, we just finished off in EMEA. Now we're going over to North America, and this is going to be the first professional time or professional experience on the new patch, Season 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be the first professional play to be seen here on Season 4. All sorts of changes to the heroes, and of course, a brand new hero added to the roster. We don't really know what the meta is going to be, nor what the bans are, but that's why you got to stay tuned and you got to watch. And I'm just excited to see what happens.
Dude, I wonder, is Angela going to be good? You know, there's so many questions for people. You know, Invisible Woman, is she going to be broken like you think of, Ast?
I think the most important part really is, when we think about it, is that will Angela be able to strike, you know, the right tone of like being the tall, you know, muscular lady we all really want to be stepped on by. That's the real question, I think. But I do think it's gonna be interesting to see the patch. I mean, we have some big changes, like heroes that have been staples like Loki getting nerfs. I mean, Jeff gets a healing ring now. So, I mean, maybe he does more there. Maybe we see more Jeff, more Shark action. If only Puckett was here to see what we just saw. But I do think that this is just kind of the opportunity to kind of shake it up a bit and see just in general, like where that new hero is going to fit in. And it's always fun and interesting post new patch, like what anyone's going to play.
I guess before we see that, is there any early predictions for you, ZP, I think, for what we're going to see professionally? Is it going to be more triple strategist stuff or anything specific that you are looking forward to or can anticipate?
You know, honestly, when you look at the patch notes and you see all the things that are already good that are getting even more buffs and even more power, I feel like we truly are a Marvel game. You think about the history of you know, Marvel licensed IP, and you know, oftentimes games just kind of follow the rule of cool of everything is strong, everything is good. That's kind of how I look at the Season 4 patch. So I'm just willing to be a spectator and curious to see the takes, because I'm not sure every team is necessarily going to have the same take. I think there's a lot that could be viable, and we're going to answer all those questions pretty soon.
Yep, we will in a second when we start up in North America. But before then, we're going to go to a short break. We'll see you guys on the other side with Season 4, 100 Thieves, Envy, and Sentinels. See you guys in just a little bit.
Let's keep playing until we have a winner. Double KO.
That's right. It's a little bit of madness. It was the end of season 3.5 in competitive play. But guess what? We're throwing out the old. It's time to get into the new. It is Rivals Night Shift. We're moving on to North America. It is season 4 and the craziness is about to begin. ZP here with Dogman and Jake. And gentlemen, we get to see the beginning of a new era here in Rivals, kicking it off with NA.
Whew, excited. EMEA just finished, Jake. Now we're going over to North America, season 4. Last week was sick in North America. Think it's going to be sick again?
I think so. I mean, we got a really stacked lineup today in North America. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, Envy waiting in the money match. I mean, those are going to be fan favorite squads. I feel like Envy, I mean, you got to call them the favorites in the money match, but both of these teams in our challenger match, they've won before, right? They've been champions in the past. They want to be right back on top. So I'm expecting every one of these matches to be hotly contested, Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin, you're looking at this opening matchup here, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, and of course the winner to go up against Envy, the top 3 in North America. Of course, the teams also with the biggest fandoms. And look, this challenger match, it's a bit of a let's find out. Both teams making some pretty significant roster changes.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about either roster really at large because they're both so good. But let's start with the 100 Thieves. I mean, they've picked up a brand new player in Nuck, formerly of Shroud X, and then, now has moved on to this roster instead of SJP. So it's going to be a brand new backline. But outside of him, it's not changed too much across the board, right? 100 Thieves still have Delena and Terra. We know Terra is one of the strongest duelists in the game for a lot of people. He is an absolute threat on basically any hero. And then Delena just sort of that hit scan specialist that's been across the board, top tier kid, one of the best controller players, if not the best in the game, alongside Vinny, who has the flexibility to play Groot and a bunch of different heroes. And then Harvey has been a mainstay playing Loki. So really, yeah, it's the biggest question mark is how does Nuck fit in this roster, taking over for a phenomenal strategist player in SJP.
Jake, shifting on gears to the Sentinel side, this is one of the biggest roster swaps I think we've seen as far as just general esports goes, where effectively, half the team essentially gone, now replaced, new players on the roster. But this is also seems like one of the best opportunities to get some game time in before Ignite kicks off into full swing. What are you expecting to see?
I think players like Renko and Avery, they bring some experience from other titles in the genre. And so I think they could actually potentially slot in as really strong additions to this team and really play around their core. This team has always had great team play, great execution. And, seeing Crimzo in the lineup be interesting to see how that develops, how they work with this new roster. But I feel like expectations can and should be pretty high. That being said, going up against 100 Thieves, I mean, it's a tall order really for your first big outing as a new roster.
Dustin, we are heading into a new season. Just about everything, it seems, has changed. You take a look at the patch notes and you just think, man, this looks overpowered. That looks wild. We got Angela into the mix. I mean, there is a lot to talk about, but as you were looking at the changes coming on in, with a lack of professional results to look at here so far, where do you think we're going meta-wise? What do you think is going to be a mainstay?
Ooh, I mean, I think Invisible Woman's going to be a lot stronger. We already talked about that hero being super good. Luna Snow still kind of stays in that upper echelon, even with the 2-second reduction of the ult time, just because of how strong that ult is. And, we talked about Blade being... there's a buff, by the way, for Blade. You remember what it is? It's 2 damage to his Blade damage. That's it. That's the only change Blade got in this patch.
Much unplayable previously too, so
he kind of right now he fills a role where like he's sort of an unkillable demon. That's kind of it. Like sometimes like he'll go on off angles and then he'll shoot at him and then he double dashes away after using his block. But that's kind of about it. It's sort of like Iron Fist, but less of a threat.
Jake, thinking back to your coaching days, obviously, big patch changes. You were no stranger to it, but you get a patch of this magnitude as a coach. What's the process in sort of figuring out what you play scrim-wise? And, it doesn't take a little bit of time for things to really get solidified because there's a lot to go through.
Often your first read ZP is a little bit off. The heroes you think are going to be strong, maybe they're not quite as top as you thought they'd be. Maybe things don't change as much as you thought they would. But when I was reading the patch notes, I don't think it takes a genius or an experienced player to look at Magic and see like 8 or 9 different buffs in the same patch. I mean, Magic was pretty weak before, like not really being played at the top level, but realistically, that's just an extraordinary number of buffs to give one hero at one time. So my first thought would be, okay, how do we make Magic work? Like, how do we play around this ridiculous slate of buffs? Can it work? And honestly, with that level of amplification to her power, her raw damage dealing ability, I feel like there's a way.
So it's going to be Krakoa where we kick things off here, Dustin. Now, the interesting thing is that can there be too many buffs to a character where a character just gets buffed that much and you go, man, I can't wait to see my favorite character Magic play. And yet, does that lead us into a world where the only play that we're going to see from Magic is just going to be first ban from both teams?
Well, all I'm going to say is with Magic, like, okay, sure, Magic has a top 3 win rate in bronze. Magic has a top 3 win rate in silver. Top 2 win rate in gold. All the way up to Celestial, guess what? Magic still had a top 4 win rate in the entire game. So, you know, maybe one of these heroes where it's kind of been underrated by the pros, right? We've seen a team called YFP play a lot of Magic recently, even before the buffs. Can work. That team still lost, but honestly, that character is a lot stronger than people give it credit for, in the pro scene at least.
Well, Jake, we see some of the bans coming in here, and yet overall, it doesn't seem like that much has changed from the last season where Torch and Mantis were priority bans early in the process, and so far seems to be the same now.
I mean, if I were these teams coming into an event like Night Shift, I would not be banning Magic. I'd be trying to play it, trying to get experience on what's different, right? I think this is actually one of the smartest things you can do as a team when you come into a patch that has a lot of shifts across the board, is just kind of keep doing what you're doing, keep playing it, and then, you know, make adjustments as you're forced to, right? Like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't completely abandon what has been a successful setup for you in the past. And Sentinels right now set themselves up with a Torch mismatch, and same the Mantis mismatch for the Thieves. So both teams prioritizing, as you said, heroes that were dominant in the previous meta, and both getting their own bite at the apple there.
Where does the first half of this ban and protect phase, Dustin, lead you? Well, mind-wise, like, you're looking at this and you're thinking the gears are turning. What are you expecting that this brings us to with the recent changes in mind?
Well, I mean, I think those dives are still going to be super strong for Captain America and stuff. And honestly, I think it's like what Jake said. You know, that the fact that there's so many things that you could be wrong on, especially at the beginning of patches when people are still trying out the same stuff. Who knows? Like, maybe the teams are going to be incredibly unoriginal. I mean, we see the Invisible Woman lock. That's the first time we've ever seen, I think, an Invisible Woman protect in this phase. So that's going to be super unique. And also, yeah, it's kind of interesting if we do get to see Magic, like you and Jake brought up earlier. I mean, the biggest point of Sentinels is they don't have Amazing anymore, right? That he was like a Magic guy. That was his main hero that he played besides Iron Man. Now he's not on the roster anymore. It's Nectar alongside Avery. So I'm curious how that goes. And Star-Lord protected for 100 Thieves. That's also quite unique. But we saw in the last series priority towards Ultron Mantis. The Luna Snow ban is also quite unique with those changes too to her as well.
I mean, getting this Invisible Woman team up to me makes sense. Like, since you've already protected, you already protected one member of the team up, you're just going to run it back with another and, you know, have a solid basis with Invisible Woman also getting buffs. And, you know, I don't think there's really been nerfs to this style that meaningfully, right? Like, I guess with Luna banned out, you know, maybe Luna was pretty useful at having these comps amp up some of that damage, but maybe Invisible Woman can be kind of that new mainstay. I wonder if these 100 Thieves bans are really punishing what Sentinels wanted to go for here on the opening map of Krakoa.
Well, the draft has been set. The newness is going to be approaching. Dogman, Jake, take it away.
Thank you, ZP. And we're getting right into the map set here on our pre-selected map. So neutral territory. Both teams would love to open up this series with a statement map win, kind of set the stage going deeper.
Maybe this 2 damage, Jake, in Blade is going to be crazy. You know, maybe
takeover season 4, season of Blade.
It's happening. He's not going to be called Gun anymore. You know, no, just kidding. He's not even in the roster. Jesus, I don't know, but I think that right now, for how good, like we saw Star-Lord 2 be dominant in the last series, Jake. Like even in last patch, Star-Lord was good. He didn't get any changes. But I mean, the fact that you get health now when you press right click, right, get into the iframes and get bonus health, that's kind of nuts. So the devs in this game definitely prioritizing like that bonus HP and as like a balancing sort of thing.
Yeah, and I like a lot of these triple strategist setups playing around the Adam Warlock. I think Krakoa, pretty solid map for Adam Warlock from like a damage perspective. But not only that, also, you know, getting some of these mass reses, getting some big comeback team fights could be valuable. Renko sticking with the Loki despite the nerf, so it's going to be those double Invisible Woman boundaries able to fight, especially on this map on the point. I feel like that can also be strong. Terra's just absolutely fearless, charging straight in, trying to clear some of these Loki clones, but has to back off and not much to show for that push.
Yeah, not much to show except for the new Star-Lord skin that came out or is coming out with Season 4 literally tomorrow. So we get a little bit of a sneak peek onto it. And off the rip, I mean, like you said, Jake, kind of even on both sides. And it's interesting that we out in the UI get to see ult charge too.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna allow you to keep a little bit closer track of the chaos. Avery, though, has already found that first kill, and on to Delana, no less. Avery follows up with 2 more off the back of it, so 3 kills for the Sentinels. They're wiping the floor with 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Torch guy is still pretty damn good. Just because, like, this character got nerfs, still is broken, and, well, not in this patch, obviously, in Season 4, but in the previous one, it's still crazy as hell. Like, this guy is one of the strongest characters in the game, and you can see exactly why in the neutral. Just not only does he have huge damage output, but also he can get the final hits, right? It's like a matter of a lot of characters have trade-offs, right, Jake? Like sometimes you'll see biggest stat that, you know, a lot of pros look at is damage per 10 or final hits per 10 minutes. You know, in that case, usually most heroes have high final hits per 10, but not a lot of good damage. Torch kind of has both, as ultimates are now being built for both squads.
Yeah, this ulti fight is going to be crucial, but Sentinels in control is definitely a great opener to find. Legendary is popped from Terra and able to find a quick burst there onto Nectar. That's a big pick off into the Invisible Woman ult. They're not able to follow up with more, but already the trade's looking good here for 100 Thieves. Sentinels trying to stall it out, but they lost another strategist. Maybe this point ult is just falling apart as quickly as it came together.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jake. I mean, just damage boost onto Terra into that ultimate in the sky. The Galactic Legend just cleaned the floor with that Torch or with one of the players on Sentinel's side. And I think it was just all she wrote after that, Jake. It just was tough to win after that fight with the Mantis change, right? There's so much damage coming out on Terra and on Delena, like you pointed out with Adam Warlock. So right now, 100 Thieves got themselves back into the point cap and are setting themselves up for success as they can stall out the fight with Captain America ult, maybe build time for Harvey and Nuck to build their Shad ults alongside Delena, who has that res, which res now gives bonus health too.
Yeah, Delena's definitely going to be the target this fight. You really need to take down this Adam Warlock. You do not want to let him get a very impactful mass res off. Sentinels, though, they're going to be on the back foot, trying to come back in for the retake.
He's hiding right now.
Yeah, it's, I think, smart too, right? Like, you can kind of gamble, let your team die. As long as you get a value res off, you're going to be having impact in this team fight. Phoenix starting to put some point pressure on, but already Techie goes down. A little bit of miscommunication there. Lack of coordination from the Sentinels, losing a Vanguard first. Crimzo, though, strikes right back, and that's onto Delena, so an impact kill.
Yeah, that's huge to find Delena, but he has that self-res. Here comes the Phoenix ult, but guess who's about to be brought back by his cocoon? It's Delena. Are they going to track him down, though? That's the thing, Jake. He's back, and he's met by the Phoenix. Oh, it gets canceled. No.
Yeah, great awareness there. Crimzo just hunting down that Adam Warlock, and you're losing the ultimate especially. So this point has been incredibly back and forth. Like, both times, defenders have lost control of the point, which you don't often see in these heavy ult fights, right? Typically, we see the defenders hold on, stall fights for incredibly long. So both of these teams finding the playmaking, but still a little bit rocky. Maybe the new rosters still with a bit of an adjustment time.
Yeah, Sentinels 20% to finishing it out, and like you called out, Jake, I mean, Delena's being hunted down on that side from Crimzo is huge, and that's going to be kind of the biggest thing for Adam Warlock is how many times can you hunt them down. Nuck starts off this fight with the sleep, slows down that cap at least so they can push in.
Yeah, and they're just going to leave him alone now. A lot of pressure being put down. Terra with the Galactic Legend over the top, getting those amps from Mantis. But Invisible Woman boundary comes out very delayed from Aramori. Nice hold on that ultimate. Comes out so late. 100 Thieves look pretty overextended now. And the clapback is huge. Avery with 2 over the top, hunting for more with these flaming tornadoes on the point. And that should be the round here. 100 Thieves cleaned off the point. TTK desperation, but no chance to touch. And Sentinels locked that one down.
Yeah, I think this is the unfortunate aspect of Adam Warlock is if you're against a team that can play well around it, you know, it doesn't really get as much value, unfortunately. Like you called out with Delena getting rezzed, brought back for the ult, and that next fight he didn't have the passive too. Like we only saw that passive come out once for Delena in that entire round where he was able to self-res. And I guess, Jake, it kind of goes back to sort of old ideology, which is ban Human Torch, protect Human Torch, and it just works out.
Yeah, I mean, and I also think the Phoenix plus Torch mismatch is so strong, right? Adam Warlock, yeah, he does some damage, but like the stats are brutal, right? Like he's not keeping up at all with something like a Phoenix. And if you're not really getting big value team fights out of the mass res, you know, the saves aren't really working out. It kind of begs the question of why are you running this Adam Warlock? Like, what's the theory there? Delena, I think this is probably just a speed boost Jeff, right? Like, I think assuming they're going to change nothing else, maybe he just comes out on the Adam Warlock again. Maybe it'll work better at this map. Maybe there's better opportunity to protect him from these deadly flankers.
Yeah, it might be the comp is too slow. Portal plays come out though off the rip, and oh my goodness, what a shot
Perfect
from our
mirror.
observing team. That was awesome.
Yeah, great opening of the fight. Total mirror there. 100 Thieves able to strike first. Harvey finds that burst onto the opposing Phoenix. Capult comes out from Crimzo. They're trying to fight through this. Techie getting a little bit low and getting that trade also out of 100 Thieves. So Sentinels won't give this one up easy. Renko goes for a copy. See if he wants to double down with another ult of his own. And it seems like they're willing to continue this fight. Both teams dumping heavy ultimates, but I think Sentinels are gonna have the last lap here. Big Phoenix ult over the top into the strange connection. Great combo from the Sentinels, opens up this point with the cap.
Yeah, that might be a callback to what you said earlier, where like 100 Thieves, I mean, that was like a perfect fight for them almost, right? Like 100 Thieves come out the portal, they have the soul bond, they find the pick, and then they still lose. So, I don't know. Yeah, something's just not working here. Harvey's going over to Cloak and Dagger, Nuck's over to Jeff. So they're trying to, oh no, he's not actually. It's a real quick speed boost out of spawn. But regardless, that was a perfect fight for 100 Thieves in terms of what they kind of wanted, and it still didn't pan out. Sentinels also now building up towards that Supernova. They're building up Straddles too. Right now, 100 Thieves have to kind of up the pace, but it's hard to with Adam Warlock.
Yeah, and Terra just has so much heavy lifting to do. He's getting right into the backline to try and put that damage down, but the boundary comes out from Aramori, stabilizes for now. Sentinels happy to just fight within that. Force 100 Thieves completely off the point. Galactic Legend from Terra needs to find value here. This is a crucial moment for him, and he seems to have caught the torch. It's a big kill, but it's traded right back by Crimzo, so this one won't be an easy flip for 100 Thieves. They still need to scrap it out in the deathmatch. No ultimates on the field, though, so it is all down to that individual mechanics right now. And this is where the Star-Lord can sort of shine, right? Playing that versatility and mobility. Seems like the point pressure leading towards the Thieves.
Able to get it back as well. Delena has the res. That's like one of their only ults besides Harvey here, so I'm curious how they do want to use this res. It actually, I wouldn't be opposed to maybe using it amidst this Eternal Bond from Harvey, but they already lose one. Oh no.
One down. I mean, they have the mass res online if you want to give it, but you don't want to give this point flip back to the Sentinels, and they've got potentially a devastating combo here. Strange into Phoenix ult. It's worked for them in the past. Nectar has been really solid finding these big connections on the Phoenix ult, making it more than just a survivability tool, right? Turning it into those kills. Now the Freedom Rush from Crimzo's cap really starting to overwhelm, forces that Mantis out, ult out in response, and you're looking for the Strange ult. The big Phoenix connection coming over the top, but it doesn't seem like it gets any kills, and so 100 Thieves still very much in this.
Yeah, great disengage. Zelena with the res just to hold on. Actually, nobody even going down, waiting to get the eliminations until after the res is out. They only get Zelena back. Actually, no, everybody is back, but they give up the point, though, Jake, on the flip, and Sentinels now sitting on that objective. Also, they can just live with the new changes to Invisible Woman. Like you said, nobody dies with the ults now. Now we go up to from 165 healing per second to 180, so way harder to get the kills in the Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, and Techie proving to be a real problem, getting a lot of big Strange ults. Now 100 Thieves have their own slate of ultimates to fight back with, though, so they probably have the advantage on this retake. That being said, every second you stall is a second Sentinels are charging off a lot of ultimates. Galactic Legend out from Terra, getting a ton of support from the teammates, and Sentinels just falling back, trying to stay alive without yielding this point control. The response comes in with Renko, the copied Invisible Boundary onto the point, allowing Sentinels to fight strong through these 100 Thieves ultimates. Avery dropping these Flame Tornadoes in the choke points. 100 Thieves, though, coming up close to a few important strategist ults of their own. You need to get them off and force to use that Cloak and Dagger to come out on the retake.
A lot of cooldowns used, though. They use the Soul Bond plus that Eternal Bond. Can they at least find the elimination, like you said? Unfortunately, not yet. I mean, the disengage is perfect for Sentinels, and they still have point control.
The strategist play from Renko and Aramori is so clean right now, keeping people alive, but in the end, it's just overwhelming from the Thieves. Too much pressure onto the point. Eye of Agamotto from TTK should seal the deal, and they are able to get this flip back, but Sentinels fighting so well in that engagement, it's built them up towards a very healthy ultimate advantage, and I feel that Delena, once again, is going to be in the sights for the Sentinels. They've kept great track of this Adam Warlock ult. They made it very difficult for him to get value.
The biggest benefit for 100 Thieves so far is running that Cloak and Dagger now, at least. They do have Terra Cape to maybe give some more lethality towards their composition. You know, at least with Harvey on the Cloak, can throw that out, find eliminations amidst these team fights. But here, this is going to be a big one as well. Where's Delena going to be able to hide? Can he live long enough? Nuck already goes down, so does Harvey.
They're going for the mass res here. Potentially a lot of value. Crimzo was trying to hunt him down, but Delena still gets that impact, finds 3, but the kills are still coming in. Sentinels are just overwhelmingly powerful on point. The Strange ult is big, gets enough of a connection to burst down Nuck a second time, and Invisible Boundary should be slamming the door on this round. Thieves, 4 players online. Terra just can't find a single target with the Galactic Legend, and Avery hunts him down for the cleanup. Overtime is burning down. Delena respawns himself, but there's just no chance for 100 Thieves. The Strange Portal, maybe a desperation touch, could delay this round a little bit longer. But you've got to play this one perfectly. There's no margin for error coming out onto this point, fully stacked with Sentinels players.
actually hilarious as well after the nerfs to Loki. The fact that he's still able to get eliminations. Terra does find one, but like you said, overtime ticks down. They have to prioritize this point, and this boundary on top of it is going to end things for 100 Thieves. And we talked about, I think, the Human Torch on round number 1, but man, Jake, that Phoenix on Carousel was disgusting with you know, the changes that we talked about Blade and you know, how anti-heal could be a factor in this game. Right now, the biggest factor is Phoenix ult is one of the only ults that actually gets rid of bonus health. So everybody now gets bonus health on like Rez from Adam Warlock in the last patch, but it doesn't matter when you're against Phoenix. Like you said, when they drop that Phoenix ult, the end song, Inferno just takes down everybody.
Yeah, and as well with Mantis being popular, right? Just like a naturally powerful response to that. And I like that a couple times this game, Sentinels are setting it up with the Doctor Strange ult. I mean, one of the problems with the Phoenix ult is if you've got any kind of mobility, right? You're probably going to be able to just slip away or evade it since it comes down relatively slowly. There's that opportunity to react. But the Strange ult, right? Setting people up, dropping any defensive barriers they might be deploying, and allowing Phoenix to just get that direct hit connection. It led them to winning more team fights than I've seen pretty much any other team do. And just looking at the stats, man, a pretty rough one for Delena, right, on the Adam Warlock. Really low impact game, frankly, from him. You look at the duelist on the other side, and man, Avery is just absolutely destroying on the torch. 20 final hits, as well as the 24k damage, but both duelists doing 24k damage. I mean, like, look at these stats on Sentinels. It's beautiful. Everything's symmetrical. All the roles are doing the same amount of damage.
Sentinels, you got 2 new players and yet absolutely no problems. A lot of question marks for Sentinels coming on in, wondering how's the team going to do. These are big roster changes, and it seems like they did pretty well. Dogman, break it down for us. You got Renko, you got Avery. Who really impressed you in their Sentinels debut?
I mean, the biggest thing is the core is still playing to such a high level, and like you said, I think Avery in the Torch was amazing, and it goes to the same oh God, Jesus! Why do they keep changing the names? Nectar on their side, right? R8 for watch. What does that even mean? Regardless, I think that he was good. Like Avery was insane. Renko was insane on the Loki. I think he had his moments where he keeps the team alive. A lot of times in the high ground, still finds picks on Loki, especially with the healing and damage ratio getting removed from 100% to 80%. On top of the fact that the shapeshift period lasts less long, instead of 15 seconds, down to 12. Showed that character's still really good. I always thought of Torch as a character that's kind of borderline too strong or not strong enough. Turns out the nerf didn't really impact Renko on Loki.
Jake, we had a contrast of styles here going into it, where there's always the, you know, in a hero shooter, it's do you run 2-2-2, or, you know, if it's not locked down, how do you go about it here? And under Thieves, they came in and said, nope, we want to run the triple strategist, and it kind of ran into a brick wall. Sentinels running a more traditional 2-2-2. How did you see that breakdown?
Honestly, I think this is, you know, less about the numbers here. I think like triple strategist absolutely can work, and I've seen it look super strong, but I feel like maybe the synergy, the team ups weren't really there, right? Like you think in the past, this Adam Warlock Mantis Star-Lord combo, right, was one of the strongest in the game with everyone having individual reses. It just gave you so much margin for error, lets you really push the limits on the flanks. But now it's kind of only the Adam that does that. And then Sentinels, I think, we're so aware of constantly attacking Delena. Like, I don't want to criticize that this is Delena's fault that he had a bad game. It's because Sentinels are hard focusing him, and they're exploiting that weakness of the Adam Warlock, that he's just not able to really handle himself on a control map, right? Doesn't have the mobility, doesn't really have the escape and playmaking, relies on a very long cooldown that's to defend himself. And honestly, if you're using that soul bond to just stay alive on Adam Warlock, you don't feel particularly good about the skill, right? You want to get more of a big team hit value on that. And I feel like Crimzo Avery did a great job of just constantly pressuring Delena, not allowing him to really play the game there on the Adam Warlock. And I think this, I mean, I think you honestly have to take a very new approach here for 100 Thieves. Like, that was such a beatdown. I just can't imagine running it back with the same strat.
Dustin, we're heading into Araco now, and you know, off air we were kind of talking about the state of the game, and you were kind of saying maybe all roads will run through goats once more. It's pretty powerful. But of all the maps and rivals, it's been really good on Araco, where you can just stack the deck with triple strategist, triple vanguard, and make the first attack just kind of you know, you win no matter what. You either drain the clock or you get a first point hold. Do you think we're going to see that here now between these two teams?
Yeah, it's a great setup by UZP. I think that Sentinels is a team that can play that comp, right? This is what like we were talking about off air, like you said. I mean, there's not many teams, I think, in Rivals at the current moment that understand the fundamentals behind this sort of 3-3 composition. 3 Vanguards, 3 strategists is what we in the hero shooter genre call GOATs. But in this game, it does play similarly, except we don't have like any speed boosting characters, right? Except Storm. And obviously Storm doesn't fit into that comp because she's a duelist. So right now, I think that you can play it every single map. It is just way harder and way more punishing, especially when you're against a Storm in this case. They're going to protect Torch and Invisible Woman on Sentinel's side, however. They are on the blue side, right? Sentinels are, so I believe they're going over to defense first. You know, I'm curious kind of what they decide to do. Emma protect for 100 Thieves side. I wonder if that means they're going to want to remove the Emma on their side. Psylocke also is open, but now with those Psylocke nerfs that came through, that character maybe kind of falls off a cliff. We'll kind of find out. But right now, yeah, I mean, there's definitely an opportunity for that triple strategist, triple Vanguard comp to be ran.
Jake, as you're taking a look at here, the draft, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to triple Vanguard, triple strategist, but we've also seen teams kind of shift off the draft and, you know, defy expectations or just run something for first point. Araco seems to be one of those maps where you really can sort of shift based on the point of the map that you're at.
Yeah, I've also seen Wolverine look really good on this map, and you know, the ability to displace and pull people. There's so many like tight corners that you can kind of swing on and like get a kidnap attempt and like pull people out of the fight. Neither of these teams, I think, have been really showing a big appetite to play that. And honestly, I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Sentinels, right? The Invisible Woman and the Human Torch, it's, you know, like you can kind of put that in on pretty much any map, it feels like right now, right? And okay, you're not going to have the Loki, so Renko's going to have to show us something new, but honestly, I'm excited for that, right? This is a new player on the roster. I want to see his versatility. I want to see more depth across the pool there and what they end up going to with the fallback without the Loki.
All right, we're heading into Araco. 100 Thieves, they're going to be looking to bounce back against the Sentinels team that looks like they are living up to the hype. What do we know for sure? We know we're going to have a giant tree man walking down and bringing nature to technology. It's going to be Dogman and Jake bringing you all the action once more.
Thank you, Sir ZP. I mean, dude, Jake, this map, by the way, listen, I love this map. It's great. Third point. I almost want to change my color scheme to yellow because of how red this map gets, dude. Like, you can't even see the outlines when everybody's red. Angela! No way! Are we going to see Angela?
All right, I don't know what this character does, so I'm locked in. Let's see.
It's like Wolverine. It's basically Wolverine, but flies, okay? Less damage, though.
Okay.
So that's all you kind of got to know. You know what?
Grab and pull him and he's in. But I love this. The Moon Knight Groot combo is really punishing on some of these heavier tank setups. Crimzo pulls the Groot so deep. Hold on, wait, this character is crazy. But TTK right behind gets that counter kill onto Techie. But the Resident Armory is on the rocket here. Crimzo's just making space here on the Angela. I'm not sure this is optimal, but it's pretty stylish.
And he's dead. And there he goes. Rest in peace, Crimzo. He was just a moth in the air, you know. He's just like kind of there to be annoying. That's kind of what the character does though at the moment. You know, by the way, Tara, this is Moon Knight, by the way. You thinking this is a character from another game that's robotic? No, this is Moon Knight's new skin in season 4. Looks absolutely crazy. He looks like a Vanguard, doesn't he?
I'm still a fan of the Moon Knight Groot combo. I think this combo is potentially underused. It's such a sick team wiping tool. It allows you to kill through strategist ultimates. Like one of the few ways I feel like you can pretty consistently get that off. And it looks like Nectar is going to go over to the Wolverine, though, so taking that challenge. Is he going to be able to deal with Delana? Storm already has found them with the kidnap, and Techie gets the kill, so Storm off the field. But here's the combo coming in. Moon Knight dropping ulti on point.
Yeah, Vinny got kicked off the map, by the way. Techie also back in the game after that res beacon, so that was a cool kick off the map from Techie. And, you know, at the moment, 100 Thieves just kind of struggling to find anything in terms of eliminations.
Yeah, Techie's been really nice here on this Emma Frost. And Vinny is going to step back here, go over to the Thing, maybe try to lock down some of this mobility. We've seen Thing a lot come out as a sort of a semi-counter to the Wolverine, right? Breaking his mobility at a crucial moment, allowing you to catch and focus him down. But Sentinels holding this corner strong. Crimzo, tip of the spear right now. Storm going to open with the ultimate, starting to put some of the pressure on. Crimzo trying to fall back slowly here, but big ultimates are available here for the Sentinels. Second life forced out of Wolverine. Storm just forces that invisible boundary trade. And it looks like both teams going to dump ultimates. 100 Thieves going to push into the boundary here.
Yeah,
Crimzo still has an ultimate.
Still does off the map, but no, Terra flies back. Gets grabbed anyway. Oh my goodness, Techie. Wombo comboing Terra. Now even in the fight, Avery also, like you said, has that res. Avogamoto's met, oh no, by a dance floor. Can't find the elimination unless you block off the heals, but good shielding by the team to keep him alive.
Yeah, and Adam Warlock, self-res back into the fight. Now Nectar looking for an opportunity to grab a player, and I mean, 100 Thieves have to really respect this Wolverine, right? It's really slowing down their push, but to hear the Moon Knight ult, Crimzo forced to kite back into it. That is not a viable place to stand. Armori's Beacon gets one res off. Avery pops the mass res, so Sentinels don't want to give any ground. They want to just continue this fight, doubling down in the current position, but they're out of ultimates. Renko needs to finish charging that invisible boundary. Almost online, could be crucial in this fight, but Vinny could find that initiation with the thing.
Still waits back, ready to go with it. There's that ultimate. It actually does catch out the Doctor Strange, who tried to jump block it. But again, Techie in the neutral fights has been so big. Another kick off the map, Jake. These environmentals from the Vanguard line of Sentinels have just gotten so much value.
Yeah, the front line, you talked about this, right? The core of this team staying together for a long time. Techie has always really impressed me on the Vanguard. Really intelligent player, right? Always finds some of this cheeky value that you're always hoping your Vanguard can get, but I feel like he's so consistent with it on Techie. Now, a different approach from 100 Thieves, trying to attack through the high ground. Tara going back to the old standby here of the Bucky. Maybe could put some counter pressure on this Emma Frost, maybe put some of that challenge to her mobility displacement. Delana coming into the backline, trying to find somewhere to connect it with the Storm. Oh, this doesn't look the best. I guess he is going to hit on one, but Wolverines is coming into fight, stepping up to the plate against that Storm. And Aramori has that Sia, dropping that big damage amp. Could be pretty rough here. 100 Thieves kind of trying to ult in.
I mean, right now, Sentinels are playing so annoying. Right now, they come back in Aya Bogamoto mid-fight, and they're just not going down, Jake. They're playing the cover perfectly. However, now Terra decides to close it out on his classic Bucky with a Kraken impact, opens it up onto Avery.
Can he find the second execution? Needs to keep this ultimate snowballing. Seems like Nectar fell back to the strategist, and as you said, Sentinels, they're bending, but they're not breaking. They're playing so effectively around this evasive movement. Terra gets a chance, but can't quite get the connections. Needed some headshots there. Nuck, though, does have that dance floor advantage, and a big catch here onto the Adam Warlock in the flank. Avery pops the soul bond, saves himself. The strategist ultimates come back, and his team is so hard to bring down. You just can't quite break them, but Renko does drop even inside of his own boundary.
I mean, where did Avery even go? He went high ground, right? Now he's hiding with the res, brings him back anyway. So everybody who just went
Big
down,
res.
they're being brought back.
Huge res from Avery, showing how it's done on the Adam Warlock. 100 Thieves running low on the gas now, and this is the opportunity for the Sentinels to strike back. Crimzo has that ultimate online, would love to find a big ultimate, big connection from Doctor Strange. Crimzo charging into the backline, but Storm has already struck first. Renko is out of the fight. Aramori drops the Sia, trying to put what heal she can. Crimzo, decent connection with the ultimate, but isn't enough. Where's the follow-up damage? Crimzo finds one. Maybe you need more than this, though. In the backline, 100 Thieves starting to get a bit of an edge, especially with TTK ripping the ultimate for Emma Frost, and it seems like 100 Thieves barely starting to get this one over the line. Still spawners coming back for Sentinels, but I think it's too little too late, Dustin, and it's just desperation touches, stalling that OT out by the skin of their teeth. 100 Thieves cap first point.
Yeah, I mean, first point, we do know it as one of the hardest to cap out, especially versus triple strategist comps or triple Vanguard comps, however you want to, whatever comp you kind of want to run there. Sentinels, unfortunately, we saw, by the way, the very beginning of the point, we did get to see Angela feed. That was unfortunate for a lot of fans, I'm sure, of that character. You know, maybe in this case, Emma.
Not the best debut.
Not the best debut, and that's why, Avast earlier said that, hopefully we get a new, sort of Dommy Mommy type character. It's still Emma Frost, okay? That is not going to change for a while, I think.
She's taken over, and she's not accepting any challengers. The position is filled. There will be no new applicants at this time. Tara, get some connection on the Phoenix. Swap ups from the Sentinels now. Supernova from Avery, gonna drop those tornadoes into the backline. Harvey immediately rips that copy, just tries to stabilize for the moment. Holding onto the dance floor, though, so there's gonna be an opportunity here for the repush for 100 Thieves. A little bit less time now on that clone. You gotta pop the ultimate to keep it rolling. Here it comes.
Just slowing down that Sonic Seduction. I think that's a trade you're willing to take, though, if you're Sentinels, considering Sonic Seduction for Luna Snow, Dance Floor, Fate of the Worlds is actually a solid trade. Nuck now commits his own, but Delena's already fallen. Has to use that cocoon to come back into the fight.
Yeah, is going to be able to do that. Is going to be able to double down. Terra waiting for the opportunity. This may be it. You're low on strategist ultimates. Bucky loves to clean up in these fights, loves to snowball into them, but does he find the opportunity? Crimzo drops even without the Bucky ult, so maybe Terra's gonna be able to hold on to this one to try and snowball, try to keep it going. Phoenix ult into the backline, does find a big burst onto Harvey. He won't be able to have him back into the fight unless Delana can charge up that ultimate. He's pretty close, actually, on the mass res. That could allow 100 Thieves to continue fighting, but Sentinels, the re-aggression is crippling here. Even low on the ultimates, just the Cloak and Dagger is just too much for the Thieves. They're falling back for the moment. Sentinels seem to have stabilized. Even when picks go against them, man, this team is so resilient.
Yeah, But honestly, 100 Thieves didn't play it that bad, right? They Meteor M sort of as a Predator's ultimate to let their team fall back. But here's the Supernova, and now it's actually panning out like you said, Jake, where everybody's now back from spawns on Sentinel's side. They were able to live long enough for, in this case, Nectar to come back. 25 seconds left to go, and you called it, Jake. They're just being such a nuisance on defense.
Nice hook from Terra. Almost gets the kill on Avery, but the save is too quick here from Renko. And I mean, Human Torch is just eating them alive here from the high ground. They don't really have anyone to pressure up there. Clock running low. Terra rips the ultimate, knows he has to somehow find a way to clutch this one out. Could he find one more reset? That would be huge in this spot, but he's already so low and just can't quite get the next connection. Avery immediately turns it around on him, and the Thieves gonna have to settle with that 1 point and change here on Araco.
Wait, what? I wonder why Delena didn't switch Doctor Strange in Portal. It was Vinny, the one to Portal, who died after Delena did. Delena was the most recent one to respawn. Didn't have ult. Could have gone for that Portal play to retouch. But man, it does seem like what you said. And you would think a team like Sentinels would have had to adjust more with the new pickup of Avery, with the new pickup of Renko. But the pace that they've been putting on 100 Thieves has been insane. And 100 Thieves, like even stats-wise, you would assume, okay, this team only had one death on Nuck, for example. You'd be like, oh, this team should have won. No, I mean, there were times when they just ran into walls trying to fall back. I don't know, man. Your stats don't tell the full story, and this is exactly why, as Sentinels with that triple Vanguard or triple Strategist comp at first, racking up the deaths, but playing objective to such a high level.
Yeah, I mean, Techie, such a beast there on the Emma Frost. So many of those kicks off the map on that opening section. It felt like 100 Thieves didn't even get proper fights going until the clock was already down towards that minute mark. Avery looks like he's been playing with his team for years, right? Completely slotted in. The coordination with Renko is amazing. Tons of saves from the Invisible Woman. It's great seeing him on the Human Torch, a role where he can really take over, right, and get a ton of resources. I feel like that's a high pressure role for a duelist, to be the one who's going to get, you're going to get a ton of heals, you're going to get a ton of resource damage and enabling skills from the squad, and you have to deliver. But he's been doing that, and at the same time, he can bring out the Adam Warlock and bring out some really solid team play, like great awareness and depth for that player coming in and having a great showing here on the Sentinels.
Yeah, I like that you bring him up too, Jake. I mean, he was the follow-up to the other duelist in Tap on Techie XD on that unsigned roster. Both Tap and him are prospects that everybody talks about, but I think people don't talk about Avery enough, and you call it out. I mean, that guy looking good on this roster at the current moment. And Sentinels started out on their attack with a pretty aggressive play on the 100 Thieves, just shoving them back into their own spawn or into their own side of the map that they played onto this Hulk Namor comp. It's not really enabling 100 Thieves to hold space as they build ults.
Sentinels look strong. Already the pickoff, though. Flank kill is able to shut down from Delena on Avery. He is going to res himself back up into the fight, but this flank pressure from the Namor is pretty crippling for the moment. Terra does fall.
God,
Techie with another, man. Techie is just a beast.
Dude, you see both their Vanguards in the pits, or two Vanguards in the pit of hell. Delena, though, I mean, at least he's able to equalize it. You talk about him on the Namor. I mean, this is one of Delena's best heroes, and you're seeing why. I mean, he sort of started out, was the creator of this flank Namor playstyle. They call it the Delena. In this case, goes down, cast a curse.
What a caster. That was a brutal one, Dustin. But I mean, 100 Thieves, I feel like they didn't have the players to double that into that. This boundary, though, is a little over-aggressive from the Sentinels. They need to convert this into kills. I guess trading, forcing the Cloak and Dagger ult is going to have to be enough for now. And Terra also rips the ultimate. Big Groot. Is there enough of a connection? Are they able to get follow-up kills? For now, it just forces the Psionic Seduction, and they're still getting value here out of this Cloak and Dagger ult from Aramori. Avery has mass res online, so without Techie, they're still going to be able to get him back into the fight if they want to. And they're going to double down. This is classic Sentinels, refusing to back off the fight, refusing to give up Crimzo, charging forward fearlessly. Forces the dance floor out of Nuck. Tons of ultimates being deployed by the Sentinels, but so far they haven't been able to find kills, and they're trying to regroup just a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to pick their target to dive on. In this case, it was Terra in that Phoenix Endsong Inferno, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they were not able to find the value early enough, and right now, 100 Thieves, their comp with the Namor looking a lot better. TTK as well, looking phenomenal pull from Terra, and this is the value in playing Bucky, is those mid-fights, those neutrals can get turned on their head, Jake, with those pulls. Also with Delena on the Namor, I think they're actually looking so much improved, so much better than in the previous map, and also earlier on their attack. But there's still a minute and 40 seconds left, and it took till overtime for 100 Thieves to cap out on their offense. So we already know how hard Araco first point is to take for the attacking team. Crimzo now goes over to Angela yet again, Jake.
Obviously, this is the pick. This is the answer. We'll see what Angela's able to do here. Maybe could find somebody, pull them out of position. Could be a strong tool, right, in breaking a stalemate. You don't really have powerful ultimates to bring out here. Angela not able to find a connection immediately. Sonic Seduction Force, Namor Whale as well, looking to get more, and they're able to drop bodies here. 100 Thieves just absolutely crushed the Sentinels, but I wonder, did they overult a little bit for that, right? 3 ults for nothing. I feel like the Sentinels are going to be pretty all right, taking a quick team wipe and just coming back up to the plate. We know how hard first point is to cap at all.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a lot of pressure onto Vinny, a lot of pressure onto 100 Thieves that's sustained with Nuck and Harvey, but at least they do have Stratus ults, right? We talk about in this game how strong they are. Also, I don't think anybody's really comboed that well alongside Nectar and his Ensong Inferno. That's the benefit of that ultimate, is comboing with others, right? Maybe Crimson can go in with his, right? Kind of create a little bit of space for that Ensong Inferno, but we'll see as we're entering basically last fight territory with 30 seconds left.
Crimzo, let's see what he can do with the new Vanguard. See if this ultimate's able to have a significant impact here. A spear into the backline. What does it do? Not a whole lot, so it would seem. Terra hooks him in, absolutely punishes Crimzo. Now Sentinels fighting. 5v6. Have to clutch this one out. Time is running low. They're taking a ton of damage, and Renko gets bursted down with the invisible boundary. Didn't get it off in that fight. Ensong Inferno does come down from Nectar, but it's just not enough. The dance floor unfazed by that tool. And the Sentinels, Crimzo onto a quick TP, trying to keep that overtime rolling, but
Yep.
this is so awkward. This doesn't look effective, especially forcing the boundary onto point. There's just no way, right? The Thieves players are way too strong in this spot, and a Whale is going to close this one out.
What an end.
Thieves equalizing there, 1-1. I feel like that offense was a little lackluster from the Sentinels, right? There's a couple moments there where I felt like they had the edge and either overstepped or just didn't find the opportunity to fight back, didn't find the opportunity to pop those ultimates, especially that final fight, right? Going down without being able to pop the invisible boundary, that's going to be a tough one for Renko to swallow.
It could be those growing pains, right? It definitely could be. I think that we talked about 100 Thieves on their attack, kind of going through them, and attacks are always the hardest part, I think, in this game, right? Like, I feel like, especially on Araco, it can be a struggle. Like, they were moving pretty quickly, right, through the streets phase, like you said, with Techie finding those 2 opening picks, kicking people off the map. But I think on defense, Emma Frost can do so much, right? Like, we can see TTK just hard bunkered down, play slow, get healed by his strategist, keeping him alive. Both Nuck and Harvey doing a great job buying time for Delena to find picks, and Terra as well on those off angles.
Gentlemen, look at Terra's damage here on this map. The eye test, I was already going to come in and glaze Terra and say there's 3 sure things in life: death, taxes, and Terra being the best Bucky in Rivals. But look at the stat line here, Jake. 32,000 damage on the Winter Soldier. That is unreal.
And to be honest, that's also a pretty quick map, right? Like, the fact that people are getting full held, that they're not able to like really get deeper into the map. That's a relatively short map to be racking up the damage that heavily on the Bucky. And so this is Sentinels kind of losing to the 100 Thieves Classic, right? Just the Namor Bucky. We've seen it before from them. We know how good they are at it. They go with the Hulk team ups. They commit pretty heavily into the style, and it really does pay dividends.
All right, let's review a little bit here, Dustin, and turn back the clock. Going back into the first defense, we called it out as a possibility in Sentinels. They came in with a little bit of the barnyard strategy. Some goats to kick things off. Seemed pretty effective, where even though it eventually 100 Thieves was able to get through first point, it was a slog. It delayed them. Is there anything you can do to actually get through triple strategist, triple Vanguard in a timely fashion if a team plays it on Araco?
Yeah, definitely not unless the team is really bad at playing triple strat, with a lot are. I mean, honestly, like 100 Thieves side, I think 100 Thieves are really good at playing a traditional 2-2-2 composition, right? Like we said with Delena playing Namor, Terra on Bucky. That's always a duo you want to see. But you don't want to usually see Delena playing Adam Warlock. Like, he's definitely not bad Adam Warlock. He's good. But the team in general, it's not about individual play. A lot of times on triple strat, triple Vanguard, it's a matter of how well do you fundamentally understand how to play that composition, and also, like, do you understand your win conditions to kind of come back? And it can be really difficult, I think, to play that comp and succeed consistently, for sure, on defense or on your attack versus that defense with triple strat.
Jake, after we just saw Terra do here, you have the entire idea of comfort picks in a hero shooter where people just bring a hero and elevate them beyond known limits. If you're Sentinels, are you thinking about a Bucky ban going into the next map?
Honestly, I don't hate the concept. However, in the end, it's like, I feel like you said this earlier, Dustin, like, Terra is just not a player you ban out, right? Like, you can take the Bucky away, but he's going to be just as good on whatever else he picks. So maybe is that really the thing that made the 100 Thieves win that map? I don't think so, right? I think it's more of the team play. If anything, maybe attacking Delana with bans is honestly like a more sensible strat here, given the way that we talked about that he really wants to be on the duelist. Maybe you ban the Namor, maybe you ban the Hulk, right, to mitigate some of that threat. I think rather than attacking the strongest, most flexible players with bans, I feel like you want to attack any player who shows any kind of weakness, right? Force them into like more and more difficult scenarios until that one little crack in the armor ends up widening and gives you an opportunity to take some maps back. So Sentinels for their side though, Araco is a very unique map. Like I think if anything, you just don't want to overthink that map loss. It's like, look, maybe we made a mistake, but we should have capped like in that last fight at first point. Maybe we didn't get our ults off, whatever. Let's go back to a conventional style. We're really solid with these flyers. I just think they shouldn't overreact given that we're not going back to Araco this series.
Dustin, we're going to need a little bit of a truth report right now for anyone that's just tuning in wondering, hey, it's season 4. We got new info. We got a new hero. Should they be looking forward to seeing the new hero in comp, or should they temper their expectations from what we just saw?
I don't know. I mean, everybody likes to overreact in this game. That's like every new hero comes out. Blade is just not Blade. He's Gun. He's terrible. Same thing with Ultron. Everybody said Ultron was terrible. Ultron was not terrible. I mean, Ultron was a mainstay and still is, and even required nerfs. And now he's getting buffs in this recent patch, or did get buffs in season 4. Angela. I mean, it's tough because like a lot of her value is in her like CC and mobility, right? And like a lot of characters, that seems like this game's released recently in Blade does the same thing. Blade also, like, he doesn't really have a lot of lethality in terms of damage, but he goes in, he lives, and he does annoying, like, just kind of flies around like a pest, right? But the difference is on Vanguard is you lack a lot of that damage, and it's kind of like a Thor situation, except Thor does even more damage than Angela, even though they have that team up, which we could potentially see later on with Thor and Angela. But yeah, I think the difficulty for Angela is that she just doesn't have a ton of damage and relies heavily on her displacement. But right now, like you said, I don't know if we'll see this character really be at the top of the meta.
We're in the Central Park next, and Central Park, of course, was one of the maps you think back to Rivals history. Even though Magic has not been played a whole lot in competitive Rivals, it is one map where Magic would still be brought in at the very least for first point. Jake, do we finally see the Magic here in Season 4 on Central Park? We haven't seen the previous 2 maps, and she did get a whole lot of buffs.
I would like to see it just with like how many buffs she got. I would like to see a team really go for that style. However, it would require probably a pretty big stylistic shift, right? I feel like we've seen Magic played a little bit more in like a dive comp, and neither of these teams have really shown appetite to play that style. They both played for more conventional, like heavy backline duelists that just pump damage from range, that have powerful ultimates, right? And I think Magic is a little bit more about, you know, finding these big pickoffs, hitting like hard and fast as a group. And I don't know stylistically that, you know, it really makes sense for either of these teams to like change everything to force that to be their new look, to be their new style, especially with roster changes, right? Where it's most difficult, I think, to play those high mobility styles.
Dogman, we're going to pivot here for a moment because we just got an update from production on what's going on in North America, and it's North America special, which is to say that we're getting into the groove. We think we're about to go into the next map. But it's North America. The players remember it's time to take our bathroom breaks.
Oh, yeah.
You know, why is this? I feel like this goes all the way back to earlier eras of gaming. It just North America and bathroom, a match made in heaven, as it seems.
Listen, man, I remember scrimming against Jake's team and having to go to the bathroom every like 40 minutes. Listen, I don't know. I got a small bladder syndrome myself, except in this case, it might be number 2. So, which is something you should do before the match.
Out your bladder,
you
man,
would hope.
you need to see a doctor. Like, that's all I got to say.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I think this next map is going to be a unique one because we've seen Wolverine do well. Like, I think in EMEA, I'm surprised that we didn't see a lot of Wolverine ZP. Like, it was something that I would expect to see more of, especially with Groot on the table. And especially since Wolverine hasn't really got any changes. But, you know, like Jake pointed out with Winter Soldier, and like you guys have talked about, I mean, that character is just so good. It wouldn't be a bad idea to ban that out versus Terra. But if it's Terra in the bathroom, I don't know. Like, we'll see. Maybe he's a little nervous. Right? He could be forced to play something out of his comfort zone.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it, right? Like to get rid of the Bucky, it was getting some of these quick pickoffs, but I feel like also the Sentinels, you know, I think they've looked really good on the Flyers. I think, you know, it's just a tough map potentially for things like Torch, where, and even for Phoenix, right, where there's just not an Araco, there's not that much of like a wide angle. There's some of these like nice vertical spots where you can, you know, really put damage down from above, but I do think, you know, this is a map where we're going to see a little bit more option for those high range, high mobility characters where, you know, Namor can be strong, right? But I think on maps where you can more easily clear out the monster spawns and kind of like progress your way through the map sequentially, it does look a little bit harder as we are able to jump into the draft. We'll see what, if anything, Sentinels want to change.
I have a question. If I'm a complete scrub lord playing casual Marvel Rivals all the time, and I see in the patch notes that Scarlet Witch's ultimate now does 9,999 damage and pulls everybody in.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Why am I not seeing Scarlet Witch, huh? As Mr. Casual here.
You know, as we kind of reverse things here and say the problem with all this is that it was already pretty much one-shotting most people to begin with anyways. The problem was never the damage there. That's like one of those stealth buffs. It's like, oh, actually, you know, next patch it's going to do like 9 million damage instead of 9,000. It's like, well, it was already mostly killing
it should
people
like
in most
break
situations.
a chunk of the map texture forever for the rest of the game.
There's holes in the game. There's like, it's like a mortar shot
where you could like fall out of the world.
Oh, ideally you just do it to the enemy spawn so they actually can't leave in a problem where you get rid of like an entire spawn door.
You like dig a hole and they have to like build a group bridge to get to the point.
Well, let's build a little bit of a narrative here instead. Dustin, as we're taking a look here, you know, ban-wise, feels like maybe a little bit more the same, but in this case, both teams mirroring the Torch ban, so not going to see any Torch from either side this time around. That is a difference, but also by Central Park plays, maybe not that surprising.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always thought 100 Thieves has a team that you don't really need to ban Torch against. I think Phoenix makes sense because of how good Delena can play that hero. Or not Delena, sorry. Terra. And what? Delena can play the Phoenix if he needs to as well. So a lot of bans towards duelists in this patch right now. And honestly, if we're talking about, you know, even transitioning from the last one, I don't know. I mean, I'm curious to see if that actually works out because, like I said, I would be fine. It's probably too much of a gamble, but I'm fine leaving Torch open versus 100 Thieves just because, for as good as Terra is, like basically everything, I would say Torch is actually one of his weaker characters, maybe. And I know he's going to be upset about that. He's upset about anything in terms of slight towards any of his hero pool, as anybody is in this game. And I love Terra. So, yeah, I think that's just the character I would leave open versus 100 Thieves. Too much of a gamble, looks like, for Sentinels, though, today.
Jake, as you're looking at this and, you know, seeing what 100 Thieves has been going, where they've been really partial to on the attack, running the triple strategist, getting out there with the Adam Warlock, do you think we're going to see more of the same as we had in the Central Park?
I mean, they have so much mobility now with, I would say, 2 of the top tier strategists, right, in the Mantis Luna. I think that's a setup for really our Mori and Renko to show what they've got with a lot more bans, rather, from the other side coming at the duelist. And even these like third strategists that would be used for the duelist. So actually, I mean, arguably both teams are really prying against the enemy duelist players with the bans. I don't think we've seen like a huge mismatch here. I mean, I'm surprised, I guess, to see the Psylocke ban after the nerf and it not being, you know, as consistent, as effective, but maybe it's just something that you feel like you don't want to leave open against the Thieves on Central Park, where maybe Psylocke can kind of slip in, play those back lines and be a real nuisance, get some of those pickoffs at crucial moments.
All right, it is 1-1. 100 Thieves and Sentinels, they are neck and neck. We're taking a big little stroll into the Central Park. Is it going to be the time for magic? Well, stick around with Dogman and Jake, and you'll find out.
I think the rise of Magic may have been overstated. I mean, there's so many buffs at once. It feels like you want to just play it, but I don't know. Maybe the teams are just reluctant to experiment.
I think it's like BP, where it's such an all-in-y style that you just need a hard play around it. I think the pros probably won't adjust to it until we see a team do well with the Magic. And even then, I don't know, because like BP can be dominant too. But I mean, not everybody can play BP to a high level, I guess.
True. Those heroes, they're like Magic and BP are those heroes that are super unique. Renko,
Spider-Man type of heroes, I guess.
And it's a classic setup here for the Sentinels, right? With that double dance floor. Has been nerfed pretty significantly, right? Both of these heroes catching some pretty decent nerfs. We'll see what Avery can do now on the Namor this time. Both teams running that whole combo. So this battle of the Namor should likely favor the defender, especially, man, that Gamma Monstro is so ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. And I like you brought up the new patch, Jake. I mean, we are on season 4. So if you have any friends kind of just like lurking around, not doing anything, tell them to hop in right now. This is the first time we're seeing professional play on the brand new patch coming out tomorrow.
Oh, big flank. I love that monster spawn's deployed. Looks like the strategist tools are enough to keep them alive, and Nectar does cut down to Lena in the flank, so the flank fight won by the Psylocke this time. Normally Namor, I think, is kind of a problem there. Now Nectar wasting no time, continuing to snowball this advantage in. Sentinels want to get the big cleanup. the same time, you're far from your own spawn as defense here, so you got to be a little bit careful, right? You just don't want to overextend it, and I think Sentinels are playing that line nicely.
Yeah, maybe I've overestimated the death of Psylocke. I mean, the character did get a bit of a change in terms of damage output, but it still has that mobility, still has the survivability with the shields given. And right now, Sentinels sitting on defense with a minute 20 off the clock, starting off Sonic Seduction with 100 Thieves.
Yeah, both teams ripping their Sonic Seduction, so for the most part, neither team wants to really double down, force much of a commitment here. But as the defense, you're kind of happy to take those ult trades. Sentinels kind of daring 100 Thieves to walk forward. See what Terra can get done here with this Bucky ultimate. But still, Devil Strategist ultimate is available. Taking the reset on the Loki clone. And that does able to get the elimination, though, onto Avery. So the execute comes through, but no, it's Nectar somehow finding both strategists in the enemy backline. What happened? 100 Thieves crumbling. Maybe some miscommunication. Both team players thinking the other would ult first. And instead, they're both dead.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy for sure. And right now, I mean, yeah, Sentinels, they have, you know, incredible Psylocke player in Nectar who's been able to flex to so many different things, play the Psylocke to a high level for them, and even in the current patch with the nerf to Psylocke looks to be just as good as ever. And like you said, maybe a bit too greedy on 100 Thieves' side. That could have been the reason for that in the last fight. Vinny tries to create some space, force out strat ults early.
Yeah, he's diving into the backline, pulling a ton of attention onto himself. Sentinels have to balance the threat, dealing with the Hulk and the Exiles, man. This Hulk is just being staggered out, not really getting the value here. Dance floor comes out. This is a copy from Renko, so Straz Ultimate's running low. Trades are in. Once again, man, Nectar on the Psylocke finds a crucial pick in the mid-fight. The strategists, though, are finding so many of these big freezes, denying the 100 Thieves aggression, and that's given Nectar time to find yet more kills, cleaning the backline, cleaning house here on Central Park. And 100 Thieves, nothing to show for this offense so far.
No, I mean, that was off of the back of Techie, and also, like you said, the Duelist with the, you know, the Psylocke coming through, diving into Harvey, didn't even get to use a strat ult in that fight, and that was just a huge play to come back on Techie, stall out that Hulk ultimate. It's one of the strongest ults in the game in terms of displacement. We could talk about Angela's displacement, but Hulk in that Hulk ultimate form can just be absolutely disgusting, just booping everybody around.
Hulk thinks wiser for the moment of chasing down Terra. Now with it, Hulk and Dagger ultimate is a problem. Big bow dropped in, but the Exile onto the Hulk denies that potential follow-up damage. Dance floor just barely is enough to save Crimzo, man. He got so low. The focus fire, impressive from the Thieves. Sentinels want to get kills before this dance floor runs out, but the time starting to run low. Hulk trying to get active in the flank is going to take down one, but trades his life away for this, almost certainly yet dying to that reset. But meanwhile, Sentinels have continued to put that pressure on. And now Terra forced into desperation scenario. He has to maybe rip this ult and just go for the clutch, but a complete whiff. No connection from Terra. Very uncharacteristic mistake there. And Thieves are reduced to a Hulk touch and a strange portal.
Here it is. 5 seconds left to go. Not even a tick on the board. They're going to come to the portal in a second. You drop out the Gamma Squid and every other one. But right now, you're going to swap Terra over to the Wolverine too, trying to buy like a bit of a gimmick pick, but it's not really working out at the current moment as they're surrounded by Sentinels.
Yeah, and I love this from Sentinels. Real patience. They're staying up on that high ground. They're kind of working the fight patiently, waiting for Nectar to find his opportunity. Now he's into the backline with the Hulk. Gets a connection, trying to get that strategist low. The boat comes in as well. Follow-up from Avery is clean, and it's a bullhold from the Sentinels, man. A statement victory after a map loss in map 2, man. This one's a beatdown.
Yeah, that was disgusting. I mean, I definitely overstated how maybe Psylocke might be weak. Right now, I mean, the not even playing Loki's. Actually, yeah, no, Sentinels banned out Loki, huh? In that last map, because wait, hold on. So Sentinels bans as well. I mean, that's their side that goes right. Wait, so 100 Thieves had the Loki ban, right? For sure. Or like they can't play Loki because
yeah, Sentinels banned it out at the last ban.
Yeah. And at the current moment, there it is. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Thank you, Observer. Point out my stupidity on the broadcast. And I think Sentinels, though, really, it's constant pressure towards this backline, Jake. I mean, the new backline of 100 Thieves just could not live through these dives from the Hulk. From also, they tried to set up their own dives, but there was just no getting eliminations on the attack.
Yeah, maybe that's part of the issue here, right? That moment when you lose both strategists at the same time, they both have ulti, and it's like, okay, one of us has to pop ulti, right? But it's really bad if you both pop it at the same time. That's a classic coordination mistake, right? It's one of the, I feel like the classic pitfall in the hero shooter genre is always knowing, okay, if we get under pressure, who's going to pop ult first? That's that constant line of communication you need to play this game at the highest level. And it's a place where Renko, for his part, has slotted in really cleanly. We aren't seeing those kind of errors out of the Sentinels. The communication looks good. For Thieves, can't say the same right now. And they're staring down the barrel of being down 2-1 in this series. I mean, maybe they could hit a draw. That's the best they can hope for here, Dustin. But that's such a painful place to be, especially with Sentinels knowing this, right? They can take whatever approach they want. And Techie
Yeah.
setting up a strange portal. I'm curious. I wonder if they'll like take the defender's high ground. I feel like that could work pretty well on this map.
Yeah, they could do they have the pick of the litter in this case. Looking towards those strats, like you said, so it's a high ground of some sort, and it's pushing off those strats. They're just hard diving onto Harvey. Oh my god, no.
Wait, Techie needs some help though. Strange goes down. Okay, Sentinels haven't won this one just yet, but another pick comes in for the Crimzo, and the brawl is still looking good. Sentinels continuing to trade. Nectar onto that Jeff, continuing to hunt down backliners, and 100 Thieves are just completely destabilized by this aggression. Sentinels haven't been able to continue to convert this into more kills, but no, there's Nectar continuing to find that backliner, ends up taking down the King of the Sea. Jeff says, I'm the King of the Sea. And it's a quick cap for the Sentinels, man. The aggressive TP in, instant kill on a strategist. Pretty much the dream scenario here for Sentinels. That's about as fast as you can win a map in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, Sentinels are looking good. They're looking damn good. I don't know if you can even beat a team that, I mean, you feel so bad for 100 Thieves backline. Their strats are getting hard focused by basically everybody on Sentinels, and they haven't been able to do anything. They just fall over. And I don't even know if that's their fault, because they're left alone on their own little island, not getting any peel from their Hulk player. They're just setting up dimes of their own and not getting anything. So at least if you give up on your backline, Jake, you would like to get trades. But look at that. I mean, death count-wise, Sentinels only having Nectar die. Renko and Aramori completely deathless. Not worth the trades, it looked like.
Sentinels able to come in and just make a statement. I believe you said, Jake, absolutely massive hold. And part of it going in, we were wondering what heroes were going to be effective. And it seems like, the demise of Psylocke may have been overstated, as Nectar really made it look good here on this defense.
Yeah, to be honest, man, this is a tough one to recover from. This is such a beatdown, especially the way it happened with so many just pickoffs going against you. So many of these early dominant fight wins, and then the instant recap from the Sentinels, man. Like, that's going to put 100 Thieves on their heels mentally, especially given that it seems to be more of a communication problem, right? And that's, in a strange way, you'd think that'd be like, oh, that's an easy problem to solve. You'd think that'd be something you can maybe deal with in the series. But honestly, those are sometimes the tougher problems to solve, right? Somebody having a bad game on their deathmatch, you know what? Not that big of a deal. They could just come back stronger, write it off. But, some failures of team coordination, maybe people starting to blame each other, wondering where the problems are. Those are the real challenges here. And 100 Thieves, see if they're up to the task. They have one map left to lose, right? You just don't have any margin for error in this series. And so this will definitely be a stiff test for the new roster. Right now, coming out of Roster Mania, Sentinels looks to be a lot stronger.
Dustin, I give you coach power for 100 Thieves. You can go back in time and change one thing about that last map. What do you change for 100 Thieves to maybe give yourself a better chance?
I think we're changing in the ban phase. Oh, Jesus, man, I don't think it's tough. I mean, I think they got to get the Namor stuff, got to get that out of the game. Maybe get rid of Hulk. Probably got to get rid of Emma. Maybe go towards a Vanguard sort of setup. Maybe banning out either Techie or Crimzo could benefit them.
All right, well, this is Rivals Night Shift. It's brought to you by Intel and MSI, and the action's just heating up. Sentinels, they're up 2-1 over 100 Thieves. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see which team will move on to play against Envy in the money match later tonight.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. We are undefeatable!
Rivals night shift. It's a dance floor. We're having a party. Everyone's all together. You got two Lunas dancing. No one's really going down here at the moment. You're summoning the Agamotto. You're stunning 4 people. You're living your best life, and eventually people all explode as Phoenix does her Phoenix things. Just another day here.
That's a nasty combo there from the Sentinels. That's a nice little replay to get into the action on. And that's kind of what it felt like. If you missed the last map, man, you blink and you miss it. I won't blame you. You go for a snack, you go to the bathroom, man. That map is over. Full hold from the Sentinels. Instant recap on the offense. That's a painful one, right? I can speak from experience, Dustin. Like, you hate to be in that scenario. It's not just losing a map, it's getting absolutely smoked like that. Going into the next picks of the series, 100 Thieves. You went with the Rocco as your first map pick, which is kind of like a wild, monkey wrench of a map pick, right? It forces these crazy comps. It really has a unique style to it in other maps. But now, where do you go if you're this 100 Thieves team?
That's a good question. I think there's a lot of areas you could maybe go to domination, go back to you played okay, I think, on the first domination map, but on Krakoa. We're going over to another convergence, though, as Morocco was the map that 100 Thieves did win. We're going to Symbiotic Surface, ZP. This is going to be... I mean, we've seen this today a lot of Symbiotic Surface, so at least it's going to be the third time I think you see it.
Yeah, I think what you can get here is that when you see the same map coming up over and over again, Jake, the one thing I've learned from, other previous games where you have map selection, that just means that teams have just been scrimming this map. Like, one way or another, it just became part of the scrim meta, and now everyone's going to pick it because it's one of the things that they have the most practice time on. Is there any rhyme or reason to that being a thing, or is it just, people go with the flow as far as, like, teams and map choice?
Yeah, well, if you're a strong team, you're winning a lot of scrims, you start to feel like, we just know this map well. Honestly, for confident teams, I feel like reducing variables does make sense, right? If you feel like, hey, look, we're the better team, we're going to go to a map that we know really well, that's like not that crazy, then okay, like Symbiotic Surface can be good. I also think this is a place where Terra could shine on the Bucky. I think Bucky gets a lot of openers on this map, a lot of like cover, just enough cover to kind of look for that hook at the right range, but also just enough space where you can also escape if you get into trouble on the Bucky. So maybe a spot where Terra can have especially high impact. I mean, and frankly, he's been doing that all series. Maybe he just needs to do more. It feels like an unrealistic expectation, though.
Well, Dustin, the add-on to that here, I completely agree with Jake that you could be bringing out the Bucky here in Symbiotic Service, but you know what? You could also prevent that if you're Sentinels. Is today the day you ban the Bucky?
It definitely could be. I mean, I don't see a reason. Well, I guess, the only reason we wouldn't is for like this situation where you could play Jean Grey, right? You could play that Phoenix. I think that character is dominant from what we've seen in the game too, in terms of combinations. You're also on the 100 Thieves side right now, leaving open the Human Torch. Human Torch was banned earlier. Now they can't play it on 100 Thieves side.
Avery's been running it more or less all series. It's been looking fantastic for the Sentinels. Finally, though, Thieves, this time they finally protect the Phoenix, right? So it's been banned out against them all series long. So this could be that difference maker tool for the Thieves. We'll see what Sentinels want to do against it, because I think Phoenix also should, in theory, have a decent matchup against the Human Torch, right? Should be able to maybe put some damage on that flyer, maybe counter, pick him out of the sky at times. So it's also going to be a moment where I think the strategists on Sentinels are going to be tested. Can you keep your torch alive and fighting? Can you allow Avery to look as good as he's looked for most of the series?
Dustin, it does come at a cost, though. You protect the Phoenix, but in return, you give up the Emma. Do you think this trade is worth it? 400 Thieves here as they look to change something up, potentially facing elimination.
Maybe, but I don't know. I don't think so. I would have liked to maybe see the Loki ban come out instead of the Emma ban personally. I know that, you don't want to deal with that Psylocke team up with Emma Frost, but I don't know. I wouldn't have minded the Loki ban, considering we're already banning a lot of heroes. And like you said, the Human Torch is going to be a problem in the sky. And now with the backline of Invis Loki, I guess the trade-off is that you can't heal that Human Torch as easily on Loki just because of the projectile aspect of Loki. So maybe they're banking on that. But with how strong Invisible Woman is, and like we've seen previously, I'm a little worried for 100 Thieves as they get Magneto banned against them.
Jake, Magneto, last one to be banned here. So things are getting changed up. Doesn't make sense here for Symbiotic Surface.
I mean, I think it's a decent Magneto map. I think TTK is one of the best Magneto players around, and so it kind of makes sense as a point to attack. I'm interested for the Sentinels players, though, because they've had 3 strategist bans thrown at them this game. So for the new strategist lineup, I mean, Aramori, old hand on this team. We know she's solid, but Renko coming in now kind of maybe going to be clamoring for not as many options on the strategist front. Maybe it feels like Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger is what I might think to lean towards. I think Cloak and Dagger can get some nice value with some of the choke points on this map, being able to just put that ultimate down and really, allow your team to fight, and it's not too restrictive. However, getting past this first point when the map gets a little bit more dynamic, I can see that the Thieves starting to get a bit of an edge.
All right, Sentinels, they are on match point. 100 Thieves, they're looking to defend to extend the series. The Thieves have brought the Sentinels a Symbiotic Surface. Will the defense be successful, or will the Sentinels take it 3-1 to go up against Envy in the money match? We got Dogman and Jake on the mic.
Thank you, ZP. As we're getting into this on Symbiotic Surface, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on the Thieves to come out swinging, to come out strong after the last map. They've had, a little bit of a break, a little bit of a halftime here, but they need to show us something pretty quick, and it's all going to start with this strange portal from TTK.
And there they go with Delena over to that Wolverine with the Groot, but they will be against Invisible Woman, which we've noted how Invisible Woman does kind of counter Wolverine at times, and we'll see kind of what happens as they do get Magneto on Sentinel side as well to maybe bubble off potential plays from that Wolverine.
Let's see what Phoenix can get done. Already the Thieves taking a bit of position onto the point. Sentinels willing to fall back for now, but they're still healthy. They're just choosing to give up a little bit of ground to not play the super close range angle. They want to kite Delana, pull him too far forward, right? Make him look for those plays. Wolverine not able to find much, but it's Terra actually who strikes first blood onto Avery. Without the torch, the Sentinels are going to struggle to keep this tank line suppressed, and so Thieves, TTK, and Vinny starting to walk up, starting to get this capture time. First tick already grabbed, maybe more to follow.
Yeah, I wonder why Avery was so aggressive there on that inside angle. I don't know if he got like pulled or hooked or something, or if he just decided to go that aggressive. But yeah, already 2 ticks given, most of the 3rd tick as well. And now you're against the passive of Jean Grey with the Phoenix. Ensong comes out too.
Oh, great catch as well from the Wolverine, followed up immediately. And we talked about the Thieves needing to strike hard and fast, and they've done just that, Dustin. Getting the card rolling with 5 minutes is a great opener to this offense. And now it's the Sentinels who are reeling, looking for a bit of stability on this map.
Yeah, I'm going to need to see a little bit out of Sentinels, and I guess Aramori in this case, pulling away Delena. They also did use that invisible boundary. That should bode well for 100 Thieves moving forward, even though they did have to use their Eternal Bond plus Ensong Inferno. Now Sentinels on the defense have to reclaim space too, considering Delena's always going to be hiding. You have to control this height. You're against Groot as well without a Wolverine. That character can get a lot of damage output. We also know how good 100 Thieves have been previously on Groot compositions. They also have ultimates ready to go.
Mini taking a lot of pressure, though. The walk-up looks pretty good for the Sentinels for now. Meteor M coming forward, taking all of the space, putting a lot of pressure on Delana. Super low, doesn't get forced, I think, out of the second life for now. Crimzo falls back for the moment with the copied Cloak and Dagger ultimate. And here, let's see what the Phoenix can get done for the Sentinels now. Over the top, Groot ultimate, big damage being thrown into that, but the heals are good enough. 100 of these players staying alive through this. Now both teams starting to run low on the ultimates, and it's the Sentinels who find the first 2 picks, 2 more as well. Avery, a triple kill in this fight. Wolverine looking to get something, but is only just shut down for his trouble. Sentinels retake control, I think, also at a pivotal moment on this map, right? Where you're able to walk forward on the defense, really attack those attackers as they come out of the spawn.
Yeah, that was one of 100 Thieves' better chances to win, too. I mean, with Strangling Prison, you can kind of come through with that ult. And, you know, usually we see a lot of teams, you know, block off the healing with the Groot walls or shields from, in this case, the Doctor Strange. Didn't happen. Now they have to come back through this huge choke point, dealing with a lot of poke.
The Loki clones are able to get a lot of value here. Doctor Strange ultimate finds some kind of connection, but for now, Loki just stabilizes, and Crimzo just immediately diving back in with the Freedom Rush. Seems like all they're going to get is the ulti trade, stalling the clock, running things down a little bit here. Sentinels wanting to play for these Loki clone positions, right? You don't want to push up too far out of that key angle that's been set up for Renko's success. Crimzo taking a bit of aggro, getting Groot walled. Ooh, and a little bit of trouble. The saves are so clean from the strategist, though, just barely getting him out of dodge.
However, Delena, because of they were out of position trying to heal him, goes down both Aramori and Nectar.
That's big. Kentucky win this one back. Has already found 1 kill. Needs a connection with the Meteor M, but it's just stuffed by TTK in his face with the Strange. Terra finding more. The Phoenix starting to profit in these low numbers of engagements. There's not enough strategists to keep them up alive on the field. Renko teleports out here on the Loki. Wants to play his way out. Wants to just stay alive for now. And the Sentinels coming back here on the retake. It's a little bit desperate. They don't have much of a map position, but they did find a couple of kills in that fight, which will mean the Thieves aren't going to be at full strength when it comes to stuffing this choke.
Yeah, we swapped Dylan over to Bucky. Also, I like Terra playing a lot of that Phoenix in this fight. I think that he definitely is a, fight shifter, even in the neutral sometimes, to at least clean up those kills. Here comes the flank, though, from Nectar with a dive of Crimzo.
I like this flank. He's kind of exposed here, the back line. They're trying to deal with him. Ensong Inferno is going to be forced to be popped, but already the connection is even better for the Thieves. 3 kills already connected. Diving into the back line, trying to shut down Terra, but you're just so deep, so alone here for Nectar. And the Sentinels couldn't even hold the line for a few seconds to get him that time to pop the flank. They just immediately attacked, going directly at the Vanguard line from the Sentinels, and it just crumbled.
Yeah, and this is scary because, Bucky does really well against Captain America. I think Phoenix does solid versus Cap, but Bucky specifically destroys him. Also, this Phoenix, I don't know how much it's really going to be able to do on this defense now. They're going to need to play aggressive. They're able to get the Lena pop Supernova here, but I think this is the ideal comp for 100 Thieves to deal with this the Sky comp from the Torch in third phase.
Yeah, Avery has had a couple big fights, but in general, think about how his performance has been across the series. It's been hard to keep up here with the amount of pressure being placed on him in the draft. Sentinel's going to pop a Freedom Rush from the Cap, and so far these rushes haven't gotten the most impact. Copy is deployed. Loki gotta commit that, so they're trying to do what they can. Nuck with the copy as well, and the Cloak and Dagger, trying to double down into this Renko. Let's see what he copied. Is he going to counter deploy ultimates here? And is going to be invisible boundary. Enemy Loki being focus fired in the back line, but so much defensive utility there.
Meanwhile, straight on the front line, right? Huge commitment by the team. That Meteor M only able to get one. Also, a Phoenix ult committed by Nectar, so they're trying to bring it back. I mean, Techie's able to get one. You still have Groot on cart, though, Jake. And, you know, with how much damage Groot does, you've talked about in the past, to this day and age more than ever, this character can be absolutely dominant. Now, 100 Thieves keep moving. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left to go. They're going to portal. Also, switch ups, too. It's Avery, the one to switch over to that Doctor Strange. They're going to triple Vanguard now, Jake, on the defense.
Yeah, immediately trying to repress this defense, right? Trying to reset and retake position. They've done it. Avery on the Strange take. It's looked good. That portal blocking some of the way, forcing 100 Thieves down this tight choke. 100 Thieves, though, still healthy. Vinny with the big strangling prison. Are the shields good enough here? Stabilizing for the moment. The Ensign Inferno comes crashing down on their heads and absolutely wipes the floor with the Sentinels. Still, I think the Sentinels maybe going to be all right taking that kind of a team wipe, given that it was a huge 3 ultimate combo from the Thieves. That being said, Sentinels, they don't have an easy way back into this. It's going to need a hero. Someone's going to have to pop off and find some kind of an opener to just get them out of the spawn here.
And they're walking out, but it's into Terra, who has been dominant this map so far. Also, the Cap kind of dives towards that back line, but it's never a full commit, right? Just kind of harassing, buzzing, as Avast likes to call it in his transatlantic voice. But Crimzo just kind of dodging around alongside with Sentinels, building up ult.
Terra has a lot of space here on the flank. He's in deep. A lot of these Sentinels players are low, but they successfully fall back for the moment. Defending Phoenix, maybe looking to get some counterplay. Renko rips the Cloak and Dagger all on the point. The heals, though, aren't good enough to keep Techie alive. Eye of Agamotto and the beautiful burst follow-up. TTK with 2. Counter kills so far not good enough, but Crimson with the Freedom Rush on top of the Cloak and Dagger ult seems to have been enough. Thieves, they just didn't have the Strategist ultimates to sustain through that. And this attack, as good as it's looked at moments, seems to be sputtering here. It's going to be maybe that one last attempt for the Thieves. Not a ton of ultimates to work with, but maybe the Ensign Inferno and the Strangling Prison will be enough. Sentinels has to hold strong against that combo one last time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could see something out of Techie. Could be crazy with a potential eat with his shift, or maybe popping out that Meteor M. Meanwhile, Crimson also over to Angela, so they're really trying to displace Vinny, make sure he can't set this up as they walk into this choke. But they're already kind of making it through here with some poke damage on the side. Sentinels also building up strat ults against Harvey, who doesn't have the Eternal Bond just yet, but surely will build it in the middle of the fight.
Techies look so good on this map, and pulling one player in, Crimzo there onto the Phoenix, actually pulled Vinny out of position, and he wasn't able to get up the Strangling Prison. So Angela actually finding huge value in this fight. A nice connection, though, onto the Flying Torch by Terra. Maybe keeps this one in contest. Aramori drops the invisible boundary on the point, but the Cloak and Dagger ultimate is stabilizing for the Thieves. Crimzo finds another, so hold on. Angela showing some real impact here in this fight. Big Phoenix ult over the top from Nectar. So far, not able to find too much. Vinny's coming back into this fight. If 100 Thieves can keep this one rolling, they could very well overwhelm Sentinels, maybe overplaying it, trying to close that fight a little bit too quickly. Crimzo got shut down, and now the Thieves back to full strength, and with a couple powerful ultimates to boot, the Sentinels running out of gas. Renko needs to be a real hero right now with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, still only at 95%.
I mean, he yeeted that Groot ultimate, the Strangling Prison towards the back. Everybody gets connected by Agamotto. They do have the Eternal Bond, but even in it, still lose 2.
Oh, big pull from Angela, trying to attack Terra on this Phoenix. He gets low, but the strategists keep him up for the moment. Cloak and Dagger ultimate is keeping the Sentinels players alive, but the burst damage is just too good. The focus fire from the Thieves overwhelming. Their own Cloak and Dagger ult over the top, and it looks like they will be able to get this one over the line, securing the full cap on Symbiotic Surface. And that's a nice finish here to bring this map into a very winnable position for the Thieves. Make a defense at any point here, and you're going to be equalizing the series.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but Angela hasn't gotten a single ult, I think, in this entire series, if I'm mistaken.
She did one, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what it does, and they were on Draco, and because it just didn't seem to do anything. I was like, I don't understand, but
it puts everybody in like a volleyball pole, like it chains them all together and sort of roots them in, and then
like
also
a tether ball.
Yep, like a tether ball, and then you get, bonus health off of it, and if your teammates fight in it, they get healed. But yeah, it's just like, it's tough to really get value out of it, I think. But yeah, you called it. I mean, a huge attack, putting Terra over to that Phoenix, by the way, nearly 20k damage in one attack. I think that change-up's really been the biggest thing. Also putting Delena over to that Bucky. It seems like they're really good at playing these front-to-back style comps.
Yeah, Delena back on some more comfortable picks here. I think has looked really solid. I also feel like Avery has struggled now with a proper, top tier meta hit scan pick, putting the pressure on him. Especially, we talked about the Loki, not really the most consistent strategist at healing the Human Torch up in the sky. So 100 Thieves, I feel like they've gotten the better comp here, going back to a very classic style that's extremely comfortable for them. TTK has been great on the Strange, Vinny as well with some big prisons. to get those big team fight combos going. On the Sentinel side, though, I did feel like Techie was a hero on the Magneto, man. So many picks from the Magneto, and I feel like you don't always see that from Magnetos, but those burst picks really do add a lot, especially in stifling those attackers. If they lose a player or two, and the attack can fall apart. So Techie this time on the Strange, but I wonder if he's going to swap back to that Magneto, since they do have the mismatch if they want it.
Could see Sentinels, meanwhile, do started out playing triple, right? Going back towards that Adam Warlock, slowing down, letting Avery get pocketed. That's kind of the playstyle they want. They need Avery to kind of hard carry them. In this case, 100 Thieves, do get to play that Wolverine, but it is against, yet again, Invisible Woman. Walking out both greens fourth on both sides by either Loki.
Yeah, great shield management from Techie. He's starting to put the pressure on. He knows how many strategists are standing behind him. This is really allowing the Strange to be the hero of the story. But a big kidnap, though, by Delena takes Adam Warlock out of the fight. See if he can Coon Res his back into it. He will, and looks like Crimzo has already found a counter kill, so Delena just couldn't do any more in that fight, but needs to get something else. Shuts down the Adam Warlock. Again, there won't be a second cocoon to get back into the Sentinels. Meanwhile, find a tick, but this is a fully torqued Wolverine now, starting to be really effective. You can see Avery doesn't want any of that smoke, doesn't want to fight him in those small rooms. Terra finding pickoffs as well, but the Sentinels, they aren't out of this yet. The triple strategist still holding the line, and Techie still fighting it out on point.
And they have to come back with that Eternal Bond and live with Invisible Boundary. Also, Groot Ultimate Strangling Prison. You can get eliminations through it potentially, and they do.
Yeah, big connection. Also pulling that Loki away. The Wolverine really getting a lot done. Delena still has the second life, or just they haven't been able to put that counter pressure on the Wolverine. I think that's potentially a weakness of this triple strategist setup, is you don't have as much control or damage to punish Wolverine when he goes in with his cooldowns. You're not. I mean, maybe you're able to pull somebody back with the invisible boundary, or rather with the force physics. But at the same time, you're not actually killing the Wolverine. You're not even taking his first life away, which is a statement about his survivability in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with him. I mean, like you said, they have to try to get a little bit more priority towards Delena. Make sure he doesn't get these pulls at the very least. As long as you're, having Invisible Woman mark him, it's great. But, I mean, even going down in your own invisible boundary is rough.
Supernova, but he dives right into the Eye of Agamotto, and the follow-up damage is there. Avery shut down. Nectar, does he want to pop the mass res? Maybe double down into this fight. Terra on the case, immediately takes him out. But the res is good enough, maybe keeping them alive. The End Song Inferno, though, the natural counter to the skill, just farming kills is Terra on this Phoenix. And it's like you said, Dustin, I wonder, maybe you gotta let the torch through, but I feel like you can't give Terra this Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, let them play Torch. I think that, we've seen 100 Thieves play that character, and just in terms of win rate over the course of their entire, team's existence, I just don't think that's one of the better comps. But right now, with Phoenix and Terra on Phoenix, I mean, yeah, this is one of their best comps, so it's tough to deal with. And we might go to a tied-up series if Sentinels don't figure it out. They're going to the thing. They're playing Wolverine. That's the counter they think. Maybe go in with the tosses onto Nectar.
I don't think that was really the toss they were looking for, right? He just didn't quite cross the angle. Maybe Nectar can find something, but the ultimate advantage here seems to be a little bit favored for the Thieves. Vinny has been great with these strangling prisons. Can he get a lockdown? Catch so far, nothing. And Delena has already found Techie. There's no res to get him back into this game, but Renko with the copy, maybe this is enough to continue to snowball this board. And gets a copied Thing ult, trying to just aggro deep into the back line. Nectar already finds one, and some Inferno, some damage here, but it's not actually finding the kill. Sentinels, they lose one more, but Aramori popping the Cloak and Dagger ultimate on point gives Sentinels a great base from which to fight. Now Aramori in a bit of trouble. Focus fire, Delena and Terra comboing together, but Avery, the stun connection onto another End Song Inferno, cleans up, and at least the Sentinels gonna potentially have another lease on life, another chance to get this cart rolling. And the Strange Touch just too late.
Yeah, just a little bit too late there. And I was going to say, I feel like Delena was actually playing that Wolverine pretty well, right? I mean, we saw the counter kidnap come through from Nectar. He was trying to stop him from, coming back in. That's kind of the counterplay to Wolverine, is that on the other Wolverine obviously sees you coming with the kidnap, you try to grab him back, but he countered it by just, committing his ultimate, making him CC immune. So that was huge out of him with the last stand, and now 100 Thieves in the second phase regardless. Sentinels off the back of an end song from Avery continue on this cart, but 2 minutes off the clock. Can they keep it moving forward? And Jake, like you said, these throws are not the best right now.
Yeah, he's got to work on his pitching arm here on the Thing, and not looking too good. Crimzo already fell. The kidnap comes in on the Strange, but I don't know if he's pulled him in. But even up there, the ultimate though, double down follow up, and Techie covering the play with the Meteor M. Avery finds another connection, and despite an early death by Crimzo, Sentinels capitalize on the aggression, getting a bit of value out of this. 100 Thieves coming back into this with the copy Cloak and Dagger ultimate, allowing them to hold the point for now. Sentinels elect to just back off, delay through that C&D ultimate. They're willing to take these trades.
I mean, they got nothing for defense on 100 Thieves side except Grains for Avery's Ensong Inferno, and with that, Harvey goes down.
And I mean, the Wolverine looks great here from Nectar, especially combo with Techie, right? I think Magneto is such a potent combo with the Wolverine, giving him that bubble at a crucial moment, right when the enemy thinks they're going to be able to turn on him, they're going to be able to CC him or kill him out. You're getting that bubble, and it's really making the difference for now. 100 Thieves, a little bit desperate on this retake, have to come out through a very scary choke point with the Thing with Wolverine, looking to flank, looking to make that plays. Bubble comes in on the Wolverine, Thing coming in as well, and the attack onto the flank Terra. Not able to really get into this one on the Phoenix. Avery is just dominating.
Yeah, I mean, Avery's just been able to roam free on the height. I mean, you come in with the Ensong Inferno after you're down 2. I mean, how do they turn this with the last stand? You can combo it, Ayabamoto as well, but no eliminations. And with the peel coming through, Sentinels, I mean, they have everybody here.
Yeah, so much focus fire. Beautiful positioning from the Loki and the Phoenix. They're just sitting on this high ground, pumping damage, ready to just wait out ultimates, not in a huge rush to clean this one up. But Avery strikes the opportunity, right? Steps on the gas. They only have 2 minutes to cap this one out, but we could very well be going to an overtime round. The Sentinels seems to have found the adjustments that look good for them now. Thieves onto the Thing themselves. They want to potentially CC and deal with this Wolverine, but man, Techie and Nectar together are really taking over this game. I feel like Techie already had a big game on Magneto, and then now he's able to bubble the Wolverine and make plays off of these initiations. It's only looked even stronger.
For sure. I think the counterplay is to maybe swap to Bucky for 100 Thieves side, which they're trying to run through and just deal with this Thing and Mag player like you said. But right now, the space has been created for Avery yet again.
Ensong Inferno doing some damage onto the point. The follow-up is good there. Crimzo, Nectar, both find kills. And 100 Thieves, they're in trouble now. You're getting to that desperation scenario. You need to die on the cart if you're going to die at all. Can't lose more players here with the cart rolling forward. 100 Thieves, they want to have one solid touch. At least you need to get the clock a little bit lower here. We're running into a scenario where Sentinels actually could be in a hugely dominant time make advantage if they can just snowball this through. 100 Thieves, though, do have ultimates to lay this one out. This one could go very deep into the overtime.
Yeah, stunts thrown on the back at the very least, but like you said, this could be a lengthy fight for 100 Thieves. They started out with Nook in his whole Techie looking for that media ram, but it's blocked by shields. Nice job from the Strange player from TTK.
Yeah, just no connections available to him. The burst comes in, this time onto Avery, but Aramori finds a counter kill, so both teams without one duel. This just should favor the defenders. Also running a little light for the Sentinels. They're forced to use their last resource in the Cloak and Dagger. Big Strange ultimate, Ensong Inferno comes in. Cloak and Dagger, though, protects everybody. Beautiful play from Aramori, keeps the team alive. But the ultimates, they're running dry. The Sentinels, they need to find something in these next few moments. The clock is running low. Delena does have that ultimate. Gonna rip it, getting those execution thresholds on. Can he find a reset? Can he get down Nectar? It seems like not today. And now it's down to that death match, man. Both teams fighting this out without ultis, but I think Sentinels are the better in the long fight here. They're willing to take these trades. One pull comes in, but no real connection.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to connect onto the Thing, but, you know, the Thing doesn't get pulled in. He gets stunned for just a moment, and right now, like you said, Sentinel's building a bolster, comboing potentially with Avery soon alongside that last stand. Again, that's been brutal for 100 Thieves to deal with. Can they find anything with their own Ensong Inferno and Vinny?
Yes, they can, it seems. Okay, the Thieves comboing well, able to shut down the enemy Thing, and the Strategist ultimate is just not enough to keep the Sentinels alive. The focus fire is good. This has been a calling card for the Thieves. They're so solid at being able to find these burst kills when it just looks impossible, when the Strategist ultimates seem overwhelming. They just have that great team play focus fire. A Desperation Strange portal from Crimzo keeps the game alive for the moment. You need something ridiculous here to make a clutch coming out. Maybe they're able to find it. Hold on. One kill from Nectar, maybe more. Diving into the backline with the ultimate, the last stand from Wolverine. 2 kills. The Thieves, they thought they had this one in the bag, but the Sentinels on the verge of forcing an overtime round here. They refuse to go out. A big ultimate now from Crimzo, who's built up that Doctor Strange connection. Cloak and Dagger ultimate is on the ground, but it's running low, and Techie now started to get into the action. The Thieves players, the spawns so long here. And somehow, some way, a Desperation Strange portal TP ends up turning into a one fight. The Thieves, they must be kicking themselves. They must have been convinced they had won that map.
That's a brutal way to end for them, as we've, you know, been through an exhausting map for 100 Thieves. I don't know. I mean, Sentinels, they come through with that portal like you mentioned, and then they just have that combo between Ensong Inferno and Last Stand. Or I guess you just have Wolverine pop off like he did. So,
gentlemen, I got one question. Can you see the draw? That's all.
That's true. I mean,
oh God.
You know, like, I feel like a draw definitely could happen here. However, I could also easily see a team finding that first tick, right? We saw the Sentinels in some fights, forced to back off. However, I do think you got to think this is a really strong first point defense map in general. positionally. And I feel like last time the Sentinels kind of gave up that defense, Avery got picked off, going over aggressive. I don't think he's going to make that mistake again. Now he's on the Phoenix. He's going to be playing a much more conventional, slower, consistent style. And with 1 minute on the clock, the Thieves, they got to really think about how they want to approach this. You're not going to have time to make adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, Crimzo setting up the counter portal play. Maybe somebody's not thinking on 100 Thieves side. That's the pray, the hope and the prayer from Crimzo. Off the map, he's setting up one of his portals. In the second one, he'll toss out as soon as TTK pops out his own portal, right? So
I kind of like this for like an overtime gambit, right? Like just to, you know that's what the Thieves did last time. They went for immediate opening portal. And, this is the moment after an exhausting overtime where you might just slip up.
Immediately?
Just tried to block the door. Okay. Just trying to gamble, maybe.
Well, he was trying to get somebody there, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it would make sense because you don't see Doctor Strange anymore, so you would think that the counter portal has to come through. Or no, they're just going to walk out anyway with their own portal. So, yeah, that's interesting.
Crimso's in the spawn right now. Crimzo swapped off the Strange, so he's going to be flanking on the thing. I don't know if the Thieves are going to be ready for this. The Sentinels seem much more prepared for this setup this time around.
Oh, no.
Immediate kidnap. Oh, what a ridiculous pull there. Just absolutely taking Doctor Strange to task. He's unable to even get into the fight. And now Avery steps on the gas here, swinging around on this flank under the off angle. Maybe a little bit scared, though. Doesn't want to get caught by the Wolverine. The counter pressure goes on him. Avery, I think, wise to back off that angle. But the 100 Thieves right there down. They're separated away from their Strange. Oh, a connection would be so painful. You can't die here. Nuck is down. One more, maybe looking for further connections. Avery did what damage he could, but the Sentinels smell blood in the water. They're surging forward over the top of these Thieves players. You don't want to give up a tick here. You need to be able to hold this point out. Hold it solid, Terra and Song Inferno. Can he find anything? Cloak and Dagger, though, the connection from Aramori just protects the team. A great save to deal with that ultimate. The strategist doing so well. The focus fire is amazing onto the Wolverine, but it's not enough. Now the copy comes out from Renko, and this should be overwhelming. It's a desperation OT, and you just can't touch into the overwhelming presence of the Sentinels.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you called it. The strategists popping off. Also, the damage reduction from the thing in ZP. You better have not jinxed it, man. It's looking like it could happen.
Well, look, we got two options here. Either Sentinels wins this in 4, or we get ourselves a draw, and it could go to 6. That's where
I feel like Sentinels, the momentum is so strong for them right now. I feel like they're feeling themselves. The way they played that last fight was really solid. Your Strange Portal TP game, it didn't work, and you just immediately had the great reactions, immediately still played well around. I mean, they didn't have really Crimzo in that first fight. He was coming in off the flank, right? Had just switched off of Doctor Strange in the spawn. But it's a beautiful connection from Nectar, who, by the way, looks great on the Wolverine. So many kidnaps, an insane clutch play in the overtime on that attack to win out third point. Wolverine back in the driver's seat, man. Such an impact hero. Has kind of always been, right? For quite a while in Rivals, has been this crazy impact hero. Just offers something completely unique, I would say, on the duelist role.
Yeah, and you called it. I think Mag synergizes too well with him, and the fact that went through in the ban phase onto 100 Thieves definitely has impacted the outcome. As Sentinels, definitely 100%. They've looked like the better Wolverine team as we have 10 seconds left to go. Potential cheese plays by the defense from 100 Thieves. I mean, they have TTK on Doctor Strange, who's been playing well on that hero, but losing him first in that last fight to that grab absolutely changed the dynamic of the series.
See how the Sentinels take this offense, though. They don't have much time to work with, right? No room for mistakes. So if Terra can just take a couple heads, that could be securing here the draw for the Thieves, extending the series. That's what they have to hope for at this point.
The setup from Sentinels just going to go through right main, right? This team just kind of playing incredibly around Crimzo, taking damage reduction when they possibly need it, also giving the rocket jump pack to their Wolverine to find these picks. There's also no Invisible Woman, so they should be a pretty free Wolverine unless he connects onto maybe a thing or somebody else.
Yeah, maybe you're going to throw him in, see if we can get that kidnap. Big connection straight to the backline. Delana, though, getting the strategist heal. He's not going down just yet. And it seems like Wolverine maybe struggling in that fight. The strategist help forces the second life onto Wolverine. The opener does not find blood here. 4 Sentinels as they were hoping for. Now can Avery be the man of action in a crucial moment? You're trying to push forward, trying to break this setup. The blind from Cloak and Dagger. A big kidnap once again onto the Strange. Toad pulled deep into the back line. The Loki clone not quite on time there to save with the Immortality Rune. And now the Sentinels smell the opportunity to end this series, to evict 100 Thieves from the night shift, and the Sentinels are going to be going to your money match, winning 3-1 in a ridiculous comeback on Symbiotic Surface. I mean, they looked completely out of this at points in the map, and yet somehow they scrap and bring it back, earning the opportunity here to play against Envy. Undeniably, I think the top team right now in North America.
Man, oh man, Sentinels clawing their way back in the map. It started off looking like 100 Thieves was unstoppable. Terra finally got the Phoenix and was able to just give 100 Thieves all sorts of momentum and plays. But Sentinels, they took a deep breath, they adapted, they kept the course on their attack. They go into extra rounds, and in extra rounds, they find a way to put 100 Thieves away. And I gotta say, as we take a look at this here, Dustin, we know Sentinels, they got a new coach. They called in an old friend in McGravy. And do you feel like Sentinels has looked like a better coach team to get themselves out of what was a really rough situation on this map?
Yeah, I mean, the ban phase looked good. I don't know how familiar McGravy is in the ban phase system. I think he is pretty familiar, I'd assume. And yeah, he looked pretty good off the rip, right? This is a good performance from his squad, and I'm assuming he definitely has a large part in those decisions. 100 Thieves, they were changing up their bans a lot. It did feel like they were kind of all over the place. If we just looked at the list, usually we see teams make slight adjustments, but there were some pretty, jarring changes for 100 Thieves in terms of the ban phase. Now, that isn't the entire reason they lost. It did feel like flashbacks when we saw TDK get picked off twice by that Wolverine, but I mean, that team up with the thing, that's like disgusting, right? How often they're able to get those picks.
Jake,
yeah, I mean, not having the invisible woman, right? To deal with you have no way to save people. It's a Magneto shield and a rocket jetpack, and what, like, TTK is like, what do I do? Like, I truly don't know the answer. I think they kind of got outdrafted, outplayed. Sentinels just have a really sick read on that comp.
Jake, things may have went awry for 100 Thieves here in the end, but as parting words, what impressed you for 100 Thieves, even in defeat?
I will give them a lot of credit that they still look amazing when they're on their comfort picks, right? Like, they bringing out the Strange and the Groot. The combos were really good from Vinny. He looked great. He looked fantastic. Bringing out Delana on the Namor also was really solid. However, I'm wondering, about the diversity, about the flexibility. That seems to be their Achilles heel right now.
Dustin, we saw a lot here in this matchup. Honestly, it went back and forth for quite a while. Sentinels, though, there were questions coming in going, you had a lot of roster replacements. You had fan favorites leaving the team, and people are wondering, Sentinels, it was a rough land for them, but now you saw them at LAN. You've seen their new look here in North America. Have Sentinels improved since the Ignite midseason LAN?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tough part about that Sentinels roster is that they had to go against, actually some of the best teams. It was just super unlucky. I know that's kind of, not the entire reason, but they did go against some of the best teams in that LAN, right? Playing against both the tournament champions and then also, I believe it was Envy. So, this team is just so good. Unlucky for them kind of in midseason. But yeah, that was an incredible performance by them there. And I think this team does look new and improved.
However, Jake, Sentinels, they get through 100 Thieves, but this is one of the most stacked NA setups we've ever had. They're going to have to go against Envy next. And, overall, from what you've seen here, what are you expecting, as a preview for Sentinels Envy?
I mean, this is definitely a bit of a grudge match, right? For some of these Envy players were formerly Sentinels, right? And so I think this is also a huge opportunity for Sentinels to kind of right the wrongs of that midseason LAN, right? Maybe it's unlucky to go up against the top two teams in the tournament. It's definitely unlucky, I will say, for the Sentinels. I think that does suck. However, if you wanted to be the champion, if you wanted to be top two, as kind of all these top teams do, you're going to have to beat every team in the end, right? You're going to have to be able to take those tests and pass. And so to be able to play Envy now with the new roster, I think they're going to be chomping at the bit to show what they can do, that they can maybe be a more competitive team come that next Ignite LAN.
Well, before we get into the money match, we got to do a little bit of housekeeping here. Dustin, we saw all the Sentinels players, but only one can be MVP. Who do you got as the most valuable player for Sentinels here in this match?
Yeah, I think it's got to be Nectar. I think that we've seen him play that Wolverine to such a high level. I think in the team ups with Crimson, I think everything just worked so smooth. It was like butter for that squad. Also, on the Phoenix, was able to match Terra at points, right? I think we saw how much value Terra was getting on that Phoenix. Nectar on the opposite side also was doing an incredible job, and then also on map number 1 too. So yeah, shout out to Nectar. I think throughout the series, even though their in-game name is definitely pissing me off, R8 New Roach. Not sure what that means, but it's fine because Nectar on Psylocke was formidable.
Jake,
man, this map is a beatdown.
In hero shooters, players generally have heroes that they're generally good at, right? You know, some people specialize in hit scan or projectile. The thing that really impressed me about Nectar within this given series is just, you know, it's a very versatile hero pool. We're going from, say, Wolverine to Phoenix to Psylocke. I mean, these are three very distinctly different play styles, and hard to tell what that they are, just given the fact that it was played to such a high degree by Nectar.
Yeah, it's exactly what I want to see out of a duelist player, especially right now in Rivals, where, to be honest, I think it's most often your duelist players who need to be flexible, right? Like, generally, we don't see too many teams go without either two strategists or two vanguards. Usually it's the duelists who really change that up, right? Who either add the third vanguard, the third strategist, or are forced to play heroes like Wolverine that, of course, they're a duelist, but they really are just completely different than like a hit scan hero, right? They have such a different role. So for the duelist players to show that range is exactly what I would want to see as a coach. Like, that's the dream for somebody like McGravy to say, like, look, these guys are absolute putty in your hands. You can kind of get whatever you want out of them strategically. So this Sentinels team, it looks like a squad that won't be caught flat-footed by any changes in the meta. I feel like they're kind of ready to play anything. And I think for 100 Thieves, there's definitely gonna be some self-reflection about, okay, how do we deal with some of these meta shifts, some of these, you know, flexibility issues that kind of have reared their head in this particular series.
All right, Sentinels have earned the right to go to the line of match, but awaiting them is a tough challenge. It's going to be Envy versus Sentinels when we come back from the break. Lots of action yet to go here on Rivals Night Shift. Money match time, Rivals night shift, but also look back in the past. Got a Hulk and a Psylocke back here, attacking the back line. But guess what's going to be happening? That's right. Blow the horn. Here comes a whale. No better way to protect the back. Or so they say. Just things that happen here on Rivals Night Shift. But ZP here once again with Dogman and Jake. And gentlemen, the time has come for the money match. Sentinels looking real good in the challenging match. Get the right to go up against Envy. And this one feels like it's sure to be a classic, Dustin.
Yeah, I mean, Envy, last week, we just saw them have really close games with Dreamland, right? And I think that this Dreamland roster that we're not seeing this week was pretty good. However, Envy was definitely the better squad, right? And now we get to see Envy versus Sentinels, the classic matchup between, you know, these three orgs that are always kind of tossed around in North America in Sentinels, Envy, and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves now removed. Now we get to see Envy versus Sentinels yet again.
Yeah, and Jake, as we go into this match here, you know, it's interesting with Envy where, you know, they made some roster adjustments a while back. And, you know, once they settled on this current incarnation with players like Speedily, they've just been a force in the Rivals scene. Very versatile with a lot of skill expression across most of the main roles.
Yeah, I think Speedily is a beast. I also think Cal and Tap are amazing on the Duelist lineup. And then, you know, you've got somebody like Nero, you know, super flexible player on Strategist, Collusion Window on the Vanguard. I mean, this team is so many riches, right? So many strong players. There's a reason they're top 2 in the world. And I think they probably have that aspiration to be top 1, right? A lot of these players have been on very strong teams in other games and want to lift that trophy, right? So for them, second place, a good result, right? But for I think these players, they maybe expect even more from themselves.
And of course, going to the other side, we just saw them, but Sentinels, we got a quick look at the new roster changes here, Dustin, and seemed pretty good. You know, by your own words, an upgrade from where they were at the mid-season land. And, you know, for those who may have doubted the rebirth of Sentinels, doubt no longer.
Yeah, that Sentinels roster definitely can compete, I think, with the likes of Envy. Now, the difficulty is that Envy was basically the best team in the world. I mean, they were beating out Rad, aka Team 1, the team that we saw witness just win their match in EMEA. Envy basically were beating their butts, like, consistently throughout, you know, the whole tournament of midseason. It didn't end up mattering, though, because in the very last match in the grand finals, it was a 4-2 fashion win for Team 1. So Envy, with the addition of Tap, that's going to be terrifying. We're going to have to see that in a moment this week. But also, like, first time we're seeing Sentinels, they look pretty damn good, too. So it's all going to come down to that ban phase. I'm curious to see kind of in terms of Sentinels roster, who can play what, right, to that max level, right? We've seen the triple strategist compositions. I think we saw Avery play that Adam Warlock, and it was pretty strong. There were times when they faltered, though, right, versus that Namor Hulk composition. So that could be a potential difficulty for them, even though they play it pretty well themselves when they put Techie onto Hulk.
Jake, we just saw Sentinels roster, but any quick thoughts of what impressed you on this new combination that, you know, took 100 Thieves to task?
I mean, there may be new elements here to the Sentinels roster, but they aren't showing it. They look very solid as a team. I don't think that they'll be pushovers. That being said, I do think Envy is a much tougher test than 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves played Sentinels pretty close. So I will say this is, I think, an uphill battle for the Sentinels. Like, you've got to favor Envy in this matchup. And I think for the new players on the Sentinels, this is a key opportunity, a key moment to shine and really step up and make some big plays. So we'll see. I think you're right, Dustin, to talk a lot about the draft. I think that's going to be crucial for these teams, is they're both jostling for that strategic advantage here in the new patch where things aren't fully settled yet. People don't exactly have, you know, the final meta locked down. This is that time of experimentation where, you know, you got to think about, okay, what do we want to show? What do we want to go for early? How do we want to play? For the most part, Sentinels kind of ran it back on generally the last patch meta, and it looked pretty good. I'm curious to see if Envy will disrupt that balance at all, or if they, you know, want more of the same and go with the stable choice.
Well, while we're waiting to get in game, this is a great time to remind everyone at home that we got some cool things going on here at Project Night Shift. It's not just a bit of Rivals. This weekend, we're doing our last section of our CS tournament that we've been running with Asus. We've done NA, we've done EU. We're going to bring it home with APAC, some of the best teams in the region, including some of the Australian teams. And also, been doing cool TF2 CS show matches where it's a kind of a fusion of both games, a lot of bunny hopping and, you know, kind of a lot of hilarity. And of course, all going to be brought to you by the fan favorite classic duo DDK and Bardolph, and throwing in Blah for a little bit of regional expertise. All that is going down this weekend. But also, you may be looking at this and going like, wow, it sounds like you guys are giving away some free stuff there. Don't worry, we're giving away some free stuff here. We couldn't bring you all the action here today in Rivals without the help of MSI. And MSI wants to help you by getting you a brand new MSI Claw. Just check out the commands in chat. Go to the Intel website and you can submit clips of your own gameplay or just vote on the ones you think are cool. That'll get you entered, and that could get you an MSI Claw powered by a brand new Intel processor. It's gaming power in the palm of your hands, and if you haven't tried a system like that, it's all sorts of fun.
We travel so much for work, man. I kind of need one of those things. I feel like that's a business expense, surely, right? Surely I can write that off on my taxes.
Well, yeah, didn't somebody we saw, like, I think using one of those devices at the Taylor Swift concert or something. It was being controlled on one of those devices.
Oh, I believe it, 'cause they're basically mobile PCs. I mean, it's kind of insane how the tech has gotten. Like, you could play a lot of like impressively high quality games on them these days. So it's kind of some of those things. I'm like, why don't I have one of those? I think I might need one. Too bad I can't enter the giveaway myself since we're running it.
Yeah, I mean, those are the rules. I mean, technically, no one ever told us specifically, but it would just be a bad taste
it's poor
to be
form.
like,
It's poor form. I'm not going to win our own giveaway, man.
You know, it's like the meme of, you know, putting the medal on yourself. It's just like, nah, you know, it's not great. It's like, guys, brand new winner. Wait, what's that? Oh, it's me. I want it. It's like, no, that's not going to fly. But you, anyone at home that's watching, encourage you to get in on that giveaway and get yourself an MSI Claw. But other than that, Dustin, we're going to be in map soon here. We're kicking off with Celestial Husk. That is pre-selected. Always starting off with the domination map here on the night shift. But, you know, as we get into this matchup, do you think the bans are going to be different here relative to what they were against 100 Thieves?
I think, well, the first bans should be the same, with Mantis kind of being a first ban for a lot of people. I mean, maybe we see Torch, like those two heroes. Okay, okay, that's pretty funny. Exact timing for both. And Sentinels prioritizing that Torch. Opposite side for Envy, kind of the same strat we saw out of EMEA rosters. And also last game with the Sentinels team versus 100 Thieves. So Mantis ban first, definitely a smart decision. Human Torch protect for Sentinels, though.
You know, Jake, I'll give you the eye test here from what I've seen, where it seems like you get either Torch or you get Phoenix is kind of where it's been going for a lot of teams right now. You know, in this case, may end up being slightly different, but if you had to choose one or the other, which passes the eye test for you so far in Season 4, which admittedly is very similar to Season 3 as far as how the teams are playing it?
I mean, I think Phoenix just being a hit scan hero is just like a little bit more of a stable choice, but I do think Torch has like more explosive potential, more top end, right? I think if you have more flanking opportunities on Torch, like you kind of make more maybe plays in the neutral, but in general, I think at the top level, that's not going to get off as well, and I think we're going to see more punishes on those plays, and where things like Phoenix are going to, you know, maybe rise to the top. But neither team banning out the Phoenix just yet, and Jeff Protect goes wild. I mean, is this like, we've seen a lot of like Jeff Cap flanking strategies, but is the Jeff ban Protect is a wild commitment. Jeff did get a pretty significant buff, right, with the ultimate. Maybe that's worthy enough to make him a ban and Protect. That's a huge swing and kind of wild here from Envy.
Dustin,
yeah, I mean,
things that Envy has done in the past. I mean, there was a world where they're trying to go for a whole bunch of Jeff Natos previously, you know, run more Storm and go from there. Obviously, things have changed up quite a bit. You know, what do you think they're looking to pair with this Jeff this time around?
I mean, yeah, that I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, Jeff Nino's still not that bad. And yeah, Envy do have Speedily, so it's not something that's out of the realm. However, I think the biggest reason is, by the way, Phoenix ban gets taken at the very end. I think the reason why you want to do it is because they're already banning Adam, they're already banning Ultron. You've gotten Mantis. You need to pair another strategist that is solid alongside that triple strat comp, which it is going to be Jeff. That's the third option you have whenever you don't have Ultron and Adam Warlock. I think the Mantis is the strongest out of those sort of off healers almost, but Jeff definitely supports the playstyle with those flanks.
All right, it's Rivals Night Shift. It is the money match. $1,000 at stake. Envy, the defending champions, Sentinels, looking to rip them off the throne. All the action, it begins now. Dogman Jake, take it away.
And on the opener here, Celestial Husk, opportunity for the triple strategist. I feel like this is, you know, an Envy team that's showing they want to be very individually focused when it comes to the strategist, right? This team has always had top tier deathmatch, top tier individual performances. And now I think, you know, that triple strategist setup where all three can really be those playmakers, all three can look for opportunities. Like Cal in particular is a top tier duelist player, right? And I think you put him on something like the Mantis, you expect him to continue to pop off. And a great basis as well with Kaluj and Window on Magneto +1, you know. Sentinels, they're going with the classic Hulk plus Namor team up. The Gamma Monstro could be pretty good, though. Envy doesn't have a great way to clear it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, by the way, that Kaluj had decided to rebrand back to Cucumber. So he's bringing back out an old username. And yeah, it is interesting to put Cal in instead of Tap, right? That's always going to be discussion, I imagine, behind the scenes. We saw Cal said Envy, ride or die, and sticking with the roster through and through right now is Envy as he's starting today. And they already get rid of Techie in the whole form.
Focused, just absolutely bursted down there. And Hulk already in Bruce Banner form. See if Envy want to continue to press this advantage. Kaluj confidently standing on point. Cucumber here, excuse me, on the Magneto. I'm going to try and use his new name for this series. Chokeslam onto the Cap, but he's still healthy. And now this Jeff flank is really starting to pay dividends. Speedily putting damage in as well on the Star-Lord on the flank. 3 picks for Speedily. A 4th. He's absolutely cleaning house. A bunch of final blows. I mean, all team-assisted kills. But, man, that is a beatdown on Fight 1, Map 1.
Yeah, speaking of a beatdown, if you're going to want to use Cucumber's username, you got to use Speedery instead and R8 New Roach. So if we want to commit, we got to go Crimzo 2 as well. You know, or just go across the board.
I draw the line at Speedery. I draw the line.
No, he said he wants it. He specifically does it to piss us off and also makes it a point that
That's
we
why I
use
draw
it.
the line, because I have pride. I have pride. I'll stand on something. I'll stand on business.
Speedery's mom's going to be very upset at you after this broadcast.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Envy continue to push the tempo. Speedily, very fast ultimate here. Galactic Legend. The strategy ultimates aren't quite available for the Sentinels. I wonder if Envy want to rip this early.
Definitely could. I mean, now they do. Yeah, off the rip, straight into the back line, straight into the few. Oh, Avery already gets melted.
Yeah, and losing, you know, your Human Torch here is really going to limit your damage output. And one caught out Aramori just a little bit out of the dance floor. And Sentinels already lost 2, despite the dance floor being on top of them there. And I mean, this Envy team is making mincemeat of the Sentinels. The Sentinels, they fought so hard in that last series. They clutched out so many times. And I mean, there's a couple fights that are really disheartening for Sentinels fans right now, whereas Envy looking as good as ever.
Yeah, I mean, they have the opportunity, I guess, to try some triple strategist compositions. Wouldn't be that bad, but yeah, they will be lacking the Mantis because of those bans earlier on. They're definitely committing heavy to that Torch, but you're seeing exactly why. Maybe that's not the best, because off the rip, Cucumber with a pick off onto Avery.
I mean, the mechanics on these strategists are so solid from Envy. They're doing a ton of damage in their own right. And now it's just a full retreat from the Sentinels trying to get back into their own spawn. That's the best they can do. Getting spawn camped here on map 1. And I mean, this is a message sent and a message received from this for the Sentinels here. Techie trying to get in touch, but yeah, he's just being focus fired. Speedily has the mobility. You can't outrun this Star-Lord. Supernova now popped from the Human Torch, but no one's gonna be able to touch the point. And Dustin, is that the most brutal round you've ever seen on Domination? That's about as bad as it gets for the Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of talking about it. I mean, it's like, I don't want to bring up the good old Avenged meme, the, you know, coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb type situation.
This is dangerously close. Dangerously close.
I mean, they have to play triple now, it looks like, but at this point, we're already not playing the Mantis. We already know. The thing is, Jake, why this comp works so well with triple strategists that people are wondering at home, it's because, I mean, every character in this comp does good damage, right? That's the thing, is that this Jeff doesn't even... Look, the Jeff had more damage than healing,
Jeff is
right?
second damage. Only... Honestly, if they had given the Jeff the Luna Snowflake, I'm just saying, I think Jeff could be top damaging. I feel like this is a Luna Snowflake gap, and Nero might be top damaging on a pure, honorable DPS standard.
How fast is Jeff spitting out that water, dude? It's like as fast as a fire hydrant or something. It's like it's got to be. It's doing so much damage at the second in the lobby. That's crazy. Let's
get some Jeff cam in this game. I kind of want to see how he's making this work. I think this will be something that a lot of the fans at home kind of want to check out and just see how they make Jeff work, especially with Cap flanking. Sentinels though, kind of just running it back, not overreacting here. Maybe just saying, all right, you know what? It's a bad opening round. We can play better. Techie moving up to the flank, instantly focus fire though. Man, Hulk struggling, instant pop of the ultimate. The Monster Hulk already down, but Window is attacking the backline as well.
Yeah, it is interesting, too, that they're forced to roll swap Crimzo over to the Emma Frost and Techie off of his classic Crimzo. Oh, my! Hold on, Techie. A little bit of a 1-2 punch in the sky brings Speedily down to earth.
That's a big kill. Cap gonna pop the ultimate from window, but Envy aren't really grouped up to take too much advantage of it. On the point, the chokeslam is good, almost able to burst down Cap, forcing Cal now to pop that Mantis ultimate. Human Torch sees a vulnerable Luna Snow, but that crucial freeze from Month saves him and also allows Speedily to come back off the spawn, turn the kill, and Envy right back into the fight. Even after losing a couple players, they still get the clutch out.
Man, I mean, that ultimate's so strong, but yeah, that freeze from Month, I mean, if he didn't hit that fight could have been potentially over. Sentinel's entire, kind of game plan relies on Avery able to find picks on the backline. And, when Month gets a freeze like that, it's hard to really get much done. 12% of the board. And Jake, that felt like the best fight for Sentinels to win. Now they do have Whale and they do have Dance Floor, so they can maintain this, but the pressure from Envy and, like you said with Jeff, has been too much.
It's hard for Techie to play this without the Monstro Hulk, right? Because the backline from the Sentinels can't quite get in to support these dives. Envy is way too quick harassing. Look at Cap, like already in there, forcing Namor. And does he have the save? Okay, is going to be able to get protected here by some ultimates. Big Jeffy, hold on. Is this the whole team? Oh my God. Okay, no, Nero just got boated. Tragedy for Nero. That looked like a huge Jeff ult. They just immediately smoked him.
It could have been, but the only way I think they get elimination there, by the way, Avery gets onto Cal. They're trying to turn it back down a lot of players, though, so they have to commit that Supernova. But everybody's kept healthy because of Hulk. Techie changes playstyle for that fight specifically. Should play with a team, bubbles everybody so that Jeff Hulk comes in. You can't eat anybody because they're CC immune. Once they have that Hulk bubble on, it blocks all that damage. And then, obviously, insult to injury, a whale is bigger than a tiny shark, so gets smoked on by that Namor.
Yeah, I feel like Jeffs always go for these hugely ambitious ultimates, but the focus fire is so good at this level of play. It's so hard to actually get your way to the edge of the map successfully. It just feels like you can't quite get those big follow-up bursts you're looking for. And now Sentinels have the point position, right? This is the situation they wanted to create. Namor with that flanking Monstro spawn, putting a ton of spam damage on the players walking in, but already forced off the high ground, not optimal here. So Envy, the flankers, creating a ton of space, a ton of pressure. Window oversteps the mark, though, and Nectar just shuts him down on the Namor. Now retaking high ground. Gamma Monstro committed. Invisible boundary as well. I think this high ground is, I don't know if you can hold this against the Gamma Monstro. More players now pouring in from the Sentinels away from the invisible boundary, pushing Envy back off of the point, back through the choke. And Sentinels are right back into this series, man. It was a brutal map 1, but they're shirking it off and now evening the score line here on round 2.
Yeah, they're changing the pace. I mean, you can't get overwhelmed, which it's tough to say how to not get overwhelmed by a flanking Captain America and Jeff 24/7 behind you. But Window in that fight, right, hard focused, came back through, was Nectar, and now in this upcoming fight, they do have some ults to work with. We'll see how Sentinels want to play this. I mean, realistically, they send in Techie, go aggressive, push off Cal, but immediately Nectar forced to use the shift.
It's like pretty much a full kite for now. Kaluj over the top here. Cucumber with the Meteor M would love to find a big connection. Avery tries to get active into the backline. That team up, keeping him alive in a challenging fight, but Speedily has the final answer, and there doesn't seem to be much left for the Sentinels. Running out of steam in this fight. Dance Floor comes out as well from Envy, just securing the situation. Techie getting a bit of delay here on the Hulk. It's going to be knocked into that Bruce Banner form, but while he's knocked, the flip goes through. Avery dies after as well. So Sentinels are going to be on that potentially final retake. Still expensive fight for Envy. I mean, and having the Jeff ult, if you only had one ult, you probably pick just about any other ult in the game over the Jeff ult.
Hey man, it heals you now. That's huge. But also, yeah, I mean, Sentinels and how Techie's playing it, right? Just understands play as a unit, right? Save my bubble for when that Jeff kind of comes in, or at least use it early so that I can have it later on. Nero probably sees that bubble get used. Does he want to go for that ult? Doesn't look like it. They're just going to set up a lot of damage. But right now, Sentinels breaking out of that choke point. They're able to look towards backline at the moment and find Cal.
Yeah, and I like this, just ignoring the Jeff cap, right? Moving forward into that vulnerable Mantis. Namor super low, just barely gets saved by the strategist. Crucial. Avery finds another in the fight. So the Sentinels verging on a map victory here. Round victory, I should say. Equalizing here potentially on our first map. And Envy struggling. They're onto a Desperation Strike HTP for Cal. Can he get back into this? But maybe he can, but still so many players available. The Jeff Heat doesn't seem to be too impactful just yet. See if the Namor Whale gets a connection. Cal finds one, so okay, that's a connection. Hulk is also super low HP. The spit off the map, not quite enough. Invisible Woman plays her way out of it, but hold on, the Jeff Mobility, you can't kill that. And how the distraction from Nero is starting to really work. Hold on. Torch, where'd you go? Oh no, it's getting scary. Envy, there's no way they're snatching this one back. Surely not.
Wait, but Techie got an elimination in Bruce Banner form, so that kind of is insane. Now they're able to come back, force Cal off the site. I mean, he was one of the healers of Envy's roster. They're lacking all of the healing now besides this Jeff, but at the moment, I mean, in the sky, Speedery, I mean, he's just popping off with the ult.
The dance floor, big though. That's going to keep them in the fight. Meteor M, maybe the only way we can find a connection. Desperation from Cucumber, tries to throw it straight up, but Human Torch jukes away. Techie now with the Monstro Hulk. Cal looking to get back in with a strange of his own, and the dance floor for Envy, maybe the final answer here. Sentinels running low on the skills. The dance floor is lasting a long time. This is a slightly nerfed ultimate, but it may just be enough with the Freedom Rush as well. Envy still so stable in the HP department. Big connection from Cal. The ultimate is enough to burst down Avery. Jeff Bolt providing that healing on point as well. Little extra utility actually seems meaningful in this fight, and a couple players, strategists in particular, pulled out of the fight, and Nero sends them packing, man. Spit straight into that death barrier. Sentinels, great attempt on round 2, but it's not enough. Envy takes map 1.
A huge retake by Envy there at the portal from Cal. They get it done on Celestial Codex, so they win map number 1 over Sentinels. And like you said, Jake, it was a lot closer. But at the end of the day, Sentinels comes back with the portal, play around those Jeff heals, and he was just absolutely a menace, man. And Meteor M also stalled out the point, so much stall potential from the side of Envy results in Speedery building that ultimate, coming through with the Guardian of the Galaxy and just leading everybody.
All right, Jake, you're going to have to walk us through the new era here. We just saw a triple strategist Jeff at points, and not only did it win, it was incredibly effective. What made this work?
I think a lot of this is honestly Nero's executing super well on the Jeff, man. He's constantly harassing, but always finding that line to just be super annoying without ever overcommitting, right? He's like always pulling attention to him so many times when we're on either Avery or Nectar's cams, and they're like they're looking at Jeff, they're trying to throw some counter damage on him, but every time he's slipping away. And like each of those little moments when your duelists turn away from the choke point, they're looking at the Jeff, those are opportunities that Speedily is just pouncing on, man. And this is a comp that really enables Star-Lord to carry. If you don't have one of the best Star-Lords in the world, I don't think this comp really works, honestly. You need that single duelist to take a ton of resource and pop off in a huge way, and Speedily did exactly that.
Dustin, we were a little bit caught off guard on the draft when Envy came in with the ban Jeff into protect Jeff, and yet the results are undeniable. If you're Sentinels looking at this, I mean, how much do you change your draft strategy going forward when you deal with this, or do you go, okay, that was just a domination thing. This maybe won't be as effective if we bring them to Convoy or Convergence?
Well, the difficult aspect is right now, I mean, I think you got to ban Mantis. Like, you don't want to first... You don't want to first ban Jeff, because I think the Jeff kind of falls off once you don't have the Mantis alongside it. It's still probably going to be good, especially alongside if you want to play the Venom. You know, incredible amount of healing could be potentially there with the team up. But regardless, yeah, I mean, you need the Mantis probably removed. And now, once we get remove Mantis, you probably allow Torch in. And then guess what? Speedery, known as one of the best flying players in the game, is always going to be a menace on that hero.
Jake, we really don't have a whole lot of highlights for the first round because, yeah, if you blinked, you missed the first round. It was some of the most pure domination I think we've seen here on Rivals Night Shift.
Yeah, that first round, man, you can maybe write that off on Sentinels just being a little bit tired, just not playing at their best after a pretty bruising series against 100 Thieves. But nonetheless, man, I think you're happy to at least have round 2 be super close and competitive, right? Like, okay, yeah, you would have loved to make a comeback and maybe win this map. Obviously, that's better. But nonetheless, at least you actually, acquitted yourself decently on map 2. You feel like, okay, we can play this team competitively. And maybe you're right. Maybe some adjustments as far as map type, as far as the draft can edge out some of these issues. But it's like you said, right? Like you're only, you might plug one hole, but this Envy team, I think, has so many different looks that we're just going to see some other different problem be presented on map 2. So I think Sentinels, it's not just a banning out Envy and like limiting them. I think Sentinels needs to show us something really strong and well prepared on their map pick here.
Yeah, and speaking of map picks, Dustin, if you're McGravy and you're, really flexing your coaching brain here, trying to give Sentinels every possible advantage, if you had to go for, a home turf sort of map, where do you think the Sentinels are going to bring you?
Maybe either Sentinel. I mean, Sentinels look pretty good on Central Park. When we saw them versus the last team, 100 Thieves, they just dominated, absolutely wiped the floor with them. Now the difficulty is Envy, I think, is a way better team at that map specifically than 100 Thieves at the current moment. So that might be a map we go to. I mean, we could go to downtown. Okay, we actually do go to Central Park. Sentinels is, I think, traditionally known as either good on this map or really most convergence/convoy maps. So maybe domination, not their strength. And I'm sure they're looking for a potential call through on the Jeff nerfs after the last game. You know, maybe we have a new change to the game where we add the inside of Jeff's mouths, and you know, you can like punch his uvula to break out or something like that. Could be a good idea. I don't know.
Okay, honestly, Jake, I feel like we gotta give Dustin a little bit of props for the word uvula there. I'm not even sure if that's the proper word.
Is it not uvula?
It is.
It is uvula.
Yeah, it's a uvula.
It's been a while.
I don't know if sharks have uvulas, but you know,
sharks don't have uvulas. I'm gonna look this up right now. Let me figure it out.
I don't know. That's good. That's a Google. That's a Google right there.
Shark Hold on. Let me look this up right now.
The
they
things
don't.
we added to our search history for the sake of the broadcast is what I'll say there. But we're going to Central Park, Jake, and you know, Dustin kind of calls it out. Sentinels looked good earlier today, and you know, this seems to be a comfort map for Sentinels.
I'm just saying. I would like to point out, by the way, Jeff is a land shark, so he's also part human, so he could have a uvula.
True,
Anyway.
That's a good point. He's a fantastical creature. He may have a uvula. We won't limit him. You know, anything's possible. He probably does. Like, I'm sure there's some visual where he opens his mouth in the game, like.
Oh no, they didn't bid the mantis this time though. That's tough for me, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know,
maybe
like,
they're just too afraid of the speedily human torch. I kind of think, like, maybe you think just on a convergence you're not that scared of the triple strategist, and honestly I kind of agree. I'd be like maybe more scared of letting speedily get on potentially the most overpowered hero in the game right now. Or you could maybe throw bans at some of the other strategists that you want to pair alongside this.
Well, as we're taking a look at this here, Dustin, you know, we're kind of going over the stakes. Here's my question going in. Now that you've gotten the first set of bans all in order for Sentinels, you could take away the Jeff right now. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Adam Warlock is solid. I would actually, honestly, be a little bit more terrified of Ultron rather than the Adam Warlock. So, I don't know. I think for Sentinels, I'd rather get rid of that. And we're not necessarily rooting for any team. It's just, like, easier, I think, to talk about the team that's behind, which Sentinels are behind 1, I believe. So, the map score is 1-0 for Envy at the current moment. They've protected the torch again, though, so they're going yet again for that same strategy that, like you said, Jake, maybe is going to be better on this map on Central Park.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, I kind of like the idea of not overreacting to map 1. It was a domination map. It was something different. Also, good call on the Ultron ban. I feel like when you're going to ban Adam Warlock, you kind of also maybe want to ban the Ultron. You're kind of attacking almost the same role and like the same type of a setup with this heavy damage backliner in a triple strategist setup. So we'll see if that's enough of a change up to get Sentinels back into the series. Emma Frost as well in the Protect. So kind of no changes from the last map. Sentinels just running it back, saying, you know what, maybe that's an aberration. Maybe that's a domination thing. That being said, domination is not a problem you can just ignore, right? Envy can keep bringing us back to domination if they do lose maps. And so I think eventually Sentinels are going to have to show us that depth to respond.
One thing that's kind of interesting to me, Dustin, as I look at this, you think back to the last series, you know, Sentinels weren't exactly going to Jake a whole lot. And, you know, for Envy, it just seems like they kind of preset their draft strategy here of, well, we're just going to ban it and then protect it no matter what. We don't really care what you're playing. It's not really a bespoke ban strategy for Sentinels, it feels like.
Yeah, I think that Sentinels, in terms of their lineup at the current moment, it's going to be tough. Like, I think Jake and you pointed it out earlier, ZP. It's like, in a new patch, I don't know if it's necessarily easy to just to say something's good or bad at the current moment. It usually takes like a couple weeks to fully flesh out the comps. I mean, how we saw Angela last series didn't work out at all. But, you know, I think that it's definitely an idea that this game is improved. Things are changing every day, and we don't even have Magic players. And we've talked so much about Magic. Unfortunately, I think at this tournament, I don't know if there really is any. If Sentinels had Rising, they would. But, you know, nowadays, it's not really played for either of these squads.
All right, it's a Sentinels map pick. It is Central Park. Can the Sentinels bounce back after a rough map 1 to even up the series here in the money match on Rivals Night Shift? To walk you through all the action, once again, it's Dogman and Jake.
And coming to Central Park here, I mean, it's sort of an obvious choice for Sentinels given the last series, given that they just had an amazing full hold on this map. However, it also puts a lot of pressure on you, right? Like, as soon as that full hold breaks, if it does break and we get the cart rolling, then immediately for the Sentinels is like, oh crap, like we actually didn't play this, right? We didn't play this part of the map. This map was over so quickly. Maybe this is just something in scrims. They feel so good on this map on all stages. They're not worried about that. but I would be surprised if we see Envy go full held here.
Yeah, I mean, Envy on this current setup do have that Star-Lord alongside Jeff and Mantis. And the problem is, even if you don't have to deal with the Jeff flank, we saw Envy, Jake. I mean, they just kind of 3-2-1 together, especially now that they have Groot and no Wolverine on the opposite side. They're just going to be able to kind of like snowball in, bulldozer over Sentinel's defense, theoretically.
Yeah, we're going to see how Sentinels can get this hold speedily straight to the back line, get the Magneto bubble here from Cucumber. Strategists protecting each other for now, but Nero's able to take this top angle, and oh, that's a beautiful wall placed by Window. Avery strikes back onto Cal, so it's an even 1-for-1 trade. But the attackers in point position, starting to get this cap rolling. Sentinels have to respond and do it quickly. You don't have much time. Envy, they prove to be the team with stronger poke, but Avery finds another crucial pick. Still, it's a bloodbath, though. Both teams dropping bodies.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Renko's down, but guess what? Nero's still on the point. We do have a TP from Aramori, but it's going to be without healing at the current moment because she was on one of the other strats. And right now, they're just going to clean up. It's just literally a math game, Jake. Like, would you rather trade 1-for-1 backline against the team who has 3 strategists or the team that has 2, right? You're just kind of you're trading numbers, and at the moment, Envy always have a healer, whereas Sentinels will eventually run out faster.
And it's always so hard to play that trade game against, in particular, I think, characters like Jeff, right? That you just are constantly flanking, constantly annoying people. You're such a strong character in a trading scenario because you're always in, or often at least, in a very, very aggressive position, ready to keep fighting, ready to keep deathballing. And I mean, Jeff is just such a tricky hero in a low numbers engagement. I feel like Jeff might be one of the better characters in the game with his ridiculous, natural mobility.
Yeah, 100%. That character, I mean, he works as a dive hero and a healer at the same time. And now, oh my, what a stasis to slow down Speedery.
Beautiful catch there, and it takes away the ultimate, so he lost half the charge there. Techie, what's he going to be able to do in this fight? And that, maybe that counter initiation there from Techie is enough to get Avery a kill, enough to stabilize Sentinels for the moment. Groot ult from Window thrown down here. They are able to burst Avery through the strategist ultimate, but Cucumber's very far from this fight, isn't really going to be able to do much. Crimzo does drop the Psionic Seduction, trying to pull in this Groot, trying to continue the fight, but Envy have a lot of ultimates to fall back on. This isn't necessarily an easy team to push into. Speedily pops the ultimate again, this time forces the boundary out of Aramori, chokeslam onto the group, and Avery finds more, man. Okay, Human Torch starting to really get active here. Pressuring the Jeff out is big, but the dance floor charging forward for Envy. They're calling the bluff of the Sentinels. They know they're running low on strategist ultimates, but they need to find kills before this dance floor ends, and Supernova is going to be a big problem.
I was going to say, in this Streets phase of the map, this should be Human Torch, or second phase of the map, this should be the strongest phase for Human Torch. Constantly able to play in that verticality, on the height, just play and cover at all times, alongside go for set dives. In one-shots way easier, you can pick and choose, as, Envy, they're the ones that have to take that space first. And even if that Jeff is on your flank, he's going to be a little bit farther away just because of how the map is positioned. You're way more in the open, having to push up together. And especially since it looks like Nero's playstyle, he wants to support Speedery, giving him those speed boosts to go in with those blaster barrages. Usually it's not enough at the current moment, as Envy setting up those dives is going to be a little bit more challenging, as they've again set up one on the far flank. Right now, Sentinels see that, rotate over to the graveside instead.
Still, but this is an awkward spot for Sentinels, right? They're kind of caught in the corner. They've given up a lot of map control to Envy, who are pressuring them, flanking them from all sides. However, Nectar does strike first, and on to Speedily, no less. That's kind of the carry of this setup for Envy, and without speed, I just think they're going to be lacking damage. Sentinels finding purchase in the series, really stabilizing here on second point, making a lot of value, especially off this Human Torch, right? You talked about the big explosive dives that come in, but I think Namor might be a bit of an unsung hero, right? Marking some of the flanks and, even finding a counter pick onto Speedily. That's probably the biggest kill you can find in this comp, right? Since you are relying on speed to do a ton of damage and, make use of the Snowflake from Luna Snow, really get a lot of value there.
Well, I think right now the Sentinels rotations have been very proactive, right? They gave up a lot of one side of the map, but that graveyard is actually pretty lengthy. However, now in this fight in the open phase, not able to counteract with the invisible boundary from Aramori, not able to save one, and here comes the Jeffy.
So he found something, but it instantly bowed, man. We've seen this, the Namor Whale. Beautiful counter there to the Jeff ult. So it's turning into a bloodbath. Sentinels staggering back into this. And the Freedom Rush, there's not many better ultimates than that to kind of close out one of these scrappy fights. Techie doing what he can with the Monstro Hulk, but expires, and eventually so too will the Sentinels defense. And this card stoppage position is interesting. I think there will be like that one last chance for Sentinels. I wonder if they're going to need to use a Strange CP to get into the fight.
Man, and there's no, at least on the opposite side, there's no more Groot. So the walls you don't have to really worry about. It's going to be more so coming out of the choke, like you said, dealing with that Media Ram. You got to save Renko, cooldowns from Techie to make sure you can live from that Media Ram, or maybe bubble it from Aramori. That's going to be the biggest worry at the moment for Sentinels.
And Dance Floor forced out very, very early here from the Sentinels. So Envy holding on a much deeper into the fight with their ultimates, and they also already find Crimzo. Despite the Dance Floor being online, Supernova gets popped, but Dance Floor should be plenty for Envy to stabilize through this speedily. Trying to get in, look for what Pixie can. Jeff does fall in the chaos, but Kalu just finds 2, and the Legendary just overwhelms Sentinels. Defense cleaned up, and Envy, great initiation in that fight, forced the Strategist ultimates, and they have all of the answers to finish this one off.
Portal coming through way too late, unfortunately, for the side of Sentinels. Now that cooldown actually going to get removed. It's kind of hard on third phase anyways to retouch with Portal because of where the spawns are located. It's very easy to stop them. But yeah, I think if we go back even 2 fights ago, Sentinels would have loved to win in that Streets phase when we saw Aramori get Renko getting eliminated with that Lunasto Dance Floor. Maybe they would have wanted to fight there inside that ultimate. Nero obviously taking the entirety of that whale into that Jeff ultimate. And right now, I mean, they're just keeping this pace up, Jake. It seems like Envy just want to keep this cart rolling.
Yeah, the rate of play is just ferocious right now. Sentinels aren't able to mount any kind of a defense here on this 3rd point just yet. Crimzo struggling, just desperately trying to stay alive, getting all the peel from the strategist. Okay, the Hulk bubble should surely be enough, but it only just allows him to retreat back to the spawn. This is not proactive whatsoever. Finally, though, in this 3rd choke point, there's not much of an opportunity to flank. Nero gets marked, maybe in trouble, but oh man, Jeff with that bailout from Cav. And the Dance Floor, rather the Mantis ultimate coming in for the aggressive push. Envy giving no slowdown here, but Sentinels still find a pick in the chaos.
Well, here comes the whale just on the Nero's face. He ate everybody, but it doesn't matter how many you eat when a whale decides that he's gonna eat you, man. It's like a, you know, in this case, Jeff is turned into plankton, right? He's the diet of the whale of Namor. So Namor's ultimate eating well tonight, and right now Envy 1 minute on the clock. Sentinels found some stabilization. However, this 3rd phase, Jake, I mean, we'll see what this torch does once this sort of area, this 1st point moves around. I think the torch should get some better value, but right now Envy actually, you know, kind of in the back foot. They're going to need to counter this Supernova with the Meteor M, and Speedery could go off yet again with that Guardian's ult, or with the Galactic Legend, and just pops it early to force out ults.
Yeah, makes a bit of space, just forces Crimzo to use the Psionic Seduction. He's still getting a bit of value of it, but I think Sentinels don't have much of an intent of holding outside of this choke point, right? They want to funnel the flankers into one position. Now, Jeff and Speedily come in on the wide angle. What can they get done here? Can they maybe pressure down this Namor in the back line? Just forces an ult for now, so Dance Floor's out from both squads. Both teams looking for the burst through. It's Avery who finds it. Oh, and he just barely dances down low enough, but he's so far from his team. Where's the support? It's not here. Avery's there with the cleanup. Techie pops the Monstro Hulk, and Envy now onto the Strange retake, but Techie's really just running rampant here on the Monstro Hulk. Trying to chase down a Jeff, though, can be a pretty tough task at times.
It can. I mean, he's going to be able to touch maybe with 5 seconds left to go, or Cal comes with the portal, so they're going with the thing. He distracts them for a moment, and now they have a side angle Jeff. They're actually building ultimates, Jake. If they can build this Capel in the middle of this fight, or the Jeff, or Speeder result, they can definitely come back here.
Yeah, we'll see. 1 kill already found. Techie's been great on the Hulk in this map. Has really adapted to the flanks. And
Cal?
no, Dr.
Cal?
Strange kicked off the map. See ya, buddy. Crimzo with another. The environmental kills are coming through the thing with the celebratory dash around the cart. And a Jeff ult to stall, but it's not to be. Sentinels make the hold on 3rd point. Still a lot of win conditions for Envy.
That is so brutal. I think that might be the most brutal KO in the game if you see a whale come down onto a Jeff ult now. It's so funny.
Such a nice counter. Like, he's clearly thinking of that. Like, he's clearly just ready for the Jeff ults. Because, I mean, honestly, how much mileage are you really going to get throwing the whale out randomly and kind of hoping for the best against this high mobility triple strategist comp? Using it to just always like a free kill on the Jeff when he ults, right? Honestly, I kind of like this strategy, and it's meaning that you're not really able to use the Jeff ult in this game.
Yeah. And I think you can also see, ZP, you could touch on it as well, why I think Sentinels love to play these like environmental kills, because like you called out, I mean, Emma roundhouse kicks seem to close out the game for Sentinels there.
Yeah, what's it called? Let me ask you, are you asking for my opinion here, or are you just
well, I mean, like, what do you think about what do you think about environmental kills in this game in general, right? Like, I feel like they're hard to pull off compared to maybe other hero shooters, but when they do, they hit hard.
I think it's something where it's easy to kind of not always have it in the back of your head, but if you're actually going out of your way to exploit them, they can be incredibly impactful. And I think when you think about your Vanguard players, right? Players like Crimzo strike me as being incredibly cerebral. I think, you know, Crimzo's entire career within hero shooters has really been defined by a lot of game intelligence as opposed to necessarily being the absolute best aiming. So when you get in the maps like we just had here, where Crimzo's like, oh, we have a bridge with you know, multiple ways of getting people into the pit, Crimzo's probably going to find a way to get people into the pit. It's kind of his thing.
Spawn harassment pretty brutal here from Envy, doing a great job pressuring the Sentinels, but they still get the TP off, and now they take a bit of point position. So Envy having to race back. They find themselves in an awkward spot. We're in the attacker position, which is not where you want to be on Central Park. Map flip looks good. Cucumber already down to the Sentinels, making a statement here on the Central Park first point, really pressuring the cap. And who's going to stop this? Kaluj coming back on the Strange. Maybe they'll be able to TP back into this. Cal finds a kill though, so hold on. Envy, maybe with another chance to make this hold, speedily finds another. And great start from the Sentinels, but they aren't able to clean it up.
Yeah, the sustain is just far too much, right? Even if you lose Cal in that fight, we talked about it, you still got Month and Nero. You've just, if anything, evened the odds because Aramori and Renko are going to be matching on the opposite side. So even though, like, yeah, the strategists aren't as strong necessarily in terms of just raw healing output, I mean, you can still live alongside Month and Nero even without Cal.
Yeah, and Sentinels, see what they do this time. No more Strange Portal, right? So they're going to go back to the Hulk, play the conventional attack. Still, they have 2 ticks to work with, right? So Envy really just can't give up any more point pressure, right? They have to take every fight straight up. Speedily going to go actually aggressive even through the choke, pushing deep onto the Sentinels. Sentinels have ults, but they really want to hold off on them. And great job by the Vanguard, just staying alive in that room. Now the repush can come in, and they still have the invisible boundary.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like these starting off fights with the duelist ultimates. And right now, I mean, Sentinels able to fight off this attack from Envy. I mean, Speedray going down early is huge.
Yeah, maybe it'll be enough now. Sentinels starting to push forward, taking some position on the point. The boat not quite available. Oh, if you eat the more, he can't whale you. And there we go.
That's a good point, man. You can't actually counter the Jeff ult if you get into the Jeff ult. So that's a good play by Envy right now. 2 minutes left on the clock for Sentinels. As for us on our side, it was hard to watch it because of, you know, that Jeff, you know, delaying our stream on the back end. But for Envy's roster right now, 2 minutes on the clock is a good spot to be in, even though you don't have any ults left to fight with.
Man, Envy is just so fearless on this offense, just charging forward into the attacker spawn. This is just wanton aggression. Envy continuing to push the pace with a dance floor. However, you know, Sentinels weather the storm, and now the repush is going to be scary. Speedily in trouble, getting body blocked in the door as well, but the support is good. Strategists keep him alive. Bubble force out of Hulk. Sentinels, can they get onto the point? They need to get that invisible boundary down in a key location. Envy just have that freedom rush to work with. That could be pretty powerful. Hulk zones away the strategist for the moment and getting a lot of value in this back room. You do not want to tangle with the Hulk in a small room.
Oh my goodness, they tried to come back. There was a little bit of help. It looked like Window is like, I'm going to come back and save you guys. Oh, never mind. I'm giving up on it. Whale, though, on the backside. Ayabakamoto to counter. They get Nero, sure. And actually, speedily going to pop the ultimate. 1 versus basically 4.
No chance on that one, man. And Techie, huge plays on the Hulk, man. We talked about this guy a little bit in the last series, how important he is to the success of the Sentinels. And the Hulk, I think, is one of those Vanguards that a lot of Vanguard players just aren't that confident on, right? I think this is one of those very unique Vanguards that you need some really intelligent positioning and skill usage on. He can be pretty easy to get focus fired down. Techie's execution, though, has been rock solid, and I think a huge part of their success here on Central Park.
Yeah, and right now, Sentinel is trying to take full advantage of this second phase of the map that we saw on defense. Now, you still have to claim that space, in which Envy, with that space that they currently are given, just kind of walk at, yet again, Sentinels. You talked about it on offense, or rather on first point, Jake. They're just kind of keeping this pace up, forcing Sentinels to regroup. But right now, they're coming back in with that dance floor with the Fate of the Worlds.
Yeah, and they should be able to get something here, but Envy's kiting out really nicely. The triple strategist just evasive, too hard to catch, and Sentinels aren't able to really punish the dive at all. So Envy are going to be pretty happy about how that one went. Psionic Seduction now, popped by Crimzo. Once again, it's like the moment where the Sentinels need to catch and find kills, and the choke slam may be enough to do just that. Shuts down Cucumber. A kill already came in onto Cal from Aramori there. And so Envy's struggling a bit with the triple strategist on the defense. The harassment, the dives, you know, they've looked okay, but they just haven't been producing results. Now Sentinels have free reign on the map. They can take whatever position they want. Envy have to retake into this. They have the dance floor, pretty potent tool in this spot. However, Supernova already popped, forcing that to be a very, very early dance floor. And Aramori does have that invisible boundary, comes out a bit later.
Yeah, Right now you have on the inside, you hit with the Eye of Agamotto and everybody gets connected on, but it's only their invisible boundary that actually goes down because of it. Now the Jeff holds onto the last remaining strat player, goes down. That's not going to be any help now for Sentinels.
Jukes the whale too before heading off the map. Nice heads up movement from Nero. Saw that counterplay coming. And somehow they're able to burst Aaron Mori through that invisible boundary. So despite the buff, right, Invisible Woman still has that weakness. If you just get hard bursted in the boundary, it goes away and your team is caught flat-footed in a spot where they thought they'd be safe.
And I thought for Envy, you know, the toughest part so far is they've not been able to play hard around Speedery like they were on attack, I think, for a few points. Nowadays, though, with Speedery going in with that damage boost, able to get, like you said, those eliminations through that Invisible Woman enables them a lot more. Now they have ultimates ready to go too. Sentinels, their biggest the strength right now is having Crimzo and Emma Frost. I think he's done so much. If they can keep peeling with Techie and Crimzo, they can maybe live this upcoming fight because there's so many ults on Envy's side.
It's an absolute swarm here in the front line. Renko pops the dance floor speedily now, biding his time, waiting for his moment.
He's trapped.
Oh my God, did he just get trapped in this room?
He trapped himself.
No
He trapped
way.
himself. Are you kidding?
He has to break out. He can't. This is so bad. It's taking him so long. Okay, but still, Window finds the kill despite it. That's hilarious.
I think that was there was like a bug as well. If you like somehow can TP somebody into that point or whatever on first objective before the phase gets unlocked, you can't break the map in the second phase. So there's some weird stuff. Probably should be giving people tips on bugs, but regardless, Envy starting off this fight now. Speedy goes in the sky.
And now ripping that ultimate, you might have the Sonic Seduction, but the pull out of the air from Techie is brutal. Speedily shut down. It looked like a backbreaking moment for Envy, but now Sentinels back in the driver's seat. A choke slam comes in, the burst kill onto Kaluj. And finally, Sentinels have found the opportunity to get towards that third phase of the map. Envy, do they have a strange portal? They have some mobile players maybe to get in for a last second touch. Nero, it's a duel as old as time, the shark versus the whale.
I mean, whales should win, right? Theoretically.
Really, I think Sharks, who knows? I guess we're about to find out here on this match of Rivals Night Shift. Big Whale could be dropped soon. Nero looking for the eat, dumped right on his head. Whale wins again. Sentinels, though, lost 2 players, and the cap ult could just be outvaluing. You're just out of resources on the Sentinels. The whole goal is not going to be enough. I mean, Techie's going to use it as late as possible, get the maximum delay, but Envy is just in full control, and even the whole goal just isn't that tanky in a 1v5 scenario.
Well, they still got Portal Armor. He's going to TP back. I mean, they could do it.
Well, he's living. He's living.
He's living. He's going to be changing form, not touching the cart during that. Now he's down. Can the Portal make it in time? It does. Sentinels is here.
But it's an awkward fight, and Cal very close to that copy ultimate. They do find one pickoff. Let's see what the copy is.
And the
coming in
here
from Cal. Dancer is good from the Sentinels, keeping them in this fight. That insane stall from Techie, absurd. It kept them alive, and now the Sentinels back at full strength. Speedily has another Galactic Legend. When the Stratus ultimate runs out, he's gonna pop it. Here it comes. Can he find the kills? Avery's already found one, gets shut down as well, but Speedily over the top. There's no answers left for the Galactic Legend. He's aimbotting them down. They're all falling. And it seems like the Sentinel's just out of gas. Such an impressive hold, man. Really extending into the OT. I'm really impressed by Techie's stall in that moment. I thought there was no chance he would stall long enough. Perfect position behind the car.
It's very far.
Perfect delay. Really well played.
That was so well played. Man, and we saw, by the way, first Angela map win, I believe. Just want to point that out, I think, even though it was just a stall. And, well, you know what? That was a big reason why they won that fight, even though the Jeff sacrificed his life, Jake, because, like, obviously the whale was stronger than the Jeff there. You know, with a little bit of a last-ditch effort almost. Like, he knew he was going to die, Nero did, but he was like, guys, it's fine if I die. I will leave you my healing juices behind. And they sustained because of it, built up a cap ult, and were able to hold.
Man, oh man. On one hand, you got Dogman on Team Whale. You had Jeff on Team Shark. But when the dust has settled here, didn't quite matter the adjustments that came for Nero, where it seems like even though Envy had a bit of a tougher time making their comp work at points, they pulled it together and then some when it came to their defense. And, you know, I gotta say, I had my doubts at first, wondering if you could run this comp on every, map type. I was thinking maybe it was more of a domination thing. Maybe it'd fall apart here and Sentinels had figured it out. But, you know, Dustin, I'll start with you. Why does this comp that Envy's come out here with, the triple strategist involving the Jeff, why is it so effective regardless of map type?
It's the different play styles that the comp kind of offers you. It's like you can set up this Cap Jeff on the flank and be a nuisance on the back line, or you can just, like we saw, run that 3-2-1 front to back style where you sort of act like it's a speed boost with giving the bubbles to Speedery, flies in with a damage boost in the blaster barrage, and can just wipe apart back lines. So as long as Sentinels were maybe slightly out of position or didn't have the right cooldowns to deal with it, they would just get wiped.
Jake, we're seeing some of the highlights here, and man, there are a bunch of ones on the funny side, including Speedily actually just getting trapped inside a house. But, you know, bigger picture here, you're Sentinels, you're looking forward to the future. What do you change to deal with this comp from Envy? Do you have to address it in the draft?
I think at this point you really do. Maybe it is the point where you have to let the torch through and go with like an opening ban on the Mantis. I think it's a good point, Dustin, that Mantis is really a key part of this strategy. I wouldn't even mind a Jeff ban because you could probably get the Jeff ban off much later into the draft, right? It doesn't need to come out early. Is like, because I think you can't break it right away when it spawns, right? Like right as it reforms.
Yeah, you have time. Yeah.
There's like a moment where he's just stunned and trapped. Luckily, it doesn't matter. Techie, man, Techie's just on beast mode this game. I know they're down 0-2, but I just can't sing this guy's praises enough.
This Jake, it's kind of like we talked, or it was in the last series when you talked about how, you know, the heroics when we saw like Hulk Namor kind of coming through. If you're relying heavily on those, it's kind of over, you know? Like it just feels like the way they were coming back into it was via that, and then also Crimson maybe getting a big grab. But yeah, once you can't rely on those Jeff, it's just hard to actually be that consistent on Hulk at the current moment.
Yeah, speaking of Dustin, I got a follow-up question there. Is that, do you think that the Namor team-up is worth what I would basically call the Hulk tax? Because I feel like with the current Vanguard power, if you're just picking Vanguards for their own strength and not their team-up, it doesn't feel like Hulk would be a top choice, but people do it just to power up Namor.
I think it's tough because I'm kind of a Hulk believer almost. Like I just feel like it's tough because like you're right, like Hulk Namor team up specifically, just how the Hulk and the Namor work, they're sort of two different roles for sure. And it's sort of like, I don't know, the way I've heard it is that this new Namor comp, you can play with triple strat. Sometimes we're not seeing it obviously too much, but you can play with triple strategy and sort of play like a King's comp almost, where you hard play around the Namor. But it's like those two, they have different play styles for sure, and it can enable you in different ways. And yeah, I think Hulk ult is really, really good. I think it's even better than, like, for example, Emma Frost ult. But like you said, you have to do so many mechanical things to even get a baseline level out of Hulk. So I don't know if it's fully worth the Namor tax. It really depends on team. There's not many teams that I think have a Hulk player at the highest level possible.
Jake, other things to look at here for the Envy end of things, where obviously we've been focusing on the Jeff comp, which has been super exciting. But, you know, what other elements have really tied it all together for you?
You know, I think honestly for Envy, it's the way that they're clutching out in some of these fights that actually look pretty bad for them, right? Where like even some opening picks going against them, and they don't lose a step in those moments, right? Even when the opening of the fight doesn't go the way they had planned, the dive doesn't hit as hard as they want, they're still like falling back and regrouping, recognizing, I think you got to give props to Nero, shifting from this like, okay, I'm going to flank, I'm going to do a ton of damage on Jeff, immediately then shifting into like a healing mindset where now, okay, he's just stabilizing the team. And the versatility that they have to, as the triple strategist setup, like go from full damage, full focus on kills to immediately now pumping a ton of heals into the Vanguards and slowing things down, stabilizing the situation, I think is what makes them so deadly here. And we are going to go to Midtown here on Convoy, but it's like you guys said, I do want to see Sentinels just force Envy to show you something different. At this point, the triple strategist looks too solid, even with some nice answers, right? Like I think the Namor wailing the Jeff actually felt like a really good response. That ultimate gives you some consistent value in a lot of these fights. Nonetheless, it's not enough to get it over the line on Central Park. And I feel like, I don't know that you're going to do better on something like Midtown. I feel like you still need to address it in the draft. Maybe it's something like the Cap. Maybe it's hard to replace in the triple strategist comp.Maybe it's one of the other strategists, but I think somehow, some way, you're gonna have to let one of these heroes you've been force banning through for the Sentinels. Honestly, I would kind of like to see them let like an Adam Warlock through and just say, you know what? Okay, we can at least punish an Adam Warlock, where Jeff just feels like you can never stop.
Dustin, you've been the GOAT's whisperer. I got to ask you, as we go to Midtown and you think about some of the ways you can be a little bit cheesy here at the beginning, are you hearing Boz in the distance here from Sentinels? It's their map pick. They already showed GOATs once earlier in the tournament day. Do they go to it one more time? Triple strategist, triple Vanguard. Is it going to happen?
I mean, I would like to see it. I think we'll end up back in that phase. We might just be in an experimental phase for these teams. You know, that's the worry. Like, I think that they should, for sure. But, if we see the Human Torch ban and protect come out again, we already know what they're probably going to play throughout the whole map. Like, it just feels like teams still trying to figure out the current meta in the new patch in Season 4. That comes out tomorrow, by the way. So we still have an early look, by the way, and you still have time to tell your friends to come watch the stream between this grand finals, this money match between Sentinels and Envy. And Envy currently up 2 in the series. This is map point.
You know, Jake, we started the day just sort of going, what were our expectations here in NA for Season 4? You know, we looked at all the changes and thought everything would be on the table. Has it surprised you a little bit that, you know, it's still obviously very early. It's day, -1, effectively. But, you know, it doesn't seem like, with the exception of the Jeff here, that we've seen as many changes to the meta as people might have thought.
Yeah, but nonetheless, CP, I'd still say it's early, right? I think sometimes some of these meta shifts, they take more time because as a top level team, right, you've invested so much time in practicing some of these styles that, like, even if another comp theoretically is now better because of a patch change, it's like you're not going to be better at it because you don't know how to play that other comp. And I think it's hard for teams to invest the time that it takes to actually level up a strategy or take a gamble and say, like, look, we're going to try to make magic work. Like, if it turns out that that doesn't pay off, like a couple weeks down the line, you just feel like you just wasted a ton of time. And okay, this is the shift already. We talked about, right? So Sentinels are going to are going to be able to get the ban off rather on the Mantis because Envy, strangely, Envy is the one who makes the change, right? Prioritizing the Adam Warlock Protect this time.
Dustin, why the change here going into Midtown? Do you think there's a world where you're prioritizing the Warlock because maybe you think it'll be maybe a little bit more useful if you do run into a triple strategist, triple Vanguard setup here at the beginning?
I don't know. To me, this feels like they want to try some other stuff out because Sentinels aren't letting them, do like a different ban phase, I guess. That's the only solution I can think of, maybe, because it is, we still have a little bit to Ignite, and we do have this tournament in the middle, and this is the very first time we're seeing this patch. I don't know, maybe they just want to try something new out. I think if we do think about this map specifically, I guess maybe the Mantis comp does have a long time to go, and especially since we're learning, like you talked about last map, and like we saw in the Streets phase, maybe Sentinels were slowly starting to figure out this Mantis comp. So in their heads, maybe it's an early adjustment. It could be too early, but we're also given a map at least to work on it, considering, we are up 2-0 in the series. At least you have a cushion.
Jake, if you're an Envy coach right now, this is some of the best practice you are going to get in terms of later Ignite stages. At what level here do you play your absolute best look to end the series 3-0, secure the $1,000? Or do you have the bigger picture in mind and go, we might not get as good of a look against a team like Sentinels like this for a while. Maybe we try some other stuff and get some real limit testing here and now.
Yeah, I honestly like the idea. You feel like even if you lose this map, you've got 2 back-to-back map picks to fall back on. So Envy have got to feel like super confident that this series is almost already in the bag. However, that type of feeling is how you can throw a series, right? Like, it's how things can kind of get out of control. So I'm always an advocate of, like, play to win no matter what, play to close it out here. Especially because, other than the first round of domination, it hasn't been like that one-sided, right? Like, honestly, Central Park went super down to the wire. Round 2 of domination went down to the wire. And so I don't think Envy actually has a ton of margin in this series. So if I'm protecting the Adam Warlock, it's because I think, okay, this can actually be really strong on Midtown, and they have some sort of comp that they want to show off here.
Dustin, the bans and protects are locked in. Any surprises for you?
Just off the rip, that first ban, I think that was the craziest one to me. And also, this is the first time we're seeing that Phoenix Protect come through. So both of these Human Torches getting removed is interesting. And I think with one team having Phoenix, that could apply a buff versus things like that Adam Warlock. So I actually kind of like Sentinel's ban phase in terms of their Protect in bans. But at the current moment, from what we've realized, I think you could do pretty well in the ban phase and still lose, especially if you can't perform and execute to a high level. And we already know Envy, even when they're behind Envy ban-wise, because we saw at the mid-season, I don't think that Envy had the best bans in Protects. I would say far from it. I think the reason why Team 1 won the mid-season was simply because of the fact they had really, really good draft phases. Envy, not always the best team at doing that. Now, we'll see as they move forward what goes on, but honestly, Sentinels did pretty good there.
Sentinels versus Envy. Sentinels on the verge of elimination. Envy looking strong, trying to get the sweep. Will they be able to do it? It's here on Midtown, and it's Dogman and Jake.
All right, Envy out of the gate strong here, running a Storm comp with Speed Elite. We talked about his comfort on the Flyers. The damage amp going to be incredibly potent. This comp from Envy Sports, a monstrous amount of damage, so maybe ready to deal with the 3-3 setup from the Sentinels. Actually, I see the vision here, man. I'm not sure you have enough tankiness to deal with Storm, Moon Knight, Groot. I mean, that's devastating.
And the biggest thing is we removed Emma Mag, and these are two Vanguards that do a lot of damage. Now, on the opposite side, you have Crimzo and the Venom, going for Cap Venom dives. You think that's too much? And Jake, oh my goodness, we're seeing it finally. The talk could come to fruition.
I actually think this is a great moment to bring out the magic because, for the Sentinels, the question is, does this 3-3 setup actually have the staying power to tolerate some of the damage buffs that we've seen on these duelists? And it looks like, Techie just committed to dying on the card. I actually like to see this from teams running the 3-3. You need to get these 3 fights in on first point. It's super important. They get a mass res as well out of Renko. And the execution actually pretty nice right now from Sentinels on the 3-3 setup, showing that they do understand. Oh, pause comes in for a month.
That's an interesting pause. I'm almost of the opinion that you should pause after fights, to be honest with you. That's kind of crazy to pause in the middle. I don't know about you, Jake, but, we are giving the agency to the players because it's better than none, I suppose.
Okay, you say that, but what if you pause in the middle? Dogman, what if you pause in the middle of the fight and then also pause to BM the team? Because we've seen a little bit of that this week. Across the entire spectrum of games, it's been an interesting topic.
I mean, I feel like Envy already lost this fight. Cloak and Dagger ult's on the ground, but the trades are not looking good for them. The Adam Warlock got a lot of value here out of the Sentinels, getting their whole team back into the fight.
Well, Jake, right now, you got to think about it this way. We're in like the Sherlock Holmes, kind of like, okay, I'm down and out in this fight, but how do we come back here if you're Envy then? Because it is going to be tough, but you're given, Batman times of time to prepare, right? You can set up, you can beat whoever you want to as long as you can think of a strategy. So what would your strategy be as Envy right now, Jake? Can you set up a one-shot somehow for Envy here against Sentinels who have so much to stall and delay?
I mean, you have to hit some kind of hugely impactful ultimate from Doctor Strange, but I'm not really seeing it because what are you going to full burst the Venom down? Maybe that's your best hope, but it seems unlikely as the unpause comes in here. Immediate rip of Doctor Strange ult. Maybe just trying to catch some players off guard. But the Sentinels backline is so far away, right? All 3 of the strategists are such long range. Finally, Envy gets on top of them and Cal pops the ultimate with magic. This has been massively buffed. The res comes in, but no chance for that one. And all right, Magic starting to really put the work in on this point.
I mean, Magic is such a fun hero to watch. I think it's actually one of the heroes that has the most underrated fan base, honestly, because, so many people watch basically just Magic players in general. But right now, Envy switching up the comp. They're going to go back over to the Bucky and keep the Groot, right? This is the tough part for Sentinels is that I was surprised they didn't play the Groot, maybe, Jake. Maybe they assumed if they could switch to Wolverine, they wouldn't want to play it. Counterpole coming through now from Cucumber, by the way, on their attack.
I mean, it's an interesting version of the 3-3 because the Sentinels backline is quite long range, right? And quite passive, where the tank line wants to be really aggressive and forward. So they're hoping to just keep the pressure constantly off of their strategists, allow them to do a lot of damage and kind of replace those duelists. And so far, so good. I think Envy needs to ignore the front line and get deep into the backline, but they haven't been able to do that just yet.
And it's interesting because you're forcing Envy to play a different playstyle completely, right? They're having to play heavily around Cal, playing around this Storm, which now here comes the Hurricane on the high ground. And do they have a response on Sentinel side? It's just a cap ult. No, Crimzo goes down.
Storm into the backline, though. Speedily wants to clutch this one out, and Card has rolled forward quite a bit. It seems like Envy starting to overwhelm here, getting the better of some of these deathmatch trades. And speedily with the trainer, the Storm is absolutely pumping damage in this comp. Sentinels, Desperation TP, but Iron Mori had to get a little bit of a touch there to stall for the Strange ult, but yeah, it's just not going to happen, man. And even a cap ult pop for no value. The focus power good from Envy.
Yeah, I mean, if he lives there, maybe, but yeah, they do have the Terror Cape to increase damage onto you. You even saw they tried Sentinels. They swapped Techie over to the thing, and they put over Nectar, because I keep forgetting R8 and Roach's Nectar over to that Doctor Strange to try to get a portal off faster because the respawn time was longer for Techie. In this case, didn't get it off though. Like you said, Crimzo getting bursted so well. Now into this next fight, Envy have solid ults to work with too against Sentinels.
And the card is starting to get rolling, right? So, I mean, often this first point is one of the tougher tests. Avery has gone back over to the Phoenix to have a little bit more of a balanced style as well with the Wolverine coming out. Envy, though, not giving up any quarter, already finding one and a big connection there over the top here from the Bucky. Getting some of these executions. Can they burst the dance floor down? Yes, they can. The focus fire is solid. Definitely a mark of these top teams, right? Is when they're able to just hard focus players, they're able to get those consistent kills through strategist ultimates.
I mean, oh god, Crimso's over to Angela, by the way, now. And it's interesting because now they do have two characters that can sort of go for these picks, right? You have that Wolverine alongside Crimso. You don't have anybody necessarily to throw the Wolverine in there, but at least, well, Angela, you set up flanks, so you just kind of get this weird out of position. Maybe bring him to the Wolf. I see the idea.
Yeah, maybe more disruption is what the doctor ordered. For now, though, Sentinels trying to get back into this fight. They rip the dance floor on Aramori. The stun comes in. Are you able to get connections? Oh, there it is. All right, New Roach. 2 kills on the Wolverine. Some big value, and the multiple disruption choices punish the group. Envy sent back to the drawing board now. Gonna have to take a reset. And this is a bit of a slow comp on the walk-up, where the Sentinel style, I think they're much more willing to be aggro and play forward in these fights. And I mean, while the Angela has been hit or miss here, I feel like there's some potential on this character, right? Some of that Wolverine-esque disruption could be nice value.
For sure, and I think you don't get as out of position as you do on Thor, you know, having to commit your abilities. But here comes the ultimate as well, and they're dueling in it pretty well. You can break it, and eventually they do, but the healing was there, and oh my goodness, actually massive value out of Angela, like you said, Jake. That was huge.
And I like the vision there from Envy, right, to put the Strange Portal to block like one of these doors and then just try and fight and cap the cart in the chaos. But Sentinels was really quick to respond, swinging around the outside and actually holding that position down. Now Envy, they won't have the Strange Portal, I believe, for this final fight. They're walking up into an entrenched Sentinels team, so Speedily has gone over to the Psylocke to maybe bring something different. But how do you get past the Wolverine, man? This is an area of very tight quarters where it's very easy to get grabbed and kidnapped. I feel like a lot of pressure is on Cal to find some kind of an opening hook, and that one just goes straight into the wall.
Yeah, at least on this case, they will be dealing now with Crimso on Groot instead of on Angela, so the setups aren't there. And oh wow, Renko goes down early.
Yeah, a couple connections. Hold on, Envy just find the picks, right? Rather than relying on perfect team play, you just find those individual openings. Aramori, though, gets a counter kill and rips the dance floor, which should be enough to stabilize the position for now. Nero has the Cloak and Dagger ultimate on the point, providing a nice base from which Envy can continue to fight. Execution is good. One connection, and now the copy dance floor from Renko. Can you find this burst through? This is a key moment to get an execution. Nothing just yet, and the Eye of Agamotto is good enough to burst down Cal even through the invisible boundary. Speedily, though, getting into the backline now, starting to get active on the Psylocke. Players are running low. Wolverine doesn't have the HP, doesn't have the last stand, and it's a desperation touch now from a couple of these last players from the Sentinels trying to keep this thing in contest. But Envy are going to get on to phase 3.
Yeah, and we get to see now, you know, get that Emma Frost come through on Envy's roster, right? Playing it alongside the Psylocke, and we already know how good Speedery is on that hero, which, by the way, they have Tap on the bench in this series, which is another really good Psylocke player. Right now, Envy going to snowball into third phase. That's the tough part with Sentinels. If they were maybe in time with that dance floor to save Crimso, they could have stayed in, especially since, you know, Groot does so much freaking damage. Now Envy on their attack. They're going to Angela on their own side alongside that triple without the Mantis and the Jeff again.
Yeah, let's see what Speedily can get done. Ooh, almost getting that burst on the side angle. You got to be so careful about this Psylocke. Even after the nerfs, a lot of burst damage. That reform of the building actually, I think, saved Crimso's cap just there. But Envy's not backing down, continuing to put this pressure on. Butterfly dance into the backline. Oh, this is going to be huge. There's no strategist to protect them. The backline crumbling speedily. Massive plays on the Psylocke shows that this hero is far from out of the meta. And look at Angela here charging into the backline, pulling the Loki into the chaos. Oh, that's not where you want to be, son.
Dude, the Spear of Icarus is insane, dude. Assassin's charging in, able to get those picks. And now I guess if you think about it too, Angela's sort of like the same situation as Captain America, where, you know, if the damage is good enough, this character can be so disruptive.
Yeah, and Angela could be a big problem. Oh, it pinned him into the corner. Oh, pulled him straight into the squad. Avery just barely got that Phoenix off. Gonna stabilize for just a second. And this time, it's the other team, both team Psylocke's now finding kills.
Goes in.
Shut down for the moment. Big connection into the backline, but the freeze is good. Angela being turned, focus fire, the shield keeping her up for a moment, but it's not enough. Sentinels, the freedom rush on the point. Trading with the invisible boundary, but Aramori has the dance floor. And Envy onto this desperation touch, right? It's going to be maybe a strange portal to keep this overtime rolling. But Month has to stay alive in the Invisible Woman. Cap getting a little bit low. Hold on, Crimso maybe overstepped the line. Envy still have a fight in this one. Still have something to say about it. Pushing forward, you are walking in to that Techie ultimate, right? If he's able to find a big connection with Doctor Strange, that'll be lights out for this Envy offense.
Yeah, they definitely had to make a play. Cal gets a few in his Eye of Agamotto to slow it down on the opposite side. You do get the Phoenix, but she's going to be able to live with her shift, Jake. Still alive on the back. 1v1ing that Jeff, and the freeze from Aramori is huge.
Aramori comes in, cleans up the backline, finally dealt with that pesky Jeff. with a bit of freezing action. Nero over the top with the Ultron ultimate, giving a lot of stability to this fight. Avery rips the ulti on point, but the front line from Sentinels finally holding strong here at the last checkpoint of the map. Envy, massive progress to show for this offense. Definitely a lot of moments where it felt like they could have been stopped earlier. And so the Sentinels have established a chance, but I mean, Envy, man, this is a strong team. I don't think they're going to give up any of these points easily. This is definitely, I would say, call this a coin flip, Dustin. I feel like this map is anybody's game.
Man, I would want a best out of 7 of the series now, honestly. You know, it's a shame that it is just going to be a first to 3 because it's such a fun game between both Sentinels and Envy, back and forth. In this case, Envy on this map, right? This is, I was talking to you about, Jig, and ZP as well. Like I was talking about the last map, you know, Central Park being a potential map pick for Sentinels. This is also one of their better maps in terms of win rate wise. It's always a map they do well on traditionally. For Envy and their roster, and for what we've seen out of Angela, that was interesting that last play, I think specifically too, when we saw Window go aggressive with the ult. It's almost like that's a bit of a misplay, in my opinion, just because with the Heaven's Retribution, because you give your team overhealth, by the way, which another Vanguard that has basically is trying to ult if you think about it. If he comes back, maybe keeps his team alive instead of going that aggressive where nobody was there to set up, they could have lived, but it's so early on, and I don't really fully blame him for thinking he can go in for those eliminations. But Angela's lethality definitely relies on her team heavily.
Yeah, curious to see how that continues to play out. I feel like from even what we've seen from Angela so far, I feel like there's definitely going to be some sort of strats people pull out with the Angela, right? Even if it's just like a cheeky way to find an opening pick, to pull somebody out of position and go for those early kidnap plays. I feel like those tend to be really nice, right? For these top level teams that are really experts at coordination. Envy now going with a 3-3 setup of their own, pretty similar to the style that Sentinels ran. Sentinels on the offense also valuing the Storm for maybe that extra damage to just dice through the attackers. Feel like Moon Knight should be pretty powerful in this scenario.
Yeah, and he's got changes too in the recent patch. It's just for his health, or his cooldown rather of his right click, but you know, he's still been good in these comps for sure. However, Envy on their defense, they're playing Invisible Woman just in case on the opposite side. They do get to play against that Wolverine to counter it. So Envy, you know, let's see how they play it here. They're playing it slow, getting high charge for Cucumber for Kaluge, and with high charge, we've seen how much Kaluge can do.
The group combo is online. The Moon Knight ultimate ripped on top of it and getting absolutely everything. 2 big kills. Cucumber strikes back with a kill of his own. Cal still a ways away from the Adam Warlock ulti. So the Sentinels have a secured number advantage fighting this close to their spawn as well. Month is going to double down, commit everything, and get players. Oh, Month goes with the copied. I see the copied Adam Warlock to get those players back in the fight. They didn't have the Adam Warlock, but they had the Loki. But nonetheless, Sentinels over the top. Avery finds 3 with the Tornado.
But guess what, Jank? Guess who's coming back unless he's hunted down by Sentinels who read it? Cal. Back in the fight. Cocoons is dead immediately, though. Nice chase down from their team from Sentinels.
Yeah, good awareness. I feel like these days the Adam Warlock, it's so difficult to get a big mass res, right? People are so aware of the threat that you pose. They are not letting you just walk away with that cocoon, right? They're absolutely going to hunt you down, and it's a long cast animation for a strategist ultimate, right? There is a big vulnerability window. Nero back onto the Jeff, and Cucumber has found a big connection, shutting down Aramori. Eye of Agamotto is enormous, but it seems like those Loki, the runes have done enough, just barely keeping Window alive. That was so incredibly close. But the strategist support was just good enough, and now Groot back at full strength.
And it's interesting, it's Speedery, the one playing that mag, able to connect with the Meteor M. Now here comes a Groot ult on the opposite side. Wait, where was that Groot ult from Crimzo? Did it just connect onto the cart? Not connecting onto basically anybody. Now here comes a Jeff. It's Jeff on the backside. This time no Namor whale to counter it, but it doesn't get anything. He's dead anyway, no!
Oh, Jeff. And I mean, Envy charged forward. Yeah, it's Kaluge, of course, on the Strange. And charging forward with that Doctor Strange ultimate, but not able to find a connection. But in the end, they're just happy to throw their lives away, knowing that they have that mass res behind.
Wait, just exactly, you're right. Speedery goes in, goes down, born again from Cal, brings Speedery back into the fight, and Month is one with the copy, so he set up another one, by the way. So Window going down, just going to get brought back by Month, and both of these ultimates have been popped, bringing back 2 members of their team.
The double mass res is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think I've seen that before, right? Consistently a team looking to, copy the mass res and continue to fight on it. But hold on, the Moon Knight ultimate over the top. Can't stay there, son. That Groot ultimate sets it up perfectly. Moon Knight knocks them down, and Envy still in the spawn. I think they do have a Strange portal, though, and maybe enough time to come out of this. Does Techie go with like a counter portal here? Can he block this one out?
Definitely can. They're blocking the choke, though, in the meantime. 2 meters, 1 meter go. We're into the second phase of the map. they've done it, Jake. And unfortunately, I guess for Envy, I mean, they just didn't get, unfortunately, it wasn't really a mass res. It was a mini res in this case, one person at a time, which kind of worked out for Sentinels. They slowed down their pacing, and we already know Sentinels plays well at a very slow tempo.
Yeah, they like these extended ult trades, right? I think they feel really confident in that setup. Avery's going to go over to the Ultron, continue to play this heavy front-to-back style. A dive forward here on the Doctor Strange. Cucumber finds a nice connection, but Aramori's ready with the dance floor. Stabilizes the position for now. Nero looking for a nice big eat, maybe to mitigate some of these players, but you know, I've seen a couple of these ults go bad. So for this time, he's like, look, guys, I'm not hungry anymore. I've lost my appetite.
I would lose my appetite too if I was getting hard focused like he is. And now here comes that Psylocke dance to the butterflies, but everybody groups together. Huge strategy committed by that team. It's a bit of a gamble, but it pans out because they get Speedery even though they trade all that damage.
Yeah, and the strategist able to just protect each other, right? Amp all the heals. Mass Res comes out from Cal. It's just bringing Speedily back into the fight, but Envy just doesn't want to give up any ground at all. They're willing to pop some of these ultimates, willing to fight even this close to the Sentinel spawn. Some incredible aggression here. Sentinels falling back, losing a couple players here, maybe willing to just take the stabilization in their own spawn, because in the end, they've got a lot of clock to work with, and this is Envy throwing a lot of ultimates in. That being said, you need to break this spawn camp, and these kills are painful,
oh my
man.
gosh.
That late into the fight, that's a long reset here. Timer's starting to really run down.
Oh, I mean, this is something we've seen in other hero shooters, but not much in this game. You see spawn traps for sure, but in the second phase of this map, not on Midtown, not very common, but now they jump out again, and everybody's set up here on MSI with the flanks.
Yeah, the high ground door is nice. The burst coming in for Psylocke. She tries to get that instant finish, but it looks like for now the Loki is able to stay alive, able to keep this position going. Envy doing what they can to keep challenging this one, but the board again, you just send players in, sack them, and let them come back into the fights. Do Sentinels have the punishers? They need to charge forward and punish these players on the res, and looks like Crimson's doing exactly that on the group, just running them through. Still, cards being stalled this whole time. Envy losing incredibly well, like the fight's going against them, but the clock down to 1 minute. I mean, this is not a great scenario for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it was a spawn hole break there from Sentinels, but another portal for Envy. I mean, this is ridiculous, Jake. We're going to potentially see 3 fights. They're on the payload as well. Met by Aramori with the dance floor. She has to, otherwise she goes down there really quickly. Here's that It's Jeff towards the back. Just going to keep his team alive, I guess, if he eats his own squad, or we're just using it to sort of live.
I think he just ate a Loki clone.
Okay.
And got killed by the real Loki. That is a tragedy for Jeff. I think that Jeff Bolt is just a bait, honestly, in this game. Envy down 1. They don't have a mass res rather to pop in this scenario. Both Doctor Stranges though looking to find these eyes of Agamotto. Could be key. Is there enough of a connection? 1 kill looks good for Envy, but it's traded right back, so the Sentinels are still very much into this fight. Ultimates dropping a little bit low, but Sentinels still healthy on their surviving players. Techie held onto that Eye of Agamotto a little bit deeper, but Cal finds a crucial decisive kill there, potentially onto the cap. Does Speedily have the follow-up? No, Speedily actually shut down, and Sentinel's kind of bunkering in this corner. However, playing that passive look has given Cal a great position to get a high-impact mass res off. Cap trying to get what he can in the backline, but yeah, there's too many players here.
Yeah, and they're down there. Phoenix, he was the one bringing everybody back. Avery goes down, gets bursted in the sky, and we have nothing at this point. Sentinels, it could all be over here in the streets phase of the map. I mean, not even the portal's going to save him at this point. Crimson will stall it out, but Envy, I mean, how many fights did they have there, Jake? They were just running at Sentinels like a horde of zombies. Job done. Envy win again.
I mean, Dustin, you were saying not a lot of teams are really confident playing these heavy strategists, heavy Vanguard setups. I feel like Envy is firmly not in that category. They look fantastic, really understanding how to get the most out of this lineup. I mean, how hard it is to play against that? Just constantly, you're like, players are running into you, they're feeding, you're making the call, oh, they're dead, push, and then the mass res comes in. Like, it's so hard to keep track of a team that's playing that oppressively on you and getting so many fights in every point. That, I mean, I would not want to be in Sentinel's shoes trying to attack into that Envy squad.
Job done. ZP, man, what do you think about that series? I mean, Envy, they're the champions again.
Yeah, I mean, Envy comes out strong, and they do it with a new look. Going into the day and seeing our first match, it was kind of this vibe of, well, gee, new season is here, but not getting a whole lot in terms of new looks. Envy at the very least decides, we're going to bring out the Jeff. We're going to give you a new look triple strategist, and they make it work across multiple maps, but also they know when to vary it up. They know when, okay, maybe we need to shift up what we're going to be running in terms of our composition. I mean, look, Envy, they are just ridiculously good, and maybe the midseason land didn't really play to their strengths. Maybe they're a little bit avid in terms of their ban strategy within that given tournament, but to me, Jake, as I look at it, I feel like they learned from their losses and have come back even stronger on the eve of Ignite Stage 2 starting.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be for an Envy team that I think you're right, Dustin, that probably feels that they underperformed in that land, that probably wants to raise that trophy and wants to show that they're on the track to do that, right? This is a Sentinels team that just looked pretty solid at shutting down 100 Thieves. So if you're trying to build that hierarchy in North America, Envy looks uncontested at the top right now. That's an amazing place to be for this organization.
Now, let me ask you this here, Dustin, because in esports, transitive property is not necessarily a thing. Do you think that this game goes any differently if it was 100 Thieves here versus Envy? Would they have had a better matchup, or is this just Envy actually just straight up above both Sentinels and 100 Thieves at this point?
Yeah, I think so. Sentinels look like a pretty good team. That's the thing. Usually the interesting part is that it's sort of like if we're talking about other Fight Night IPs that we got going on with Counter-Strike. You know how you have the teams that dominate North America and stuff, and then teams that play well against other North American teams, but not so much internationally. That's kind of the way that Sentinels has always been. They were always a team that did well versus Envy and Scrims allegedly in the midseason. Didn't even get to play them though, because they only played against EMEA talent, and they lose to Citadel. They lose to Rad Esports, resulting in a not great finish for them. But apparently they were the only team in midseason doing well versus Envy and Scrims besides Rad. So this team's always done well versus the talent at home. So the fact that they lost 3-0 is kind of crazy. And honestly, that might be a testament to how good Envy are and maybe how good Dreamland were last week.
Jake, we didn't see a ton of it here today, much to the disappointment of the people, but we did see some of it. And, from what you saw of Angela, did it strike you as a hero, or maybe there's potential untapped and we just need the players to get a little bit more time with it to see better setups?
I think absolutely there's untapped potential there with how many different options you have with that kit. I don't think Angela is ever going to be, at least on current stats, some sort of super OP broken character. But it strikes me as this character that, in the right spot when you need something chaotic, right? When a straightforward attack just isn't going to get the job done. Angela is kind of one of those unique tools, kind of like Wolverine, that can destabilize a situation that is otherwise pretty unfavorable to you. And I think top teams will always find a way to slot a tool like that in. And so I think Angela actually might be in a pretty healthy place where she comes out in these certain special strategies, a scenario where you especially want to use her. Maybe you're coming back fast on some retakes and you want to clutch that out, especially with how potent strategist ultimates are in this game. That the idea that you could pull somebody out of a strategist ultimate pretty consistently is theoretically super strong, right? But that being said, maybe the damage isn't as high as some other characters. So I actually think this is a very exciting place for a new Vanguard to be. Seems like it has a lot of potential, high skill ceiling, but not necessarily OP broken.
Dustin, it's time to crown our MVP here in North America for the champion team of Envy. Who do you got? Who deserves it the most?
I think we can all unanimously agree, at least the funniest pick is the pick today. It's Nero. Nero deserves the MVP for sure. Former duelist main in other games, now in this game, been a star on strategist roles. You can see why. Just what a nuisance he was on Jeff. He was dying a lot, sure, to name more whales, but by God, did he leave his healing juices behind for his team to live?
Jake, I have an alternative explanation for that. He was drawing the aggro of the whales. He was bringing the whales all onto himself so the rest of the team could live.
There's actually one moment I think where he got an eat and then did a sidestep of the whale because he read the scenario and saw it coming. Definitely a challenge this game, but I think even despite some of these shutdowns on the ulti, I feel like the constant effect of him just constantly flanking, constantly pressuring, putting a lot of distraction on the enemy team. It's part of why Sentinels struggled in this game, right? Compared to 100 Thieves, who didn't put that kind of a chaotic pressure on the Sentinels, who let Sentinels play the sort of slower pace where they're comfortable. I feel like the reason, Nero's constant flanking and annoyance on the Jet really put Sentinels out of their comfort zone was part of why that Envy were able to win this series so cleanly.
Dustin, I have another nomination for MVP. the house on Central Park, just completely trapping Speedily at one point. I mean, that was actually a top tier play where you're just straight up invincible for a while as the house, and you know your prey, whoever it may be, they're not getting out.
That's so funny. I mean, that's just unbelievable. This game is wild. I think there's just situations like that make Marvel Rivals a very unique game. Like the fact that breakable terrain at first, I thought, okay, this is a stupid gimmick. You know, like, okay, what's this really going to do? Turns out, I mean, all the pros, like, we just need to constantly break the map. And we saw in third phase, you know, there are times, even like subtle things that we don't notice, like the team's not breaking the map. You know, for the side of Sentinels, I think they weren't breaking it forever when they played Torch. So that's kind of crazy. I don't know. Like, there's so many unique things, like the Doctor Strange portals we saw in EMEA, ZP. So I don't know the next time Fight Night's going to be back, but I know the one way for our viewers to 100% get us back here is to watch and tell their friends we're back.
Well, two things. One, this is night shift.
Night
you know,
shift.
Fight Night.
No!
But
It's over.
On the second note, so here's where we're at. We do love running our rival shows. This is going to be our last rival show for a bit as Ignite is starting up, and you know, frankly, getting teams to play is a little bit difficult during the Ignite weeks. But you know, our hope in the future is that we'll be able to run this when the ecosystem, you know, is in its lulls, when you know people still want to see competitive rivals, and there's room for us to exist. So, you know, no promises, but that's where we want to slot in. So, you know, Ignite will go through its second stage now, but when Ignite wraps up, that's when we're hoping to come on back. But in terms of overall action here in Night Shift Land, we do have some stuff coming up here in the near future. On this very channel, this weekend, we are returning to Counter-Strike for our final weekend in our partnership with Asus and Intel. We've done North America, we've done Europe, and we're gonna finish off with a bang with APAC. Got some great teams in the region, including some of the Australian teams, and of course, gonna be commentated by the fan favorite duo, DDK and Bardolph, and bringing in Blah for a little bit of regional spice. Of course, Deadlock shows always coming in on Wednesday. But you may be looking at this and going like, wow, there's all this free stuff coming along on some of these other shows. What about us as we're watching here? And don't worry, Intel and MSI got you covered. You can look at the command in chat. I think it's !MSI. But we're running a contest right now with Intel where you can go to the Intel website, submit your own clips, or just vote on the ones that are cool, and you can win your very own MSI Claw. It's a whole lot of computing power in the palm of your hand. Play some of your favorite games on it, and it is all, of course, powered by a super powerful Intel processor in that MSI Claw. You know, again, I wish I could enter because I would like one of those. It just looks like
I'm just gonna buy one. I'm just gonna buy one because I'm not allowed to enter.
Dude, I
need
swear to God,
something for the travel, man, for the plane flights. I'm about to for around Christmas. I'm doing a plane fight next to a 4-year-old. It's gonna be like 7 hours. So I need. This is like life or death scenario. I need this thing.
Yeah, either you buy that or you buy first class, Jake. And usually first class is only a one-time experience. This thing's gonna be lasting you a while.
True. I mean, actually true. You know, the property will last a longer period of time. But, gentlemen, we have come to the end of our broadcast here today. Final thoughts, Jake, starting with you.
Just a great game, a great day of games, man. NA showing out. It's exciting to see, you know, some of the new rosters from Sentinels, from 100 Thieves. I feel like both those teams having some roster shakeups. I won't count them as their final forms just yet, but it is great to see a team like Envy resurgent after maybe a tough loss in that finals, right? One that they had hoped they would win, a place they had hoped they could be the champions. Well, they look as good as this. They can keep this rolling forward into that next stage of Ignite. I think they're looking very solid, easily for NA, and then maybe for that global championship.
Dustin, always a pleasure to have you on the show. You came in, you did a little bit hosting for EU, and of course some great casting here in North America. Your final thoughts before we let you go.
I mean, today was a phenomenal day. I just really hope we get to see more Night Shift. And, you know, I'm sure if Avast was here, he would say the best way to get something to return, especially as a viewer and you guys watching here, is public gaslighting and your pros. So just constantly on Twitter, tell the pros to hurry up and play Fight Night, or it's not, Night Shift. Make sure you're tuning in because we're back.
Dustin's just making sure everyone's up to speed on the new brand, on the Night Shift brand. I appreciate that. That's a very, you're playing the foil here, and we appreciate that.
There's a reason why I'm a backup. That's all I'll say on the matter.
Well, in any case, it has been a fun one. Got to see the first look on Season 4 here in NA and the last of it in EU. But until next time, that's going to do it for us here today on Rivals Night Shift. We'll see you hopefully later in the year for more Rivals action then. The microphones are hot, just like the tornadoes on the ground. Jeff, he thinks he's gonna get hit by a whale.
Nice
No, he
try,
doesn't. And he's
Namor.
gonna
Not
bring it off
today.
to the end zone. Jeff, touchdown. We'll see you next time.
Football season's back.